Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is foot. F-O-O-T.
Really?
You'll bet your life. The DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You'll Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Brother, what I know about him. Oh, that's me, Groucho Marx. Thank you. Well, here I am again with $2,500 for one of our couples. George Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
We invited some locksmiths and some dynamite experts to the program, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected locksmith Robert Eads and dynamiter Robert Crabtree. And here they are. Gentlemen, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, boys, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. A locksmith and a dynamiter, eh? Mr. Dynamite, Bob Crabtree, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
What kind of a name is that? English?
That's right.
It's not an uncommon name, is it?
Well, not as uncommon as Marx. I don't think.
Is this what I can expect for the next few minutes? You're the dynamite man, huh?
That's correct.
Have you got any with you?
No, we don't generally carry it with us.
That's good. At least we can count on you to stay with us for the whole show, huh? Where are you from, Mr. Crabtree?
Oh, I was born in Reno, Nevada.
Well, how did you come by train, or were you blown out of town? Where do you work, Mr. Crabtree?
Oh, I work for the Hercules Powder Company here in Los Angeles.
And Mr. Locksmith, what is your name? Eads? Where'd you go to school? Did you go to Yale?
I went to Fairfax.
You went to Fairfax?
Yeah.
Oh, Beatrice? Or, where do you work, Mr.
Downtown. I own my own business, Speedo Key Service.
Your Speedo Key Service? What does that mean?
That means speed and service.
Have you ever been locked out at home?
Yes, I have.
He's got a nice business, this fella, huh? Can't even get in his own house. Why? What happened?
I just lost the keys.
Now, what kind of jobs are most common in your business,
Oh,
Mr.
opening
Eads?
cars,
Opening
homes, opening automobiles, homes, offices, changing combinations, general repairs, installations.
I change my combinations about 3 times a week, huh? I change them more often, but I have to wash them myself. Huh? If you think my combinations are washed out, you should see me around 8 o'clock in the morning. How do you change the combination of a lot?
By the rearrangement of the tumblers or the replacement.
What do you mean, tumblers? You mean they have midget acrobats inside? What are tumblers?
Tumblers are the pins that, the different length pins that go to make up the combination of the lock.
Oh, TNT, that's you, Dynamite. By the way, what does TNT stand for?
No, it stands for trinitotoluene.
Oh. I thought it stood for tamales, knockwurst, and tortillas. That's a pretty explosive combination, too. Do you have many accidents in your profession?
Well, the average powder man only has one accident.
That's the most conclusive statement I ever heard. What would happen if you accidentally dropped a stick of dynamite?
Well, probably nothing. However, we don't recommend dropping any dynamite.
Why not?
Well, in the first place, it's made to explode, and we treat it as such.
What happens if somebody drops a stick of dynamite? Would he be fired?
He probably wouldn't be fired.
Well, you mean if you could find him?
If we could find him.
Well, I've learned a lot about locks and dynamite. Now, let's see if you two are going to be the ones who get the chance at the $2,500 question. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life.
And now, an important bulletin from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. Quote, Here's good news for the many thousands who are waiting for a new DeSoto or a new Plymouth. The production lines at the factory are really humming, and beautiful new cars are rolling off the line. We suggest that you contact your DeSoto Plymouth dealer at your earliest convenience. End of quote. Yes, folks, that's good news to all of us. More and more people will now experience the thrill of driving a DeSoto, the car that lets you drive without shifting. So be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Now let's see if you two will get a chance at the $2,500. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of four questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. Our other two couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected American expressions for English words as your category, right? Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
$10.
$10. They call it a lift. What do we call it?
Elevator.
Elevator is right.
And they're on their way up with $30.
Well, you've just raised yourself to $30 here with that elevator. Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you try?
Do I get 25, Red?
25. All right, that's dynamite. Yeah, the English expression is accumulator. Accumulator. What do we call it?
Additive.
Adding machine?
No. I'm sorry. It's a tough one. It's a storage battery.
They now have $5.
Here's your third question. How much of the $5 will you bet?
$4.95.
$4.95. The English expression is tram. What is our expression?
Elevated Express.
Streetcar.
Streetcar is right.
Well, they're on their way again, Groucho. They have $9.95.
What? How much of the $9.95 are you going to bet?
$9.95.
All right. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. In England, they call it a pub. What do we call it?
A bar.
A bar is
We knew
right.
that
And they wind up with $19.90.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Groucho, the secret word is still foot.
Foot, huh? Which one, George?
It doesn't matter.
It does to me, huh?
Perhaps our next couple will say it, too. We asked for volunteers from the audience who had interesting stories. And just before we went on the air, Mr. Harold Price and Mrs. Florence Schwartz were chosen. And here they are. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life, youngsters. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Harold Price, eh?
That's right.
Well, I'm happy to see that you came down to the program tonight. I'm always glad to see a price come down. Harold, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a fry cook.
Fry cooks. I always thought cooks were hard-boiled. Where do you work right now? At the Greasy Skillet?
No, well, I came out here from Buffalo, New York, and going to get something pretty quick now. I'm going to get work right away.
In other words, you're unemployed, is that it?
Well, I'm unemployed.
Did you quit or did you get fired?
Well, got fired, I guess.
When will you know? Well, I hope you land something real soon, Harold. Mrs. Schwartz?
Yes. Hi.
Where are you from? Are you from Florence?
I'm from New York City, the Lower East Side.
The Lower East Side.
Mm-hmm.
Fenneman says you two have had some interesting experiences. Mrs. Schwartz, what's happened to you?
Well, years ago when I went to work, I met my husband. He was a bloomer cutter. He was a
bloomer cutter, did you say?
We worked for Sally
Just not so fast, Mrs. Were you a bloomer girl at the time?
No, I was much thinner, and these were, you had to make work for stylish stouts, and I only weighed 105 at the time.
Mrs. Schwartz, I'm an expert on double talk, but triple talk throws me, so you... Mrs. Schwartz, eh?
So he would we'd have layers of cloth, and he'd have to cut them. I'd be slicing them. I'd have to slip a bloomer.
He was a bloomer cutter, and you were a bloomer slicer.
That's right.
And that's how you met?
And
Slicing and cutting your way through the
I
east
was
side.
working on this table, and every time we'd look at each other, they'd be getting cut wrong, so we'd have to cut them a little smaller.
So anyway, what happened?
Well, anyway, the boss says that I was distracting this cutter from his work.
I can understand that, huh?
And that I'd better look for another job. So it was during the Depression at the time, and I couldn't find a job. So he says, I think I better marry you. So he wouldn't start haunting me about a job.
Well, that certainly was a note of despair on his part.
That's what he says.
Tell me, Mr. Schwartz, were you modeling these things at the time?
Well, sometimes I did when they were cut short.
Well, maybe we better cut this short, huh? Harold, what's your story, huh?
Well, one day I was broke. Next day I had $27,000, and a few days later I was broke again.
Well, that's the income taxes for you, huh? What happened to the $27,000?
Gave it to a lawyer.
That sounds logical. Maybe you better go way back to the beginning and tell me everything, Harold.
Well, I was walking down Main Street here in Los Angeles. I was broke, and didn't have a room, didn't have any money, and I kicked a newspaper package. When I kicked it, all these bonds and checks and securities were spread out all over the ground.
You found stocks and bonds on the sidewalk?
That's right.
It must have been curb stocks, huh? Well, what'd you do next, huh?
Well, I looked at them, and I realized that they were pretty valuable, and I turned them over, and I saw that they'd been signed and that they were negotiable, and...
You mean you could actually have turned these into cash?
That's right. That's what they told me.
Who told you that?
Oh, everybody told me. Even a boot black, even a shoe shine boy.
You usually take financial advice from a boot black? You should have come to me immediately, huh? Now, after you talked it over with the boot black, did he take a shine to you when he found out you had them? After you realized the stocks were so valuable, what did you do with them, Harold?
Well, I borrowed a dime from a fella I knew, and I headed for the bus station.
Now you're talking, huh? How far did you expect to get on a dime?
Well, not very far. I took the dime and I checked them in one of these check locker boxes for it.
It's a good thing that key man wasn't around, huh? Well, that was an ingenious hideout. Then what did you do, huh?
Well, I tried to locate the people that had them. There was a name on them.
Yeah, so?
Didn't have any money, so I went to a blood bank, sold a pint of blood, got $4 for it, and I started phoning everybody in the phone book by the name of the owners of the stocks and bonds.
And?
Well, I couldn't locate them, so I took them to the Los Angeles Times in the hope that the newspaper would find the owners for them.
Well, you're a very honest man, huh? Harold, if everybody in the world was as honest as you, there probably wouldn't be very many people with $27,000. When the owner of the stocks was identified, did you get a big reward, Harold?
Well, I got this suit here, $50 suit, and $25 in cash.
What else did you get?
Well, I had a lot of other interesting things happen to me. I had quite a few offers for jobs. One woman called up and said she was 28 years old and considered quite pretty, and that I looked a lot like her ex-husband. She thought I was cute and that he was a rat. She said she'd like to have an honest husband.
Well, you'd have been provided with cheese anyhow. Well, what are your plans for the future? Which of the jobs are you going to take, Harold?
Well, I'm going to take whichever one has the most security and the most promising future, whatever it is.
Well, you better marry the girl whose husband was a rat. Well, it's been refreshing talking to you, talking to an honest man. I rarely encounter one. Now, let's see how well you two can make out in the battle for the $2,500. You're going to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 and more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the big question. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The locksmith and the dynamiter won $19.90.
Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected stars of current movies as your category. Is that correct?
That's right.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you risk?
$10.
$10. Who's the male lead in Chain Lightning?
Humphrey Bogart.
Humphrey Bogart.
We're off to a good start with $30, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $2,500 tonight. Now you have $30. How much are you going to try?
15.
15. Who is the leading man in Francis?
What's his name there? Donald O'Connor.
Donald O'Connor is right.
They're climbing. We have $45.
Fooled me. I'd have said the jackass. Huh? All right, you got $45. Now, here's your third question. How much of the 45?
Bet 30.
Who plays the lead in Willie Comes Marching Home?
Tap dancer. What's his name?
Dan Daly.
Dan Daly is right.
Now they have $75.
Okay, now you got $75. Now, how much are you going to bet? Now, talk it over, kids.
Bet 50, I'd say. Bet it all.
Who plays the young man with a horn?
Wait a minute.
Kirk Douglas.
Kirk Douglas.
One with a grand total of $150.
Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And I will soon know who gets the chance at the $2,500 question.
What would you do, friends, if you were to get up some morning and find your car won't start?
I'd get back in bed, Fenneman.
Well, smart folks would call out their DeSoto Plymouth dealer because he'd send a man over to fix up your car and get you back on the road.
In my pajamas, huh? I'll thank him to let me alone.
Well, Groucho, most folks will thank their DeSoto Plymouth dealer for the kind of fast, courteous treatment he's willing and ready to give.
All right, Fenneman, I'll thank you to tell us who's leading in the battle for the $2,500 question.
Well, the honest man and the housewife are ahead with $150, and the secret word is still foot. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a perfume salesgirl and a county fair official. And here they are, Miss Libby Kohler and Mr. Tex Condon meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, folks. And if you say the secret word, you'll split $100 between you. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Miss Libby Kohler?
That's
Kohler.
right. Kohler.
Kohler. You're the perfume salesgirl, eh?
That's right.
Where are you from? Cologne?
No, Reading, Pennsylvania.
Where?
Reading, Pennsylvania.
Oh, pretzel bender, eh? How long have you been selling perfume?
Oh, about 10 years.
Well, you add a very fragrant note to our program. Mr. Condon?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from? All of you, I mean. Huh?
Originally from Texas. I'm now living...
This lady in the front row knew it because she used to be a panhandler. We insult anybody around here. We don't. Unfortunately, we mean it. Now, where are you? You're from Texas, huh?
Originally, but I live in California now.
Well, that's quite an admission for a Texan to make.
I'm a displaced Texan.
Are you married, Tex?
Yes, sir.
How many children do you have?
I have 3.
3, huh?
Yes, sir.
Are they all as big as you?
No, 2 of them, they're all girls. 2 of them are 5 feet 8 and 5 feet 9. One of them's only 5 feet 7 and a half.
She's probably from Oklahoma, huh? Miss Kohler, are you married?
No, sir.
You sell perfume? You haven't trapped anybody yet, huh?
No, sir.
What kind of perfume do you sell? Repulsive number 5? I always get a kick out of the names you people choose for your products. So what are some of the scents you sell?
Well, voodoo, taboo, shocking, white shoulders.
What does white shoulders do for a woman?
Well, it's not so much what it does for the woman, it's what it does to the man.
What do you do at county fairs, Mr. Condon?
I judge livestock.
Judge, I'll be big about this thing. The air is all yours, huh? Well, let's see how good you are. Let me hear you judge me. Go ahead and be sure to notice all my fine points.
Well, what are you? I mean...
If I have to answer that, the whole thing is off. Huh? I'm a Brahma, Judge. Any fool can see I'm not a Holstein. Do you judge Brahmas?
Oh, yes.
But you're a Brahma critic, in other words.
Yes, indeed. We handle a lot of them. And
I say you're a Brahma critic?
Yes, sir, Brahma.
Who do you work for, the Daily Moose? All right, go ahead and judge me, huh?
Generally speaking, you have all the fine points of an outstanding animal. You have a very well-shaped head. You have...
For what?
Well, for a good Brahma. You have fair shoulders, but I'd say they could be a little thicker, a little fuller, your shoulders.
Well, my head makes up for that. Well, how do you judge cattle? What do you look for in a cow?
General conformation, quality, and showmanship.
I never heard of a cow with showmanship. Huh? Is that when a cow is a good hoofer?
No, not exactly.
How much does a prize cow bring?
These top cows, good cows, bring anywhere from, $12,000 to $20,000.
A cow is worth $20,000?
Oh, yes.
Gee, you wouldn't think a cow would be smart enough to save all that money. Huh? She probably made it in a bull market. Huh? How much is a bull worth? Huh? Not a wool worth, but a bull worth. Huh?
Oh, good, real top, outstanding bull sold for $65,000 this year.
A bull is worth $45,000 more than a cow?
Oh, yes.
I hope you girls all listen to that out here. Well, I've always said it was a man's world. How much does a prize bull weigh, Judge?
Good bull weigh from 1,600 to 1,800 pounds.
And how much does that come to a pound for a $65,000 job?
Well, don't figure them, but Pa, you don't eat those bulls.
What do you do with a bull? Put it in a jewelry store window? Suppose I did eat it.
Well, if you did eat it, let's see, it'd figure around $150 a pound.
Well, that's just what the Beverly Hills butcher charges. Well, you've both been very interesting and very nice people. Now, let's see if you'll beat the other two couples and get the chance at the $2,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much the other two couples won, but Fenneman is going to remind our listeners.
The honest man and the housewife are ahead with $150.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected cities of the world as your category. Is that right? All of these cities are over 300,000 in population. Now, you have $20. How much you want to try?
$10.
Are you an auctioneer at times, too, Judge?
Yes, sir, I am.
In what country is the city of Genoa?
Italy.
Italy is right, huh?
We're off to a good start with $30, Groucho.
All right, now you got $30. How much of the 30 will you try?
25.
In what country is the city of Baku, or Baku, B-A-K-U?
India.
Do you agree with that?
No.
I'm sorry, the Hemingway is told back here. It's Russia.
They now have $5, Groucho.
All right, here's your third question. You're down to $5. Now, how much will you bet?
$3.
$3, huh? In what country is the city of Helsinki?
Norway.
No, you're close, Judge, but not close enough. It's Finland.
They now have $2.
Well, now you're down to $2, huh? Now, you can put it on the third race, or you can bet it here, whatever you want.
Well, we bet $1.
You're going to bet $1. In what country is the city of Valencia?
Spain.
Spain is right, huh? All right, you're practically cleaned out, and we want you to go away from here a little better off than when you came in. Now, if you get this one right, you'll be $10 richer. After what state is the Mississippi River named?
Mississippi.
Mississippi is right.
This couple winds up with a grand total of $3. And that means the honest man and the housewife with $150 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question. To get the most mileage from your car, you'll find it will pay you to take it for service to a DeSoto Plymouth dealers. For that's where you get the benefit of factory-designed and approved tools and equipment, and skilled factory-trained mechanics who know how to use this equipment to do an expert job on your car in shorter time. To you, this means a saving of money and a car that will give you faithful, economical service mile after mile. So next time your car needs service, no matter what make of car it is, take it to an authorized DeSoto Plymouth dealer. And here's the honest man and the housewife, the winning couple, all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $2,500 question,
All
Groucho.
right. Here we go for $2,500. Ready? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully, and please no help from the audience. Here it is. The Comstock lode is one of the richest deposits of gold and silver in history. Many present-day fortunes were started in the mines of the Comstock lode. For $2,500, tell me, in what state is it located? All right, what is the answer you
Nevada.
decided upon? Nevada is right. Well, you had the right answer, so you win $2,500. What are you going to do with all that money?
Well, I think open up a little hot dog stand or something, a little small
Good,
restaurant.
good. And Mrs. Schwartz. what are you
Gee,
gonna do with the
I
money?
don't know. I only know thank you very much.
Well, let's see. You won $2,500 plus $150 in the quiz. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You Bet Your Life is a John Goodell production, transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, You Bet Your Life, presented by the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation. And don't forget, next week the big question will be worth $1,000.
By the way, folks, I want to warn you that I'll be on the cover of Quick magazine that's out tomorrow. I suggest all dogs be kept on leash and small children be locked indoors. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council. When driving, showing off doesn't pay. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
The Globe Realty Company presents Know Your President.
There is a rank to the United States among nations which will be withheld, if not absolutely lost, by the reputation of weakness. If we desire to avoid insult, we must be able to repel it. If we desire to secure peace, one of the most powerful instruments of our rising prosperity, it must be known that we are at all times ready for war.
With malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us the right, let us finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and orphan, do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations.
Some generations, much is given. Of other generations, much is expected. This generation of Americans has a rendezvous with destiny.
When faced with a war of aggression that threatens the world to enslave, we will fight for a right of expression. We will fight to the brink of the grave.
Within an hour after I took the oath of office, I announced that the San Francisco Conference would proceed. In the memory of those who have made the supreme sacrifice, in the memory of our fallen president, we shall not fail.
We will fight for the freedom of the sea. We will fight for freedom in the air. United we'll carry on together.
These have been the words and the voices of men who have guided the destinies of a great nation, presidents of the United States of America. How well do you know your presidents? Their lives, their careers, the events of their administrations have and will influence your life and mine. We believe it wise to know your president.
This is the first in a series of broadcasts taking the form of a radio quiz tournament for high schools of southwest Missouri. 16 schools will be represented in this series, each by a team composed of 6 students. These school teams will contest one against the other in a series of 8 elimination broadcasts, and for the honor and award that enables them to move to a higher bracket of contest, and ultimately to the finals, which will be held on January 13th, 1951. The winning team of each individual broadcast will be awarded $10 in cash, and in the finals, the runner-up will receive $25, while the victorious team will receive a cash award of $75 and the beautiful United States Presidential Gold Trophy. This series of presidential quiz shows is being presented in connection with the American Broadcasting Company's outstanding air feature, Mr. President, starring Edward Arnold. This program is heard over KWTO each Sunday afternoon from 1:30 until 2. Both Mr. President and Know Your Presidents is made possible through the sponsorship of the Globe Realty Company of Springfield. And now speaking for Globe Realty, here is Joe Slattery.
You know, friends, it's nice to leave all the harassing details of buying and selling to experienced personnel. For first-class assistance with your own real estate problems, contact the Globe Realty Company. You know, there's plain comfort in knowing that you've put your real estate problems in the hands of a reliable broker. Globe Realty Company employs courteous, friendly salesmen who are well qualified from years of experience in the real estate field. You can safely rely on them to give special attention to your personal problem. Salesmen specializing in property evaluation will give you the free advice desirable when buying or selling. All appraisals are free. And here's something to remember. For dependable, honest-to-goodness service and for quick return on your investment, call a Globe representative. The Globe Realty Company has a large listing of all kinds of real estate at all times. So next time, contact Globe Realty Company, 2427 College Street, or phone 45561. They give service that gets results. And now may I turn the microphone over to our Know Your President's Quizmaster, Bill Bailey.
Thank you very much, Joe Slattery, and good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first Know Your President's Quiz broadcast, and a special welcome to the personnel of our two contesting teams this morning. On my right are the 6 students representing the Mansfield, Missouri High School. We have Lee Binley, Daisy Barton, Phyllis Essery, Luann Brazil, Donna Morris, and Dorothy Mackey. And on my left, the team of Willard, Missouri High School, consisting of Hayden Gaines, Helen Gorman, Jeannie Lee Harville, Nancy Green Wade, Reba Hall, and Jimmy Stever. I would like to extend to each of you my best wishes for success in today's contest. You know, friends, no nation known to history has had greater cause for pride in her executive rulers than has the United States of America. Almost without exception, these men, selected by the people from their own ranks, have been endowed with those high qualities of mind and heart, those sentiments of virtue, of honor, of manliness, and that unselfish devotion to the public welfare that have not only commanded the respect of the people of our country, but have as well merited and secured the profound admiration of a critical and a skeptical world. Questions of these men, their personal lives, their careers, the events of their administrations, are the questions with which we will concern ourselves during this quiz series. Now, first of all, before we went on the air this morning, our contestants were briefed in the mechanics of this quiz contest. But for the benefit of our listening audience, may we explain. When a question is posed to either team, any individual member of that team may volunteer an answer. 30 seconds will be allowed for each team to answer. But if no answer is given in that time, you will hear a chime, thus. And the judge will provide the correct answer to the question that was asked. An incorrect answer or no answer will be scored as a missed question, and the team charged with the same demerit. Now, the sound of the bell indicates a correct answer and an accepted answer, and the sound of the buzzer, an incorrect answer or a missed question. Now, from time to time, the judge may enlarge on an answer that has been correctly given, and this should not be interpreted as any degree of demerit for the team, but merely to add interest to the program. Now, remember, it's time to know your presidents. First of all, in the format or introduction of our broadcast today, you heard the words and voices of 4 men who have served this nation as chief executive. I'm going to ask our contesting teams to alternately identify these 4 past presidents of the United States of America. Now, Mansfield, Missouri, on the musical background of Yankee Doodle, you heard these words. There is a rank due to the United States among nations which will be withheld, if not absolutely lost, by a reputation of weakness. I'll not finish. Do any of you recognize that president? Shall I continue? He also said if we desire to avoid insult, we must be able to repel it. If we desire to secure peace, one of the most powerful instruments of our rising prosperity, it must be known that we are at all times ready for war. What president of the United States said these words? One of you volunteer an answer? All right, will you step to the microphone, please? We have the second contestant on Mansfield's team, Daisy Barton, volunteering an answer.
The Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Mr. Judge?
George Washington in his 5th annual address delivered to the Senate and the House of Representatives on December the 3rd, 1793.
And so, unfortunately, Mansfield has answered her first question wrongly. Now, the teams of Willard High School, next was heard the Conte Glee Club singing the Battle Hymn of the Republic, and a voice saying, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right, let us finish the work we are in. Must I finish, or do you have an answer volunteered? Do you have an answer, Jimmy? I'll continue. He also said, let us finish the work we are in to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and for his orphans to do all which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves and with all nations of the world. All right, we have a volunteer here from our second Willard contestants. This is Helen Gorman. Helen?
I believe the president is Abraham Lincoln.
You are absolutely correct. It was Abraham Lincoln. And, Judge, would you enlarge on the subject there?
That was Abraham Lincoln in his second inaugural address delivered in the city of Washington on March 4th, 1865.
All right, again to our Mansfield contestants. The third, the music was that of America. And you heard a voice declaring that this generation has a rendezvous with destiny. That voice should have been known to most of you. Can you tell me the president who spoke those words? The voice said that this generation has a rendezvous with destiny. It was a very familiar voice to most of us, and I think most of you are old enough to have remembered this president. Do we have a volunteer from Mansfield? All right, we have a volunteer. Our sixth contestant, this is Dorothy Mackey. Will you step to the microphone, Dorothy, and tell us who you think it was? You are 100% correct. Those were the words of Franklin Roosevelt. They were spoken in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. All right, and now we have the fourth and last president, and this question is directed to our team from Willard. This voice, speaking before the Congress of the United States, was accepting his responsibility as the nation's chief executive. He stated that within an hour after taking his oath to office, he had ordered that the San Francisco Conference continue. The San Francisco Conference, as you know, led to the formation of the United Nations. Will you volunteer an answer? All right. We have our fourth contestant here, Luann. I beg your pardon. This is Nancy Greenway. Nancy, step up to the microphone and tell us.
That was President Harry Truman.
Harry S. Truman, 100% correct. All right. Now we have identified, and I'm going to tell our contestants that these four questions, I believe, were quite easy. They get harder as we go along. All right. We're back to Mansfield again. And I want you to answer this question. One of the contestants on the Mansfield team. What president of the United States was known as President Icicle, sometimes affectionately referred to as Vinegar Face? All right, we're going to ask the young man who's on the Mansfield team. Step up there, will you, Lee Bentley, and tell us who that was.
That was George Washington.
That was George Washington. All right, thank you very much, Lee. And with the correct answering of that question, we have identified the President of the United States who was the subject of the dramatization heard on last Sunday's Mr. President broadcast over ABC in this question. And as one half of the questions asked on these Saturday morning Know Your President quiz shows are to be in regard to the President dramatized the week before, you know from this point that your questions for a few moments are to be in regard to George Washington, the first President of the United States. And now our question to the team from Willard. What was George Washington's first occupation? All right, let's have the gentleman here on this team answer this. This is Jimmy Stever. Jimmy?
He was a surveyor at 16 years old.
The judge says you're 100% correct. All right, now we'll move back to Mansfield again. And I'm going to ask them, whom did George Washington marry? All right, we have our fourth contestant here, and this is Luann Brazil. Luann, would you step up to the microphone and tell us, please?
Martha Washington.
Oh, no, wait a minute. She did. Her name wasn't Washington until she married George. What was her maiden name? Who was the lady? I'll tell you this to help you. She was a widow lady. What was her name? Her first name was Martha. Does any other member of the team wish to volunteer that last name? All right, let's have our third contestant here, and that is Phyllis Essery. Phyllis, will you tell us her name?
Custis.
Martha Custis. All right. Judge, when did they get married?
Well, they got married in 1759.
That's been a long time ago, hasn't it? All right, now back to our team from Willard, and here is your question on George Washington, and listen closely. In the year of 1774, the First Continental Congress met. What part did George Washington play in this meeting? All right, we have our third contestant here on the Willard team, and that again is fourth contestant, Nancy Greenway. Nancy, you wish to volunteer?
Oh, he was the president.
He was the president of the Continental Congress. Is that your answer? I'm very sorry. The judge says wrong. Judge?
George Washington was a delegate from Virginia.
All right. Now, was George Washington also a delegate to the Second Continental Congress? That question directed to our Mansfield team. Was George Washington also a delegate to the Second Continental Congress? We're waiting for a volunteer answer from our team from Mansfield, Missouri. We have 30 seconds in which to volunteer an answer. It could be answered either yes or no. You'll have to take a chance on it. What do you say, Mansfield? Was Washington a delegate to the Second Continental Congress? Volunteer an answer before your 30 seconds is up? We're very sorry. Well, she just got under the deadline. She put her hand up as you hit the bell, and you hit the wrong one, Judge. Would you? Let's let her try to answer that, will you? It's the third contestant on Mansfield's team, and that is Phyllis Essery. What do you say, Phyllis? Yes, he was. All right, that saved you a valuable point there. All right, now back to our team from Willard, and here is their question on George Washington. George Washington was appointed to a very, very important post by the Second Continental Congress. To what post did George Washington was he appointed? All right, our first contestant here on the Willard team, that's Hayden Gaines. Hayden, step up there and tell us, will you please?
He was commander of the armies or commander-in-chief.
The judge says that's 100% correct. The Second Continental Congress did appoint George Washington commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Now, again, a question to our team from Mansfield. In 1787, George Washington was called out of retirement. He had earlier resigned his command of the Army and retired to private life at Mount Vernon. But in this year of 1787, he was called out of retirement. For what purpose? Why did they call him out of retirement? That question is directed to Mansfield. All right, we have a volunteer here from Mansfield, Dorothy Mackey. Dorothy, you step to the microphone and give us your answer, please. And the judge says you are 100% correct. That is right. He was unanimously called to the president of the Constitutional Convention. Willard, after the ratification of the Constitution, what honor was bestowed upon George Washington? After the ratification of the American Constitution, what honor was bestowed upon George Washington? All right, we have our fifth contestant here in line, and that is Reba Hall. Reba, will you give us the answer?
He became president of the United States.
All right, Judge, do you think that's right? It is right. Incidentally, the judge has gone to sleep over here. He was elected the first president of the United States without a dissenting vote. And now we have reached the halfway point of our morning's quiz, and concluding our questions on George Washington, we pause for a moment to hear from Joe Slattery and our sponsor, Globe Realty.
You know, Globe Realty Company has 3 mighty nice offices centrally located for your convenience. The Springfield office is managed by Burl Axum. Bob Henry is manager of the Bolivar office, and Mr. Armstrong is the manager of the office at Buffalo. You'll find that each office has courteous, friendly salesmen who are well-trained and who have had years of experience in the real estate field. You can safely rely on them to give you special attention in your own personal problem, and you can feel confident that it'll be carried out with experienced precision. Buying or selling is like any other business. It must be handled by highly specialized people. It's a business that calls for expert training and years of experience. You can be sure that Globe Realty Company will give you just that kind of service, because Globe has been known for many years as the dependable real estate brokers of the Ozarks area. Just call 45561, Globe Springfield office, and a cheerful, experienced Globe representative will be at your service.
Thank you very much, Joe. And friends, you're listening to the first in a series of radio quiz broadcasts presented by Globe and 16 high schools of southwest Missouri competing for award and honor. Now, this morning we have the teams representing Mansfield, Missouri High School and the teams representing Willard, Missouri High School in contest. To our contestants, the following questions are of general concern to the office of Chief Executive of the United States. And I believe the last question was answered by Willard, so our question goes to Mansfield. And here it is. What financial remuneration is provided for the office of the President of the United States? In other words, what kind of salaries, what kind of money does the President of the United States receive? I'm pretty sure he gets just a little more than you or I do, but let's see. How much is it? Do you have a volunteer here? All right, we have our young fellow contestant here, Lee Binley of Mansfield, volunteering this answer. Lee, to the microphone, please.
Well, he gets 100,000 regular salary, 50,000 tax, 25,000 tax-free, and then he's money for the expenses for the balls and things like that held county.
Do you wish to repeat that? I'm going to give you an advantage here because you were correct in your first statement and you changed it. Let's go over it again. What does he get in salary?
$100,000.
And his tax-free expense allowance is how much?
$50,000.
All right, and then he has added additional for traveling and so forth. The judge says you're 100% correct. I think that was just merely a slip of the tongue on Lee's part there. He tried to correct himself. All right, now to Willard, Missouri. Listen closely. If by reason of death, resignation, removal from office, inability, or failure to qualify, there is neither a president nor vice president to discharge the duties and powers of the office of president, who becomes the nation's chief executive? All right, we have our first hand up. It was our fourth contestant on Willard's team, Nancy Greenway. Nancy?
Speaker of the House.
All right, Mr. Judge. And he signifies that is correct. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, upon his resignation as Speaker and as representative, acts as President. Now, Mansfield, if at the time when a Speaker is to begin and discharge the duties of office of President, there is no Speaker, or the Speaker fails to qualify as acting President, then who becomes the nation's chief executive? All right, our second contestant there on the Mansfield team, Daisy Barton, has raised her hand, please.
The elected pro tem president of the Senate.
That is right. The president pro tem of the Senate, upon his resignation as president pro tem and as senator, shall act as president. Now, Willard, what religious faith has been embraced by the most presidents of the United States? All right, we'll call on our third contestant there. That is Jeannie Lee Harville. Jeannie? That's all right.
Episcopalian.
And the judge says you're 100% correct. Episcopalian. George Washington, Madison, Monroe, William Henry Harrison, Tyler, Taylor, Pierce, Arthur, and Franklin Delano Roosevelt were all Episcopalians. Now listen closely, Mansfield. What president of the United States was the father of the largest family? All right, it seems like the second hand there was up first, and that is, again, Daisy Barton. Daisy getting her hand up real quickly here. Who was that?
It would be Tyler. He had 14 children.
Tyler had 14 children. Well, Judge, we're in a quandary there because our research showed us that William Henry Harrison had the most children. I'm going to ask the judge to disregard that question entirely because it is controversial, and we will decide after the broadcast. We will give Mansfield a second question, and we will see who was right. Disregard the question entirely. And Mansfield, here is your other question. What are the three requirements set forth in the Constitution as qualifications for holding the office of President of the United States? And the first hand up was Lee Bentley. Lee, step to the microphone and tell us, please.
He must be a natural-born citizen of the United States. He must be 35 years of age and 14 years a resident of the United States.
Lee, you're 100% correct, according to the judge. All right? Now, by way of explanation, so that our audience won't be confused, the question that was asked Mansfield, they had two questions in a row, was controversial. Our research had given a different answer. We do not claim to be always correct. In such cases, we will throw the question out entirely. We will continue our research after the broadcast. The team will not be penalized. All right, Willard, who was the only president of the United States to remain unmarried? All right, I think our hand over here, I'm going to let the gentleman on the end answer that question. Jimmy Stever. Jimmy?
James Buchanan.
All right, and the judge says you're 100% correct. Now, to make it just as easy for Mansfield, what is the official name of the president's home? What is the official name of the president's home? The man who is currently serving, any man who is currently serving in the office of chief executive. All right, our volunteer from Mansfield here is Phyllis Essery. Phyllis, will you step to the microphone?
The White House.
That is right, the White House. And incidentally, this name was designated by Congress at the request of Theodore Roosevelt in the year of 1902. The building had been painted white since the year of 1817 when it was reconstructed after being burned by the British. All right. Now, here's a little difficult question for Willard. Let's see what they can do with it. I want someone on the Willard team to give me the presidential oath taken at the inauguration to office by a president of the United States. Let's let our fifth contestant there, who is Reba Hall, give us that oath, please.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
All right, and that, the judge says, is 100% correct. For the interest and information of our listening audience, custom decrees the use of the word "so help me God" at the end of the oath, but it is not officially a part of the oath. All right, here is the question to Mansfield now. I want to know, does the Chief Executive of the United States automatically become commander of the nation's military forces? Does the Chief Executive of the United States automatically become commander of the nation's military forces? That question is directed to the team from Mansfield High School. All right, we have here Donna Morris volunteering an answer.
Yes, he is.
The judge says that's correct. The Constitution provides that the President shall be Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and the militia of individual states when they have been called into actual service of the United States. Now we have time for just one more question to even things up this morning, and Willard, this is your last question. Does the President of the United States have the powers to grant reprieves and pardons for offenses against the United States? All right, and our first hand up was that of Reba Hall again. Reba?
He can pardon any federal offense except impeachment cases.
That is 100% correct. All right, now we have presented an equal number of questions to each of our contesting teams this morning. We're going to pause just a moment while we have our judge add up the score, and I'm going to ask Joe Slattery, who has acted as our judge this morning, to tell us the standing of these teams at this point.
Well, Bill, we'll have to continue this contest after we leave the air because they're tied up now. They've each
there
missed
we
one
have
question.
A very unusual situation. Here in our first contest, we have a tied contest at this point. In such cases, we will continue contesting after we leave the air until one team has been declared a winner. Now, the announcement of today's winner, therefore, will be made on the broadcast at noon, the 12:30 news. That is for you folks listening in on the air, so that you will know who has won this contest. And now, speaking for Globe Realty Company, here is our good friend, Joe Flatley.
You know, we can profit through experience, but why risk a valuable loss of time when someone else's years of training can assure the results you want with a minimum of effort? The wise person never worries about his real estate problem. Whether interested in buying or selling, it's a pleasanter and safer way just to relax and let a reliable broker handle it for you. Buying or selling real estate is like any other business. It must be handled by highly specialized personnel. It calls for expert training and years of experience. For first-class assistance with your own real estate problems, contact the Globe Realty Company, 2427 College Street, or call 45561. Globe has been known for many years as the dependable real estate brokers of the Ozarks area.
Now, friends, at the end of our broadcast time on this first Know Your President quiz, we found a tie. The contest will continue after we leave the air. The winner of today's contest will be announced on the 12:30 noon news. The winner of today's contest will, on December the 2nd, contest the winner of next Saturday's broadcast between Springfield and Seymour. We invite you to be listening to Know Your Presidents next Saturday at this same time.
You're listening to KWTO. Keep watching the Ozarks, Springfield, Missouri.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to Farm Fresh Market number 3, located at 40 North Central Avenue in downtown Phoenix. It's time to play Ghiz Quiz, the game that everybody loves to play because Farm Fresh Markets pay and pay. And now, here's the old Ghiz Quizmaster himself, Paul Hughes, to tell you how to play. How's about it, Bub?
What is a Ghiz?
Ghiz, well, I'll figure that out and tell you near the end of the show what a Ghiz is.
Meantime, that's not one of our questions.
No, did you? If it's one of the questions, I should have a prize.
Here's the way we play it, I think.
All right, now tell me carefully.
People who listen to the program send us in questions. All the questions have to be about Arizona.
People are listening. Yes.
Write them to us.
They
the
write
Ghiz Quiz. How do you spell Ghiz Quiz?
G-H-I-Z, Ghiz.
Quiz, Q-H-I-Z.
An uncle of Gizmo. Yes.
I see. Address your letters to Ghiz Quiz, KTAR Phoenix. If we use your question on the radio, we will send you a postcard which is good for 5 pounds of Pillsbury's flour, free at any of the Farm Fresh markets.
Good old Pillsbury.
Then we use your program to talk to the folks down here at the Farm Fresh market. If they answer the question right, we'll give them a big basket of groceries worth $5. Even if they muff it, they still get a 1-pound package of Pillsbury's best cake mix.
Not a bad deal. Do you want to ask me a question, Hughes? Yes. I need groceries and need them badly.
I'll ask you a question. What is a Ghiz?
A Ghiz? I'll come up later with the answer, but I hold on to my $5 worth of groceries.
I'll ask this lady a question. Who are you?
Mrs. Elsa M. Heap.
H-E-A-P?
H-E, correct.
Like in It Takes a Heap of Living.
Yes.
You live in Phoenix?
Yes,
Been
sir.
here forever?
3 years in July.
Where'd you come from?
Mason City, Iowa.
What brought you out here?
Changed the climate. I got tired of shoveling snow.
You like it all right out here?
Very much.
What are you doing?
Right now I'm selling the Hoover nylon uniforms for beauticians, waitresses, and barbers.
Well, she really knows that baroque, doesn't she?
I thought that Hoover was president, ex-president of the United States.
Or a vacuum cleaner. Is this one of them you have on here? Hoover nylon uniform. Feel that material.
Hey, that's all right.
Bite it. See if it tears.
Yeah, it doesn't look the thing like the bag on the vacuum cleaner, though. No, it doesn't. Doesn't look a bit like
How do you like it here at Farm Fresh, Miss Heap?
Fine.
Well, good deal. I've got a question for you that came to us from Mrs. John Roten at 4669 Lake Drive. We're sending Mrs. Roten a card, good for a 5-pound package of Pillsbury flour free at any of the Farm Fresh markets. And here's your question. What president appointed the first territorial governor of Arizona? Back in the days of the territorial era out here, a president had to appoint a governor. What president appointed the first one? Should we give her any hints?
7 years ago.
That might help, brother. No. Should we give her 18 or 20 tries?
Oh, let's give her a couple more tries. Let's
territorial.
7 years ago, our fathers brought forth upon this.
Don't pay any attention to him. He just given Lincoln's Gettysburg Address.
Yeah,
Abraham Lincoln.
That's exactly. Yes, an odd thing about that, too. Abe Lincoln appointed John A. Gurley of Ohio as the first territorial governor, but Mr. Gurley grew old and died before he ever got to Arizona, so he never went to work out here. What does she win now, Rob?
What's she win now? Did she get the answer right?
Eventually, yes.
Ah, yes. Back the truck up, boys. Give the lady a $5 basket full of groceries. Isn't that a lovely gift?
Thank you very much, Miss Heap.
And thank you for the gift of groceries. It's appreciated nowadays.
You think of George Ghiz and Farm Fresh and us while you're eating them, will you?
All right.
We'll
all
do
that.
Much. Who's next here, Rob?
I have another lady. She's been waiting patiently, Mr. Hughes.
What's that in your pocket there?
Is that a party?
That's sure.
Yes, it's a handkerchief.
Yeah.
Are you selling Hoover uniforms, too?
No, I'm wearing not a Hoover, though.
What? She isn't wearing a Hoover, Miss Heap.
No.
Get on her.
Treason. Get on her there. It is, and she has a little lapel watch there.
Tells the time.
It's a Croton watch. What's your name?
Mrs. Para Ellis.
Perry?
Para.
How do you spell that?
P-A-R-A.
P-A-R. That's an unusual name. How did you happen to wind up with that?
Oh, dear, I'd never know.
Para. Like.
It means rubber in India.
Para, yeah. Rubber in India.
Born in Para, Illinois.
Para?
Yeah, Para, Illinois.
Never heard of Para.
Oh, nice big town. Nice place, yes. Say, she wants you to ask her how long she's been in Arizona.
She does?
Yeah, she whispered to me.
I'll do that.
You will ask her now how long she's been in Arizona.
Para, how long have you been in Arizona?
I'm a native.
She's a native. Been here 18 years and 6 months now.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Rob, let's move along here. Who's next today? Have you got another victim for us?
Ah, yes, have another lady right standing here. She's been waiting a long time. Her feet are bothering me because she's been here so long.
What's the matter with your feet?
Oh, they're getting weary.
You only stood here 2.5 years. That's a long time.
How long have you been in Arizona?
Well, I'm a native.
Well, how long have you been in Arizona?
Oh, dear, let's see. Let's skip that.
All right, we'll just her feet hurt. Feet hurt.
No, my feet don't hurt.
Well, I just said that, because the lady stood here so patiently for so long.
Because your feet hurt, you've got your mind on your feet.
Well, I guess that's true. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
What's your name?
Mrs. Para Ellis.
Mrs. Ellis, born in Arizona.
Uh-huh.
Been here all your life?
All my life.
Did you ever leave the state at all?
Oh, yes,
Where have you been?
Oh, a lot of places.
Went to Blythe once.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. That's the way they're talking, Blythe. Yeah. Ich bin in Blythe, California. Yeah. I got a question for you, Mrs. Ellis, from Mrs. Richard E. Thornsburg at 1189 East Washington. Here it is. What creature is called the songbird of the desert?
Oh, the burra.
So fast it wasn't even funny.
No,
she really hit it back.
Ghiz for another basket of groceries.
Oh, five.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I don't care. Let's take Ghiz.
Ghiz is probably whirling around on that chair up there worrying about those groceries going out the door.
Can you make it sound like a desert canary, Mrs. Ellis? That's pretty good. How does Mrs. Heap do? Can you do it pretty well? Mrs.
Don't
Heap?
care to try.
You won't say anything. How about you, Rod? Would you like to try?
No, my burrow is not so good.
Well, how'd you like to make it sound like a radio commercial?
Oh, a radio commercial. I just
Imitate
love
one of those.
commercials. Oh, you want me to put a commercial? You know, ladies, while I've been here at Farm Fresh Market number 3, I've met some of the nicest housewives in the world. I'll get it. And they all say the same thing. George Ghiz must be twins. Well, he is. George is twice as good as anyone we know when it comes to selling better for less.
What's the plural of Ghiz?
Ghizzes.
Ghizzes.
Yeah, George Ghizzes, 3 Farm Fresh Markets. Well, let's go back to the commercial. Just take today's specials at Farm Fresh. Swift's Brookfield butter, just 59 cents a pound. Nationally advertised Kraft's mayonnaise, 29 cents. Or Pillsbury's flour, 10 pounds for only 85 cents. And that's only half the story. If you shop for meat at Farm Fresh Markets, you can afford to serve it every day. Even you, Hughes. Steaks are only 69 cents a pound, roasts 47 cents, or Swift's Circle S ham, 39 cents. Let's hear you do that, Swift's Circle S ham.
Swift's Circle S ham.
That's mighty good.
How much are beetle nuts here?
Beetle nuts, we were just fresh out of beetle nuts. Don't have much call for them. All you know that no meal is complete without Farm Fresh vegetables. Like extra fancy tomatoes at 17 cents a pound, or tender full pod peas, 2 pounds for 25 cents. Or we could go on naming specials like this all afternoon, but we suggest that you shop yourself the Farm Fresh way. There's a Farm Fresh Market near you. Look for it at the corner of 24th Street in Washington, 7th Street and Indian School Road, and the conveniently located downtown store at 40 North Central. Shop at Farm Fresh, where you get more, spend less, eat better, and save more. Well, now I see Paul Hughes is back again.
Who are you?
Ruby Sniffin.
You live in Phoenix?
No, I don't. I live in Goodyear.
What are you doing in here today? Just fooling around?
In Phoenix.
Live in Goodyear, work in Phoenix.
That's
How do
right.
you commute back and forth?
Oh, in a car.
That's not much commutation, though, is it? What is it?
Oh, it's not bad.
How far?
18 miles.
How long you been out there?
Goodyear?
Yeah?
Oh, about 6 years.
Where'd you come from?
Iowa.
What brought you out here, the war?
No. Health reasons.
Well, you looking
Family.
pretty healthy to me.
Not me. I'm fine.
You're doing fine
That's
anyhow.
right.
Huh? You like it all right?
Very fine.
Even
I like
in the middle of
Arizona.
summer, huh?
That's right. I don't mind it at all.
Have you been back east since you came out?
Oh,
Ruby?
yes. Good many times.
Never tempted to stay, though?
Never.
Well, we welcome you as a native. In
Thank
6
you.
years, that really qualifies you. You know what we're doing here at Farm Fresh today, don't you?
I believe so.
I'll ask you a question. If you can answer it, I'll give you a basket of groceries worth $5. And even if you can't, I'll give you a pound package of Pillsbury's Best Cake Mix.
Are you going to do all those things just out and out?
Out and out.
Have you thought about it carefully,
It's
Mr.
all on
Hughes?
Ghiz.
It's all on Ghiz.
What were you
Yes,
saying,
sir.
Ruby?
I was going to say make it easy.
Oh, they're all easy. I'll find a good one here. From Mrs. James Fish at 1664 West Earl Drive. Incidentally, for sending in the question, she gets a card which is worth a 5-pound sack of Pillsbury's flour.
I'm going to send a question into this
You do
program.
that. Here's your question, Ruby. Arizona boasts the second largest county in the United States. Which one is it? Right here in Arizona.
Maricopa.
No, not Maricopa.
Sorry.
There are only 14 counties. I'll give you 13 more tries if you want.
Oh, dear.
We could be here all night that way.
Probably could.
What is it, Yavapai?
No. Thank heavens it isn't Texas. There are, 265 counties in
Thank
Texas.
heavens it isn't
I
Texas,
guess I don't
period.
know Arizona very well, do I?
Well, can you read it off the paper right there? Right there.
Coconino.
Coconino.
yeah,
Exactly right. But we'll let her read it, though, Rod.
That's
Yeah,
right. Too
sorry.
bad.
She won't get the $5.
Just have to give her a
worth
bunch of bananas instead.
No, we'll give her a pound of Pillsbury's Best Cake Mix, and thank you very much, Ruby.
You're welcome.
Give our regards to Goodyear, will
I'll
you?
do that.
Okay.
Goodyear? Was she from Goodyear?
Mm-hmm.
Nice
Been there
place.
6 years.
Well,
in Ohio.
They got another lady here that might talk to us if you got
All
a
right,
little time.
before I talk to her, I want her to say something to our listeners, and that is that we have a bodacious consumption of questions on this program. We just eat them up.
Yeah, we sure do.
4, 5, 6 of them every day. The questions have to be about Arizona, and the questions have to come from you people who listen to the program. Practically everybody who lives in Arizona Arizona knows something interesting about the state that would work up into quite a nice question for this program.
The question I have, I don't think would go on this program.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Save it for the after show.
Yeah, yes, for the after show. But Ghiz wants to know more about Arizona.
He certainly does. Yeah. So you sit down and write out your question about Arizona, and under it write your correct answer, and under that write your name and address.
Be sure and put the answer down. We never could figure them out if we didn't have the answer.
Address your card or letter to the Ghiz Quiz, that's Ghiz-Quiz, in care of KTAR in Phoenix. If and when we use your question on the program, we'll send you a postcard. Take the card to your Farm Fresh Market. You'll get 5 pounds of Pillsbury's flour free. You know, there are 3 of the Farm Fresh Markets, 7th Street and Indian School Road, 24th Street in Washington, and our present location, 40 North Central Avenue in downtown Phoenix.
But what if I want a bottle of milk instead?
Won't work.
Won't work, huh? Sorry.
No trade-in.
Sorry, I'll go.
What's your name?
Minnie Lyons.
Lyons?
That's right.
Where do you live, Minnie?
I live at 929 East Pierce.
Been here long?
20 years.
You've been here long. Does it seem like a long time?
Well, I went to California instead 2 years. I just come back.
In other words, you split it up into 2 10-year periods here in Phoenix, huh?
No, I was 20 years before I come back.
Oh, I see. 20 years, then away, and now you've settled down again.
Yeah.
You like it better here than you did in California?
Well, I guess so.
Not very enthusiastic today, though. It's a little warm.
Oh, I think I do. I wouldn't be back if I didn't.
You sound like you've been around a lot. Where did you come from?
Oh, I've been all over. I was raised in Arkansas.
What part?
Oh, near Little Rock.
Close to Little Rock, Arkansas. Mm-hmm. Do you ever get a hankering to go back there?
I do go back once in a while.
Is it cool there in the summertime?
No.
How about up in the Ozarks?
That's pretty good.
Up on the Missouri border in there, it'll be pretty cool.
That's pretty nice.
Mm-hmm. The Rod here's from Illinois. It's never cool in Illinois.
No, never is. Never slowed down there either. Yeah.
Minnie, we have to ask you a question. First, what did you buy here today at Farm Fresh?
Oh, I bought some meat and some Folgers coffee and I'll have to look to tell you.
You just got your list
some
all
cottage
finished, huh?
cheese and...
You pretty good cook?
Yes.
Are you?
Pretty good.
The family like it all right?
I used to. I'm just by myself now.
Family's flown the coop, huh? Well, here's a question for you that I know you know because you've been to California, so you must have crossed the border someplace. This is from Mrs. Ada Horlick at 1851 East Avalon Drive. Ada gets one of those cards good for 5 pounds of Pillsbury flour free at Farm Fresh. What separates Arizona from California and Nevada? Shucks, she knows
the river.
Well, what's the name of the river?
Oh,
She's working on it.
I know. Well, you know I Oh.
What's the name of it? Start with a Q?
Well,
Q? Oh, it doesn't start with a Q. The Orinoco? No, not the Orinoco.
No, the Euphrates. No.
It's a river.
Oh.
It's wet. It's too thin to plow and too thick to drink.
Oh, it's that crystal clear river, you know, we sing about.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
What is it?
You got me. Quit looking.
I think she knows it.
I think she knows it, too.
I think she knows the Denvers in Colorado.
It's the silvery Colorado.
The silvery Colorado. Well, thank you very much, Minnie. And for getting that answer right, you get a basket of groceries worth $5. You keep coming back to Farm Fresh, will you?
Sure.
Sure. We'll keep coming back to Rollin' Lochner.
Yeah, I think we will. You know, it's about time for us to go into the famous last words for today. But first, this quick reminder, be sure to get your Farm Fresh courtesy cards today. And remember, it pays to shop at Farm Fresh. You save when you shop the Farm Fresh way.
Yes, and at Farm Fresh Market, you see what you want and pick what you want. You know what you pay. There's no question about it. It's better to shop the Ghiz Farm Fresh way.
You're so right, Hughes. And listen tomorrow to the Ghiz Quiz at the same time. And if you'd like to appear on a broadcast, be at Farm Fresh Market number 2, 7th Street and Indian School Road, tomorrow afternoon at 4:30. We'll be Ghiz Quizzing you, and so long, everybody.
Eversharp presents Take It or Leave It, starring Gary Moore. Time to sharpen your wits with Eversharp. Presented by Eversharp, manufacturers of famous Eversharp precision writing instruments and Eversharp chick injector razors and blades. Take it or leave it, the most exciting game you ever played. The game that doubles in interest with every question asked. The game with the giant jackpot race. Well, now, friends, in keeping with the spirit of today's holiday, I'd like to present the star of our show, a young man whose head is shaped like a firecracker. It's round and long and has a little string on the top. And here he is, Gary Moore. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken Niles, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to say that I hope you're all enjoying a safe and sane 4th. And if Phil Harris is listening in, I'm sure he's enjoying a strong and delightful 5th. He's been on his vacation a week, you know. The kid's probably lit up like a Roman candle.
Gosh, I guess the 4th is a great day for all of us, Gary.
That's right, Ken. This is the day we celebrate our heritage. Thomas Jefferson, Alexander Hamilton, and George Washington, the father of our country.
Father! George Washington is not the father of our country. I'm the father of our country, do you hear? I'm the father of our country.
Oh, go on home, Bing. That's your fella. But, friends, in Los Angeles, as in many towns, the sale or setting off of fireworks has been tabooed by the city. But just so that all of you here tonight will not pass the 4th without some sort of celebration, we have arranged for our own gigantic fireworks display right here on the stage. 10 miles of the fireworks set? Check. Is the powder dry? Check. Are the fuses open? Check. Then Cookie Fairchild, give us a fanfare and we'll set off our gigantic display. Cookie, take the fanfare again. I gotta put a cap in and we'll go off. Happened to me. And so much for our celebration. Now let us get on with the business at hand, which happens to be take it or leave it. And by the way, friends, our jackpot for tonight is worth 10 times 64 or $640. Which brings us up to our first contestant, an enterprising-looking gentleman from Los Angeles, and his name is Mr. I.B. Abrams. Hi, Mr. Abrams. How are you?
How are you, Gary? I'm fine.
Nice to see you. What do your friends call you?
Oh, Ike.
Ike?
Ike. I got another nickname, too.
Oh?
Inky.
Inky? Ike is better. It's a very hot name long about now, you know.
Well, but with the first letter on the other name, it's okay, too.
That's right, sure. You're all set. Tell me, what do you do for a living, Ike?
I sell real estate.
Oh, here in Los Angeles?
Here in Los Angeles.
How's business?
Stinks.
Ask a direct question, you get a direct answer. Tell me, what did you receive as a gift tonight, Ike?
Well, I've got that Schick injector with blades. That's a Never-Sharp Schick injector, pardon me.
That's all right. Never-Sharp Schick, the world's only razor with automatic blade changer. It vanishes forever your 4 biggest shaving nuisances. And now, Ike, what category do you want to talk about tonight?
Oh, let's try 15.
Number 15, all right. This is called Sports Menagerie. This is a group of general questions about animal terms in sports. For $1, in prize fighting, what is a rabbit punch?
Well, that's a punch that's struck on the back of the neck, I believe.
That's right. Right with every sharp for $1. All right, now you want to go for 2?
Sure.
All right, Ike. What animal is the Navy's mascot?
That's the goat.
The goat is right with every sharp for $2. All right, now you want to go for 4.
Let's go.
For $4. In what sport do you find the Detroit Tigers?
The Detroit Tigers are in baseball.
That is right with every shot for $4, too. Hey, you're coming along, all right.
I need to go.
You need the dough. Business is rough, or like you said. You have... right, you got $4. You want to go for 8, Ike?
Let's go.
All right. What university football team is called the Wolverines?
That's Michigan.
That is Michigan. Right. We had to bring that up.
Yeah.
We just don't let USC forget, do we? All right. You have $8. You want to go for 16, Ike? For 16, what baseball player was nicknamed Harry the Horse?
That was Danny.
Harry Danning is right with every shot. Well, you're hot in a pistol tonight.
So are you.
I'll tell you one thing. We're both hotter than that pistol that we shot off in the beginning. Send that back to Sears Roebuck in the morning. $32. You want to go for 32? What prize fighter was called the toy bulldog?
That was Mickey Walker.
That is certainly right. You're breezing through this. All right. You want to give up real estate and go in for this every week. All right, you have 32. Do you want to go for 64?
Let's go.
All right. This is a fine sports question. What are snake eyes?
That's in shooting dice when the 1 point comes up on each die.
That's right, a pair of ones and dice is right. It's a fine thing. A sports category, you got a crap question in there. These questions are written by a college girl. I don't know what kind of sports they had at the college where she went. Shooting dice. All right, this brings us up to our next... Oh, look. This is Miss Margaret Reinecker, bless her heart, from Baltimore, Maryland, my old hometown. How are you tonight?
Just fine, thank you.
What are you doing so far away from Baltimore?
On a vacation.
Oh, really? Having a good time, are you?
Very, very fine.
What do you do back there in Baltimore?
I'm a secretary. Shall I say for whom?
Whisper it to me first.
Procter & Gamble.
That's a fine whisper. Fortunately, it turned out fine. They're one of my sponsors on Breakfast in Hollywood, too, so I'm very happy that you mentioned it. All right. What category do you want to talk about, Miss Reinecker?
I think I'll take number 16, the theater.
Mm-hmm. All right. Before we start this category, is there any special relative you'd like us to notify in case you don't get through this thing? Or...
No, she's right here.
She's here? All right. This is called the theater. Each of these plays should bring a great star to mind. I will name the play. You name the star. For $1, The Barretts of Wimpole Street.
Catherine Cornell.
Catherine Cornell is certainly right for $1. All right. Now let's go for $2, shall we? All right. Berkeley Square. Oh, now you must remember that. Berkeley Square.
I saw it.
Well,
I also saw Catherine Cornell do that, I'm sure.
Well, now you might have. I don't not fully up on what Katie's been doing. But this is a man.
A man?
This is a man, yes. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us.
The Barretts of Wimpole Street?
Oh, you're going back to the $1 question. No, you see, as the game goes on, you get different questions each time.
What was the second question? I know. I'm sorry. I'm confused.
No, that's great. Look, if you could do the first question 7 times.
No. What am I doing now?
Berkeley Square.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Leslie Howard.
Leslie Howard, certainly. All right, now you have $2. That's all right, Miss Reinecker. We'll have all night anyhow.
Right.
You want to go for $4? All right. The Guardsman.
John Barrymore.
The
lunch.
The lunch is certainly right with every time. Baltimore's doing well tonight. All right, now you have 4. You want to go for 8, Miss Reinecker?
Sure.
For $8. Biography.
Anna Claire.
Anna Claire couldn't be right. Yeah. All right, now do you want to go for 16?
Sure.
All right, for $16, this one goes back a bit before your time, quite a bit. Lightning.
Oh, my gosh.
Well,
wait a minute.
No coaching from the audience, please. I heard some wrong coaching, by the way.
I didn't hear any coaching. Yankee Doodle Dandy. Isn't it?
No. No, it isn't George M. Cohan, if that's who you're thinking about. Oh, come on now. You're from Baltimore. I've got to pull your bacon out of the fire if I can. Miss Reinecker?
I don't believe I know.
Oh, you're going to be so chagrined when I tell you.
Am I really?
The answer is
chagrined is a hint?
No, chagrined isn't a hint. I'll tell you what was a hint. You let it go by you. I said I'd like to pull your bacon out of the fire. Who was it?
Somebody back there is trying to coach me.
I'm sorry, Miss Reinecker. The answer is Frank Bacon.
I never heard of him.
He's the happiest loser I've seen in a long time, you know. He's a good sport. I'll be back in a moment, friends, with another contestant, but first, here is important news for you men.
You know, the Eversharp Chick Injector Razor offers so many advantages, you might get the idea it's expensive to use. Mister, just the reverse is true. Listen, when you buy the big economy pack, you get 20 Eversharp Chick blades for only 75 cents. Tests prove that with these super sharp, super smooth blades, most men average 3 to 4 superb shaves per blade. Just about 1 penny a shave. No other blade can match that. Switch to Eversharp Chick tomorrow. You get better shaves at less cost. It's the world's only razor with automatic blade changer. No blades to unwrap. Fingers never touch the blade. You can't cut your fingers. There's nothing to take apart or put together. No twisting or turning. Just push-pull, click-click. Out goes the old blade. In goes the new. To clean, simply rinse, shake, and put away. Heavily gold-plated and handsomely packaged, it's a $1.75 value. Special now, only $1.25, complete with 20 blades. For the shave of your life, the rest of your life, push-pull, click-click. Change blades that quick. That's Eversharp Chick. Buy yours tomorrow.
This is Gary Moore again, I'm afraid, friends, with lots more Take It or Leave It. It's time now for our third contestant, who, as usual, is not in our studio, but is standing by our remote control microphone out at some veterans hospital. Tonight, the hospital is Wadsworth General in Sawtell, California, and the boy we'll hear from is former Private First Class Robert Densmore of the United States Army. So here we go across the miles to Sawtell and Robert Densmore. Hello, Bob. How are you?
Just fine, Gary.
You hear all that applause? That's for you, man. People want you to win, apparently.
So do I.
I figured as much. Tell us something about yourself, Bob. How old are you?
I'm 23.
23. You married?
Yes, I am.
Mm-hmm. Got any kids?
Mm-hmm. Little girl, 10 months.
Oh, good. Where's your wife tonight?
She's in Chicago.
Mm-hmm. Well, boy, I hope is she listening to anything?
I sure hope so.
All right, we better get down to work now. This is the way we work it. You get $64 to start off with. You get to keep that no matter what happens. And from there on in, you have the same chance as our studio contestants. If you lose, you lose. And if you complete the category, you get an additional $64. Is that all right, Bob?
That's sure fine.
Okay, fine. Now, what category do you want to kick around?
I think I'll take number 1, orchestras.
Number 1, orchestras. All right. This is called Who Was That Lady? A lady's name is mentioned in each of these song titles. We'll have them played for you by Cookie Fairchild and the band. Let's see how many you know for $1.
Sweet Sue.
Sweet Sue is right with Eversharp for $1. Okay, you now have $1. Do you want to dash madly and recklessly into the $2 question?
Oh, I think so.
All right, for $2, Cookie.
Dinah.
Dinah is right with Eversharp for $2. Oh, that was so jazzy, Cookie. Me? Really? You keep playing that well, and I think it's just possible I can get you a spot as a contestant on the Horace Heights show. You see? The whole band. All right. For $2 now, do you want to go for 4, Bob?
Sure do.
Here we go.
Lily Bolero.
Lily Bolero, certainly right for $4. You were mighty silent there for a while. Scared me a little bit.
All I could think of was LaRue, LaRue.
That could be her first name. I don't know. I'll say, you want to go for $8?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Mandy.
Mandy is certainly right for $8, yes. What are you going to do with the $64 if you win it, Bob?
Oh, I think I'll spend it on my home.
You do what?
Spend it on my home.
Uh-huh. That's good. $64, you could make a down payment on a pork chop or something.
That's about it.
That's no kidding the way things are going. Okay, you got $8. Do you want to go for 16?
Yes.
All right, here we go, Cookie. Liza is right with every shot for $16. By the way, do you know that song was first introduced by Jimmy Durante, of all people, in the Ziegfeld show called Showgirl? I didn't know that myself till the other day. He introduced it. The opening night, he sang that song through his nose, and it wasn't heard until 4 days later. You're listening in, Schnoz. Take care of yourself. You got 16. You want to go for 32, Bob?
Yes, I do.
All right, here we go. Delilah is right with every shot for $32. Oh, boy. All right. Now you got 32. Now you want to go for 64. Say yes.
Yes.
All right. Cookie? Margie is certainly right. You got $64. Oh, that's fine, Bob. Thanks, Robert Densmore. You were a fine guest. And just to show our appreciation, the Eversharp people would like to contribute another $64 to the recreational fund of your hospital. And that brings us up to our next contestant, who is Mrs. Mary Edelstein of New York City.
Glad to know you.
Nice to talk to you, too. Say, just a minute. Bob, are you still on the line, Bob?
Sure am.
Listen, where's this home that you're building?
Down in Alhambra.
In Alhambra, near here, huh?
Yes, it is.
Well, that's good. Are you in the process of building it?
No, we've already bought it, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
Uh-huh. Hattie, let's make a note. Send another $64 from Eversharp to you as a house present, okay, Bob?
Thank you very much.
Right home. Dad's got to have a housewarming. Now, Mrs. Edelstein, how are you again?
Fine, thank you.
Awfully nice to see you. And you are from where?
New York City.
Uh-huh. What are you doing out here?
On a visit vacation.
I see. What am I doing with my earphones on? You're right across from me here. I was wondering why she sounded so far away. Are you all set to play Take It or Leave It tonight?
Yes, sir.
May I ask you what you received as a gift? She's holding it up. A what? That's a Kimberly Pocket pen by Eversharp. That's right. It's the most convenient pen I know, as a matter of fact. It's a little larger than a cigarette, yet it opens to a full-size pen with full ink supply. Now, Mrs. Edelstein, what do you want to talk about?
House furnishings.
House furnishings. All right, fine. This is called Household Furnishings Double Talk. Each of these definitions should fit an object ordinarily found in every home. For instance, if I said, what comes down at the end of a play, you would say, curtain. That's right. Too bad that wasn't for anything, you know? Oh, we can't look. Here's 50 cents. That was just a sample, but here, you got it right.
Thank you.
That's all right. I don't want you to waste all that effort. All right, for $1, where Madam Chang is first lady.
China.
China is certainly right with every shot for $1. You had a new set of china in your home recently?
No, sir. Would like to have one.
I'm afraid you got the wrong quiz program. No kidding, it's fantastic. You know, the stuff they give away on some of these shows now. I was listening to a radio show the other day. They not only gave away a free rat extermination service, they gave you a 5-year supply of rats. Awfully nice thing. Well, maybe for $64 you can get yourself some china. You have $1. Do you want to go for 2?
Yes, sir.
All right. A sudden rainstorm. A sudden rainstorm reminds you of what that's in a house?
Close the windows.
Yeah. But this has to be an object. It's something that's in the house. You know, like china or, what is a sudden rainstorm? That's probably not clear, and I can't sing it.
Umbrellas?
No, but this has to mean the same thing. You see, a sudden rainstorm, it has to be something that means that, and yet it's something that's in a house.
Water.
Water? A shower is what I've got, but there's water in a shower for $2 yet. No sense us fighting that. It was bigger than both of us. Miss Edelstein, move in a little closer, will you, honey? All right, you have $2 now. Do you want to go for $4?
Yes, sir.
All right, for $4. A pigeon. What do you think, audience? Now, wait a minute. Now, it's up to you, Miss Edelstein. You want to go, huh?
Yes, sir.
She says yes. All right. Now, a pigeon that informs the police. A pigeon... Oh, audience. A pigeon that informs the police. This is kind of gangster talk. It's too late now. She's committed. Oh, you must know what they call a pigeon, a fellow who tells on his...
stool pigeon.
Stool pigeon. You don't know enough gangsters. That's the trouble. All right, you got 4 clams. You want to go for 8, hey? That's tough talk, you know. All right, you want to go for 8.
Yes, sir.
What is the group that advises the president? The group that advises the president. Oh, now you know that.
I know.
Fibber McGee has one, only he doesn't. Well, that's a wrong clue. Forget I ever said it. That's a closet. That isn't right. That's right. You got it. You got it. Now, you said it to me. You said the first syllable in there. The group that advises the president. What else?
It isn't the counselors. It's the, what do you call it?
No. Mrs. Edelstein, time is fleeting.
The cabinet.
The cabinet. All right, you got 8. Do you want to go for 16, Miss Edelstein? How much you can do whatever you want. Now, you can go. You have 8. You can go for 6.
That's enough.
You want to take the 8 and sit down?
That's right.
Listen, she knows what you want to do. Thank you, Mrs. Edelstein. That brings us up. She knows what she wants to do. Now we're bringing up to our next contestant, who is Mr. Philip Ballard of Los Angeles. Hello, Mr. Ballard. How are you?
Just fine, thank you.
We've got to hurry along here tonight. What category do you want to talk about? Number 11, huh? All right. This is called President's Nicknames. I'll give you the nickname, and you tell me the president. For $1. Change is so tough for a first question. Oh, well. What president was nicknamed Honest Abe? Abraham Lincoln is right for $1. All right, now you want to go for 2?
Why, I'll try.
All right. What president was nicknamed Old Hickory?
Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson is certainly right. Okay, now you have 2. You want to try for 4?
I'll try.
That's the spirit. After all, Rockefeller didn't stop after he found a couple of oil wells, did he?
No.
And Ford didn't stop after he made a couple of cars, and Bob Topping didn't stop after Arlene Judge. You got to keep going. All right, for $4. What president was nicknamed Tippecanoe? He was named Tippecanoe. He had 3 names. Well, most of them did, but I mean, he's known by this. What president was nicknamed Tippecanoe? Oh, dear.
I think we're kind of stuck on that already.
Would you want to take a guess? Out of all the presidents?
Oh, I heard that.
You heard it?
Yeah.
Well, it was wrong. I heard it, too. I was wrong. I'll tell you this, it is not Robert Tyler. You think of the expression Tippecanoe and Tyler, too, but that's not it. See, therein lies the danger of this thing.
Oh, he's an old timer, wasn't he, way back?
He's a pretty old boy.
Pretty old. Way back there, huh?
He'd be pretty creepy if he were around today.
Well, I'll take a chance. John Adams?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Ballard. The answer is William Henry Harrison. Stick around for the jackpot. Thanks. Sure, he knew. Well, that brings us up to the ever-sharp jackpot question. Tonight, our jackpot is worth 10 times 64, or $640. And all of our contestants are going to race for it. The first one with the right answer gets the whole amount, and if nobody wins, our jackpot is automatically doubled to 20 times 64, which will make next week's jackpot worth $1,280. I'll be back in a jiffy with the jackpot question? Question? But first, a word to you men.
Mister, are you a blade jockey? Do you keep jumping from one make of razor blade to another, always looking for a better shave? If so, don't you think that perhaps you have the wrong idea? No, switching blades isn't the answer. Switch to a different razor, a modern razor, the Eversharp Schick Injector, the world's only razor with automatic blade changer. Eversharp Schick banishes forever your 4 biggest shaving nuisances.
1, fingers never touch the blade. No blades to unwrap, so you can't cut your fingers.
2,
nothing to take apart, put together, twist, or turn. To clean, simply rinse, shake, put away.
3,
less irritation. Eversharp Schick ensures smoother, cleaner, safer shaves. Makes shaving easy, even under nose and around lips.
4,
no time wasted. Just push-pull, click-click. Out goes the old blade, in goes the new.
Heavily gold-plated and handsomely packaged, it's a $1.75 value. Special now, only $1.25, complete with 20 blades. Buy yours tomorrow. And remember, for the shave of your life, the rest of your life, push-pull, click-click. Change blades that quick. That's Eversharp Schick.
Thank you very much, Ken. Mr. Fairchild, may I compliment you on that musical effect, that bloop, bloop, bleep, bleep. It sounds like the mating call of a curdled kumquat. Awfully good. Anyhow, this is Gary Moore again, friends, with our Eversharp jackpot question, which tonight is worth 10 times 64, or $640. Remember, this is strictly a race. Every contestant has an equal chance. If a regular contestant here on our stage gets the answer first, you will hear a bell. And if Robert Densmore gets the answer first, you will hear a whistle from the hospital. So get out your Eversharps, get ready. Here is the $640 jackpot question. In what year was Joan of Arc burned at the stake? Sorry, nobody won, and so the jackpot is automatically doubled to 20 times 64, making next week's jackpot $1,280. The jackpot question was, in what year was Joan of Arc burned at the stake? And the answer is 1431. Awfully sorry. Well, I guess we've had it for tonight, friends, but before closing shop, I would like to remind you that automatic saving is sure saving. Buy U.S. savings bonds regularly where you work, or if you're not on a payroll, where you bank. Until next Sunday, then, this would be Gary Moore saying bye-bye, buy bonds, and buy Eversharp. Goodbye for Eversharp.
Mister, don't run out. Remember to stock up tomorrow with extra Eversharp Schick Injector blades. Super sharp, super smooth, made of super steel. The new improved Eversharp Schick Injector blades give far more shaves per blade. You save money, and they leave your face feeling clean and refreshed. Buy your Eversharp Schick Injector blades. Buy 2 injectors tomorrow. 10 blades for 50 cents, 20 for only 75 cents.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Keenum and Chris presents Double or Nothing. Yes, just three little words, Double or Nothing, presented by Phenamint, the modern chewing gum laxative that eases you back from dull to bright, eases you back to feeling right. That's Phenamint.
So gentle.
So dependable.
It tastes so good.
That's Phenamint. And now on with Double or Nothing, the thrilling quiz show with a $100 question. And here's the man who rolls out the $100 United States cartwheels for the lucky contestants, your paymaster of ceremonies, John Reed King.
Thank you, Fred B. Cole. Tonight we have another all-star lineup of contestants, including a naval surgeon back from the Pacific, a fighter pilot from the Asiatic, Pacific, and Europe, a tank hero from Europe, an Army wife, and we have a young lady here from the Royal Canadian Air Force, too. But go right ahead, Fred. Who's our first contestant?
Phenamit's first contestant has seen the thick of battle through a doctor's eyes. Now a lieutenant commander in the Navy, he was a battalion surgeon with the 5th Marine Regiment, fought at Guadalcanal and won the Purple Heart himself at Cape Gloucester. The Presidential Unit Citation and Battle Star for New Britain are on his tunic, too. And in the bargain, he stands 6 feet, 6 inches, a real mountain of a man. John Reed King, meet Lieutenant Commander William Kinsey. 6'6".
That's right. That's right. How is it up there, anyway?
Fine.
Lieutenant Commander William Kinsey, I want to welcome. Are you married, sir?
Yes, I am.
How tall is your wife?
She's 5'6".
5'6". Who's the boss?
I'd
That's
rather
swell.
not.
Now, do you have any children, sir?
Yes, one.
One? Boy or girl?
Boy.
How old is he?
6 months.
6 months.
Oh.
Oh, I see. You grew younger there. Now, tell me, we're all talking about VJ. What are you going to do on VJ day when you hear the news?
Nothing more than I would usually do.
I see. You're going to take it very calmly.
That's right.
I see. Well, now, Commander, I want to ask you, first of all, our Phenamint Double or Nothing Grand Slam question, the one question we ask of all the contestants, and the one who comes up with the nearest correct answer wins a swell extra prize. Yes, indeed. And the question is this. How old is Hirohito?
Oh.
How old is Hirohito? I know you've seen him pictured already in the magazines and newspapers. How old is Hirohito?
Well, I think he looks older now than he really is.
Yes,
but
he should, too. But, I mean, how old do you think he is?
I would say he is approximately 58.
About 58. All right. Now, in Double or Nothing, we start off by asking you 5 questions, each worth $5. If you miss on any of those, you sit down with the money you won up to that point.
Yes.
But if you get all 5 right for $25, you can try, if you want to double your money. Not once, but twice. Double or Nothing for the big $100 cash prize. It's a very good... That's the way it goes. Now, our Phenamint Double or Nothing session for you is entitled Japan Yells Uncle. And our questions are about the NIPS surrender offer. For instance, for the first Phenamint $5 bill, on what day of the week here in the USA, figuring time the way we figure it, did the first news flash about surrender come over the Jap radio? What day of the week?
You mean here
Yes,
or
here.
there?
I mean here. Different time over there.
Friday morning.
Friday morning, that's right. $5. Did you hear about it when it first came over?
Yes, I did. I was about ready to go to work at that time.
And you had heard the radio?
I heard the monitor.
Really?
Yes.
Must have been exciting to you. It was very exciting to me.
Was,
It really was.
yes.
All right. $5. For another Phenamint 5, what is the name of the Japanese news agency that transmitted the news?
Domai.
Domai. Good. $10. All right. For another Phenamint 5, Commander, the official news came to the U.S. through which neutral country? To the U.S., remember. Did it come through Sweden?
Here's a bulletin from the WOR newsroom. A flash. Washington. Japan accepts surrender terms of the Allies. We repeat, a flash from Washington. Japan accepts the surrender terms of the Allies. And once again, another repeat. Japan accepts the surrender term of the Allies. The good news everyone has been waiting for, announced by President... Cut everything.
This is the Mutual Newsroom in New York, Washington. Japan accepts surrender terms of the Allies. At 9:34 and 40 seconds, Japan accepts surrender terms of the Allies. Keep tuned to this station for further news. Ladies and gentlemen, the news we've all been waiting for, as we stayed throughout the past few days kept tuned to our radios, watched for all possible news sources, that news has just come to us from Washington. At this time, on Sunday evening, August 12, 1945, the war which started when Japan attacked at Pearl Harbor in 1941, December 8th, has ended now with this flash from Washington: Japan accepts surrender terms of the Allies. So for all of you who are so interested, for all of us from coast to coast, it's over now. This is the United Press flash that has come to us. I can't repeat that too often for you. There are just 7 important words from Washington. Japan accepts surrender terms of the Allies. We'll have many more important items concerning that little 7-word sentence to give to you. But we knew that you wanted it immediately, and we've just been told now to temporarily hold up that flash, to disregard it. So, ladies and gentlemen, those of you who may have heard that flash as we brought it to you within seconds of the time that it came upon our United Press tickers, please hold up that flash and stick with us for just a few seconds till we find out further details on just what has been given to us, those 7 words, and then another flash that came to us saying, hold up that flash. So we ask you to keep tuned to this station so we'll be able to tell you whether or not that is factual information. The flash given to us has just been rescinded with a remark saying, hold up on that flash. Temporarily, we resume the program in progress, but keep tuned to this station for further details every second. We resume the program in progress.
Well, anyway. Well, Mrs. Jacobson, here we are on Double or Nothing. Oh, our Phenomen Double or Nothing Grand Slam question for the extra prize. How old is Hirohito? Boy, I bet you he's older. Oh, boy. How old is he?
Oh, well, I think he's 61.
60 what?
61.
He has aged in the last few minutes. All right, now, our Phenomen Double or Nothing session for you is the spelling bee of names and places in the news. Most of them are about the Pacific. All right, for the first Phenomen $5 bill, how do you spell the name of that island, Guam, where we have a base, Guam?
Guam.
$5. Good, all right. Have you ever seen a picture of the place?
Yes.
What's the farthest west you've ever been?
Nebraska. I just got in from Nebraska.
You just got back from seeing your husband in Nebraska?
Yes, I did.
How did you like Nebraska?
Well, I'd rather have New York.
You'd rather have New York?
Yes.
Well, are you on the Chamber of Commerce here?
No.
Had it been a long time since you'd seen your husband?
Well, no. He completed his 35 missions, and then we were married.
Oh, he's a pilot?
Yes, he is.
I see. Well, for him. And you were married? How long have you been married?
Well, I'll be married a year on the 10th of September.
Well, isn't that nice? Now, Mrs. Jacobson, you now have $5, and on we go for another Phenomen 5. How do you spell President Truman's last name? Truman.
Truman.
Why, sure. All right, 10. For another Phenomen 5, how do you spell General Stilwell's last name? General Stillwell. Just a second there, Freddie. General Stilwell.
I believe it's spelled S-T-I-L.
Now, don't you let anybody... You're right so far, dear. S-T-I-L.
Yes, W-E-L-L.
That is right. Good for you. Good for you.
Thank you.
You have $15 for another Phenomen 5. We hear a lot about the Philippines and the city of Manila. How do you spell Manila?
N-A-N-I-L.
What's the rest of it?
A.
Yes! Only one L, and she knew it. Good. Yeah, fun to find out how to spell all these words. All right. Now, here we go. You have 20 for another Phenomen 5. While we're on the subject, how do you spell Philippines?
Oh, I wish my father were here.
Did your father travel over there, Lon?
No, he listens to your program all the time, and he answers all the questions.
He does? Well, I wish he were here to help you, too, then. But how do you spell Philippines?
Well, P-H-I-L.
I'll wait. What else am I going to do? Philippines. P-H-I-L you have so far, and you're doing
I'm sorry. I can't take it back. P.
You can start all over again if you want. You don't have to start. You can take it easy. All right.
Philip.
Now, keep going, Mrs. Jacobson.
INES.
I'm sorry, you missed it a roundabout there. You had a good start there in the beginning, but it's only one L and two P's there in the middle.
Oh.
I'm sorry you didn't, but hold on to the 20 you now have and stick around, see who wins the Grand Slam question. Thank you very much.
Different food, different water can ruin your vacation. So when you feel logy, out of sorts, unhappy because a laxative is needed...
Chew Phenamint. You'll feel fine.
You bet. Because Phenamint eases you back from dull to bright, eases you back to feeling right. Phenamint is wonderfully different from old-style laxatives. Here's why.
Chewing your food helps it do you the most good. Phenamint works on a similar principle. It's fine medicine, the very medicine many doctors prescribe, works best because you chew it.
Keep a package of mint-flavored Phenamint handy, just in case. Remember, Phenamint is in candy-coated chewing gum form, easy to carry, pleasant to take. So no matter what else you've ever used, the next time, anytime the need of a laxative has you feeling miserable, remember.
Chew Phenamint, you'll feel fine.
Get Phenamint from your druggist tonight. Phenament's next contestant is a fighter pilot with 5 years' service in the Army. But he's wearing civilian clothes now, for he has just been honorably discharged. He flew P-40s in the European theater and P-47s in the Asiatic theater. He was in the first group to fly across the hump into China. As a pilot, he won the Air Medal with 3 oak leaf clusters, the Purple Heart with 1 oak leaf cluster, the Distinguished Flying Cross, and a row of battle stars. Shot down 4 times in combat, he's here to try his luck again. John Reed King, meet Captain Leon Jose Gonzalez. How do you do? We're sure glad to How does it feel to be in civilian clothes?
Oh, brother. Feels good. Well, Freddie sort of implied there we were going to shoot you down again. We're not. He said
good.
Shot down 4 times. He's here to try his luck again. We won't shoot. Captain, how old are you?
24, sir.
24. Don't call me.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a few moments ago, we read to you a bulletin saying that Japan had accepted the surrender terms as discussed with them from this side of the ocean, according to the United Press. However, there is no truth whatsoever to that bulletin that we brought to you and that we refuted within a few seconds' time. We learned from United Press that it was an accidental translation, an accidental sending to us of a flash announcement. There is no truth to it. The surrender terms have not been accepted, and the war is not over until the White House announces it officially. There is no truth to the announcement given just a few moments ago. Keep tuned to this station, however, for the latest news.
For you deals with true and false statements. For the first Phenamint $5 bill, right here I have it. The Empire State Building is the tallest skyscraper in the world. True or false?
True.
True. There we are. Good. Yes. Speaking of true and false, Captain, how can you tell just by looking in a girl's eyes whether she's telling the truth or not? We'll go on to the next question. Now you have... Don't you know? Can't you just look in a girl's eyes and see whether she's telling the truth or not? Huh? That's swell. I'm glad to hear that. Anyway, you have 5. For another Phenamint 5, the music to which the Star-Spangled Banner is sung was composed by Francis Scott Key. The music to which the Star-Spangled Banner is sung was composed by Francis Scott Key. True or false?
True.
The music to... What did you say?
What was that question?
I said the music. The music. The music to which the Star-Spangled Banner is sung was composed by Francis Scott Key. True or false?
False.
Why, sure. Francis Scott Key wrote the words. He wrote the words. The tune is much older. For another Phenamint 5 now, Delaware is the smallest state in the United States in area. True or false?
False.
False, he is right. Rhode Island is smallest. 15 for another Phenamint 5. Please, no help from the audience. Now, let's be fair. For another Phenomen 5, Captain. The so-called twin cities are Milwaukee and St. Paul. True or false?
False.
False. They're Minneapolis and St. Paul. Yeah. You've got 20. For another Phenomen 5, Benjamin Franklin was the first Postmaster General of the United States. True or false? Benjamin Franklin was the first Postmaster General of the United States. True or false?
True.
True is right. Yes. $25 from Phenomen, the modern chewing gum laxative. Captain, will you stop with that, or will you risk your money going after the Phenomen 50? Double or nothing?
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing. The Phenomen 50. Put it right out there. The question. Hair grows faster in hot weather than in cold. True or false?
True.
True is right. Yes. Sure. Look at Freddie Cole there. He just got that haircut this morning, and look how it's grown. 2/8 of an inch. Now you have the Phenomen 50. Will you stop with that, or will you go after the big $100 cash prize, double or nothing, Captain?
Double or nothing.
Double or nothing. Yes, that's pretty brave. All right. For $100, sailors wear bell-bottom trousers to make it easier to roll them up above the knees when working in wet places. True or false? Sailors wear bell-bottom trousers to make it easier to roll them up above the knees when working in wet places. True or false?
True.
True is right. Yes, sir. That's the reason. Get it in the book. And good for you. You've got the $100. Thank you very much.
And now here's one of our good neighbors from the north. She has had 2½ years in the Canadian Air Force in the women's division, where she served as a safety equipment worker, is right now on her discharge leave. From Vancouver, British Columbia, John Reed King, meet leading airwoman Phyllis Gleed.
How do you do, Miss Gleed? I'm very happy to see you. And you're here on a sort of a furlough, is that it? How do you like New York?
Oh, I love it.
How do you like our announcer, Fred Stoll?
I'll tell you later.
Phyllis? How do you like my necktie, Phyllis?
It's tied crooked.
Tell him later.
Tied crooked. Well, Phyllis, what is your answer to our Phenomen Double or Nothing Grand Slam question for the extra prize? How old is Hirohito?
44.
44. We'll put that right down for you. Our Phenomen Double or Nothing session for you is music of World War II. Victor Pell recalls his own days in uniform early in the war. He's got the Purple Heart. And with the boys, he's going to play tunes that came with this war. You name them. For instance, for the first Phenomen $5 bill, what is this tune? Listen carefully.
We did it before, and we'll do it again.
That's right. We did it before, and we can do it again. $5. For another Phenomen 5, what is this newly revived tune? It was an old time, but revived, and it's very big popular right now. Play it, will you, Victor?
Praise
What is it, Phyllis?
Bell-bottom trousers.
Bell-bottom trousers, yes, $10. For another Phenomen 5, here's Victor and the boys again, and they're going to play another tune as popular World War II. See whether you can name it. Go right ahead, Victor boy. Here we go.
Praise the Lord and pass the
I beg your pardon?
Praise the Lord and pass
Why,
the
sure, that's $15. Good. For another Phenomen 5, what is the name of this tune? Play it, fellas. Here we go.
Oh, Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland.
Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland. Good. That is $20. $20. For another Phenomen, you're doing fine, Phyllis. Have you ever been on the radio before?
No, I haven't.
Oh, you're doing just swell. Isn't she doing swell? Good. Oh, we're so glad to have you. You got 20 for another Phenomen 5 now. What's the name of this tune? Play it, Victor Pell on the board.
My favorite song.
What is that?
The Army Air Corps song.
The Army Air Corps song. Yes, good for you. Well, here you've got $25 from Phenomen, the modern chewing gum laxative. Do you want to stop with that?
Yeah.
Huh?
No.
You want to stop? She wants to take it, let her take it, and enjoy it, and thank you very much. See, just when we were starting to sing here. That's too bad. Well, it's up to the contestant. Fred, who's next?
Phenomen's next contestant, John, is one of those rough-riding tank men of the United States Army. He wears the Silver Star, the Bronze Star, the Purple Heart with oak leaf cluster, the British Allied Service Ribbon, and 4 battle stars for North Africa, Sicily, and Normandy. He was one of the first ashore on D-Day. From Utica, New York, John Reed King meets Staff Sergeant Tommy O'Brien.
How are you? You, what do you do in the tank? You're a tank man? What do you do? Everything or what?
Well, I have been everything but the last. I was tank commander.
You were tank commander?
That's right.
And you were in there on D-Day and all around there? You even saw some action. Are you married?
Oh, no.
Hey, how old are you, Tommy?
Just past 23, August 1st.
You mean you're 24?
No, I just passed 23.
Oh, you just
August
passed?
1st.
Just the other day you had a birthday.
That's right.
I see. What do you want to do when you get out of the armed forces?
Well, I'd more or less like to get in something in the future. You might say get a bottom floor and work your way up.
Oh, really? Don't try that on the Empire State. You're working for this. Have you got any particular occupation in mind?
Well, radio seems to do all right.
Would you want to be a dramatic...
Oh, not necessarily. Something...
engineer or something?
That's it.
That's very good work.
Pays off.
What did you do? I'll ask the engineer. Does it pay off? The engineer, does it pay off? Yes, it does. Thank you very much. It does. Wonderful thing here. All right. So, what did you do before you joined the Army?
Well, I went to high school, no college, and...
Were you studying for anything in particular?
I took a business management.
I see. Well, now, Tommy, I'll call you Tommy, you call me John. Our Phenom Double or Nothing Grand Slam question for the extra prize. How old do you think Hirohito is?
Oh, about 44.
About 44? One other person thinks that. That's all right. You can think in duplicate here if you want to. Our Phenom Double or Nothing session for you deals with famous people and the objects associated with them. We name the objects, you name the people. It makes it easy. For instance, for the first Phenom $5 bill, whom do we associate with a glass slipper?
Cinderella?
Cinderella, and the first 8 rows were right, too, but you get the 5. You have 5. For another Phenom $5, whom do you associate, Tommy, is the difficult one. Whom do you associate with red knickerbockers and reindeer? Whom do you associate with red knickerbockers and reindeer? The white beard?
Santa Claus.
Santa Claus, yes. $10. What one Christmas present that you got last year still stands out in your mind? Well, that's swell. I'm glad to hear that. Now, you have 10. For another Phenom $5, whom do you associate with fence rails?
Fence rails?
Fence rails. One of our presidents, past presidents. Honestly, I think you'd get this if you just thought about it. One of our presidents.
Repeat the question.
Yes, surely. Whom do you associate with fence rails? Whom do you associate with fence rails?
Lincoln?
Lincoln, yeah! For another Phenom $5, whom... Wellington runs over and shakes hands with the contestant just because he gets it right. All right. You have 15 for another Phenom $5. Whom do you associate with a slingshot?
David.
David, that's right. David and Goliath. Good, that's good. 20 for another Phenom $5. Whom do you associate with a pillar of salt? This is a tough one. Think back. Bible, whom do you associate with a pillar of salt?
Lot's wife?
Lot's wife. Good. Yes. $25 from Phenom to modern chewing gum laxative. Do you want to stop with that, or do you want to go on and try for the Phenom 50, Tommy O'Brien?
I'll try 50.
50, double or nothing. Whom do you associate with the burning bush? Again, back in the Bible.
Moses.
Moses. Good for you. The Phenom 50. Will that be all now, or will you go after the big $100 cash prize?
I'll try it.
You'll try it.
That's good.
All right, for $100, whom do you associate with a falling apple?
Sir Isaac Newton.
Sir Isaac Newton. Good for you. $100. Good.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It's a fact, friends. Today, millions turn to Phenom. Mothers especially are thrilled with this modern chewing gum laxative. For Phenom tastes so good that even children take it gladly when it's needed. And Phenom is so gentle, yet so dependable. It eases you back from dull to bright, eases you back to feeling right. So when the need of a laxative has you feeling miserable, don't punish yourself with harsh, upsetting medicine. Instead,
chew Phenom, you'll feel fine.
Get delicious Phenom from your druggist right away. Take exactly as directed on the package. And if you don't agree that Phenom is more all-around satisfactory than any other laxative you've ever tried, just return the unused portion and get double your money back. Remember the name Phenomint. Phenom.
now for the answer to our Phenomen Double or Nothing Grand Slam question for the extra prize. We asked all the contestants, how old is Hirohito? The correct reply, according to the World Almanac, Hirohito was born April 29, 1901, so at present Hirohito is slightly more than 44 years of age. Two people hit it right on the nose. The young lady from Canada, Miss Phyllis Gleed, and Staff Sergeant Tommy O'Brien, who both said 44, and here they are. Come on back here. Tell you what we're going to do here. Double or Nothing will give you 1 minute, and Phenament will pay you $5 apiece, which will be divided between you here for every well-known man in the USA or Canada who is over 40 that you can name in that 1 minute. You get the idea? You can both toss in answers. Just talk. You talk from the Canadian angle, Miss Gleed, and Mr. O'Brien, you talk from the... you just as fast as you can talk. Yes, both. Ready? Get set. Go.
Prime Minister
Truman.
Two.
Truman, Perkins,
Three.
Simpson,
Lewis.
Four.
Morgenthau,
Green.
I'm green with envy.
General
General Creer.
MacArthur, Admiral Minute, Halsey,
12.
General Harmon, General Patton, General Hodges, General Stevenson, General Clark.
18. Aren't you glad he's in the Army?
Hirohito.
Hirohito.
How about Hitler? Isn't he?
He's dead now. We're told.
My father, Tommy O'Brien.
Your father, Tommy O'Brien. All right, 20. Go ahead. And her father. That's 21. I see.
Let's see.
10 seconds more to go.
Simpson of the Navy.
22. Yeah, I think it's more admirals here. We got a lot of admirals.
Admiral King, Admiral Leahy.
24.
Lieutenant Colonel Kinsing.
25, and the time is up. $125 more, and thank you very much for coming out.
And so we wind up another session of Double or Nothing, presented by Phenament, the modern chewing gum laxative that eases you back from dull to bright, eases you back to feeling right. That's Phenament.
So gentle.
So dependable.
It tastes so good.
Get Phenament from your druggist now.
And now this is John Reed King inviting you to listen in again next week and match wits with our contestants. So until then, good night and thanks for listening. Good night, everybody. Chew acid indigestion blues away. Get tasty chewing gum chews today.
CHOOZ spells chews. Get chewing gum chews for glorious relief from that uncomfortable, stuffy feeling, from heartburn, from upset stomach due to acid indigestion. Chews gives fast relief, long-lasting relief. And here's why. It's the excess acid that makes acid indigestion so distressing. Chewing gum chews contains a remarkable new ingredient that actually absorbs acid, plus 2 other medicines many doctors prescribe for prompt relief of acid indigestion. So, friends, say goodbye to old-fashioned remedies that can actually cause uncomfortable after effects. Instead, chew acid indigestion blues away with mint-flavored chewing gum chews. That's spelled CHOOZ. Chews. Only 10 cents at any drugstore. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Colgate-Palmolive Peet Company presents The Show with a Heart. Strike it rich! Strike it rich, where every day, Monday through Friday, people tell their own true stories. Where with our cash, you build your own fortune. And now meet the Colgate-Palmolive Peet Ambassador of Goodwill, Mr. Strike It Rich himself, Warren Hull.
Thank you, Ralph Paul. On behalf of Bell, that's B-E-L, the soapless suds that cuts dishwashing time in half. Hello, everyone. On our show, with $15 to start, folks try to strike it rich by answering correctly 5 questions. You invest as little as $5 at any time or on up to the works. Answer right and you double your risk, but when you answer wrong, you lose those dollars. So, it's 5 to 500 Colgate Palmolive Pete dollars for each and every contestant. Okay, Ralph, who's our first contestant for today?
They're right here, Warren Hull. Meet Eleanor Baisden and her father, an accountant from Springfield Garden, New York, who want to get a stranglehold on some of your strike-it-rich dollars.
Hello, Eleanor. Hi, Mr. Baden. Glad to see you back. Say, just to make you welcome, to show that we mean it, Ralph Paul, will you grab hold of 2 giant-sized boxes of Vel for Eleanor and her father? There you are. That's good.
Thank you very
Now,
much.
you know, we just started in with you last Friday, right? Yes. You didn't have time to tell your story, much less strike it rich. But let me remember now. You wanted to strike it rich to go to Colorado to see your grandfather. Is that right,
Yes.
Eleanor? Is he a big rootin' cowboy?
No.
No? What is he,
Well,
Mr.
he's
Baden?
a farmer. He has a small farm out in Colorado. He raises a few turkeys out in the mountains there.
Yeah.
And
where in Colorado?
Near Durango. It's he lives in the mountains there and does a lot of hunting and fishing. As a matter of fact, I don't even believe he ever bought a piece of fresh meat in his life.
Oh, he's that good a hunter, huh? And fisherman, too. Say, you want Eleanor to go out there?
Oh, indeed. That's the most wonderful country in the world.
Yeah?
With the, the scenery out there you can't see anywhere in the world except right there.
Oh, I know. That's pretty gorgeous.
And it would be one of the greatest experiences for Eleanor and her brother that could possibly happen.
How
for
long
any
since they've
city
seen their grandfather?
They have never seen him.
Oh, really?
Never have.
Well, no wonder you want to go. Eleanor, you're a city girl, though. I just want to ask you, do you look good in dungarees?
Not a bit.
You know? Well, aren't you afraid of the snakes and the bears and the lizards and the wild animals?
They're no worse than the wolves you see on the street corners of New York.
Well, Eleanor, how do you like that? Who's going with you?
Oh, the whole family, my mother, my father, my brother, myself, and my dog, Queenie.
Oh, I see. Well, now, how much is it going to cost? Huh?
Oh, about $250.
How do you
for,
figure?
Lodging, food, and all.
And all. Yeah, well, sure. Gas and oil.
Gas and
stuff
oil.
like that.
Yes.
All right, fine. Now, $250? Huh?
Yes.
All right, let's get started. See if you can't go west, young girl. Go west. You have $15 to start. Our first category, we're beginning the week, is Spot the Celebrity. How much do you want to put on Spot the Celebrity?
All of it.
Huh? You're going to shoot the works?
Yes.
All right, I have to caution you. You remember, if you give me a wrong answer, there's a big fat zero on the board. All right?
Yes.
All right. If you were to spot Jess Willard, would you see a prize fighter, an acrobat, or a trotting racer? Spot the celebrity. It's all right. You can say it right out loud.
Prize fighter.
Yes, sure, a prize fighter. There's $30. All right, Mr. Bacon, you're in on this, too, so speak right up. You don't have to whisper in her ear if you think you know the answer. Although, if there's a difference of opinion, you better fight it out before you tell me. All right, our next category, backward or forward. How much of the 30 do you want to put up on backward or forward?
All of it.
All of it? A short sound on a whistle has a name that, backward or forward, beginning with T, is spelled exactly the same. What's the word?
Toot.
Toot. That's right. Toot, toot. There's $60. You're well on your way to Colorado. Music quiz is next. Now.
All of it.
All of it? You think you're pretty good on music?
Pretty good.
All right. Our music quiz this week spotlights songs that have the word love mentioned in each title. Lend an ear and tell us the full title of this love song. Dream of the field. Gypsy love song. That's it. There you are. $120. Hey, that's doing all right. That's doing very well here. $120. And what are you going to... Don't tell me... Huh? What are you going to do with that now? On who won it? Who won it? $60 on who won it? All right, well, we'll find out who won the $60 in just about 5 seconds, I hope. It was the Battle of the Java Sea, a naval engagement between the Japanese and naval units of the Allies that ended on March 1st, 1942, after 4 days of fighting. Who won it? The Battle of the Java Sea that was in this last war.
The Allies.
No, time's up. It was the Japanese. The Japanese. I'm sorry. That's all right. You saved 60. Come on, let's go at it now. Let's make something out of that 60 on a river. On the river. You going to shoot the works? Let's get back up to 120 now. Make this good, Elmer. On a river, one of the longest in the world, stands the ancient Egyptian city, Cairo. It is said that in the royal barge on this river, Cleopatra was bitten by the asp that caused her death. What is the name of this river?
Nile River?
Nile River, there you are. Back to 120. That'll go a long way for taking you to Colorado. Good luck, bon voyage. Glad you could strike it rich. Say, Eleanor, come here. That was wonderful. I just wanted to ask you, I really admired that. I admired the way you groomed that scrabbing of the swivel of the rillery. You know the porter-san?
Pardon me.
Yeah? No, don't mind me. That's double talk, Eleanor. But mind you, I can make sense. Good sense. Now, you listen to this. Vel cuts dishwashing time in half.
I'll say that's good sense, girls. Save half of your dishwashing time with Vel, V-E-L, made by Colgate Palmolive Pete. Vel leaves no soap scum or streaky film to polish away, so dishes and glassware gleam without wiping. Just wash with Vel, rinse, and, yep, even glassware dries sparkling clear.
And here's still more sense, girls. Clean your pots and pans with Vel. Vel gets them shiny clean without hard scouring. You soak your kitchen pans with Vel suds while you do the rest of the dishes, because by that time, Vel removes grease so fast and completely, you can wash even the greasiest roaster so clean it shines.
And girls, get this. Vel's amazingly mild to hands. Know why? Well, because Vel's completely neutral, contains no alkali. Your hands will love Vel's mildness. So ask for Vel next time you're marketing.
Get Vel, the great new soapless suds that actually cleans dishes cleaner than soap and saves up to half your dishwashing time. Well, now, Ralph, get me another contestant, will you?
Oh, no sooner said than done, Warren. It's Dorothy Ridge from Sheboygan, Wisconsin, who's out to grab a big chunk of your marvelous money.
Hello, Dorothy Ridge.
Oh, hi.
Dorothy, I want you to make yourself to home. And, Ralph, could you share a large economy-sized box of Vel for Dorothy Ridge here?
Thank you.
There you are. Ralph's the nicest guy. He's so generous with that, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Say, have you ever been in New York before?
No, I haven't.
You haven't? Do you like it?
No.
Huh? No?
No, I come from a small town, and I much prefer a small town.
I see. What have you done since you've been here, Dorothy?
Nothing much, except I went to the Giants ball game.
Yesterday or today? Or it couldn't be today.
Oh, no, yesterday.
Yesterday?
And I went through the subway all by myself and didn't get lost.
Oh, aren't you a smart girl?
That's hard to do.
I'll say. Say, you said in your letter that you wanted to strike it rich for a chance in life, Dorothy.
That's right. Ever since I was a small child, I've had a skin condition that's kept me from doing the most things that I've wanted to do.
It's been serious?
Yes, it has. It keeps me in bed about every 3 weeks out of about 6 months. I was just in bed 3 weeks ago with it, and I go in the hospital every once in a while with it also.
Well, is it sort of an allergy?
Yes, the doctors tell me that I'm allergic to several things, wool and horses and dogs, animals, and even food, and different types of food.
What kind of food?
Strawberries and things like that.
Oh, no. Don't tell me. You can't eat strawberry shortcake?
I break out even when I think of it.
Oh, Dorothy, that's bad. Oh, I pity you. One thing I wanted to ask you, though. How old are you?
20.
20?
That's
and
right.
Pretty and everything? Are you allergic to men?
I hope not.
Well, Dorothy, you've tried everything, have you?
Yes, I have. Just about everything.
Mm-hmm. Your dad or your family have...
That's right. I have 3 sisters, and mother and father, and my father's pretty low now because of all the doctor bills we've had to pay.
Well, you've gone to various doctors here and there?
Specialists out in Colorado and Chicago, Milwaukee, and at home.
Really? Well, your future does look sort of black. What do you want to do in life, Dorothy?
Well, I wanted to be an artist, but I can't continue that because I can't keep up the courses. Mm-hmm. Because I break out with my skin every now and then. It doesn't let me do that, and I can't clerk. I just help out my father's sewing machine store now and then. When it gets bad, I can't do anything else. And I can't get married because I won't put that on. I wouldn't want anybody to have to.
Well, have the responsibility for all those doctor bills and everything?
That's
no,
right.
I'll say not. Well, then is there any hope for you at all?
Yes, the doctors tell me that if I could get a chance to go to the Mayo Clinic in Minneapolis, Minnesota, that they could give me blood tests, and there might be a chance of getting at least a partial cure for it.
Oh, really? Well, how much would that cost, Dorothy?
About $400, I think.
About $400?
That's right, for specialists and blood tests and things like that.
Well,
Time to stay.
then, of course, that would mean an awful lot to you, wouldn't it?
It certainly would. My whole life.
Well, Dorothy, let's see what we can do about getting you as much of that as we can, shall we? Now, Dorothy, you have a lot of boosters right here in the audience, right here in the studio. Let's do good now. How much of the 15 do you want to put on Spot the Celebrity?
All of it.
All of it? If you were to spot Mary Baker Eddy, would you see the founder of the American Red Cross, the founder of the Church of Christ Scientist, or the founder of the Salvation Army? Spot the celebrity.
The founder of the Church Christ Science.
That's right, Christian Science Church. There you are. $30. Good for you. All right. Now we come to backward or forward. What do you want to do with that 30?
All of it.
You going to shoot it? Now you know what it means.
I
if you
know.
miss. All right. When you loop and knot thread by a shuttle, it's known by a name that backward or forward, beginning with T, is spelled exactly the same. Now, what's the word?
Tat.
Tat. That's right, tat. Dorothy, how did you know that? Huh? Did you ever? Huh?
My father's a sewing machine star.
Oh, yeah. I thought maybe you played tit for tat or something like that.
No.
All right, music quiz is next now. $60 on the board. How much do you want to risk on music?
All of it for music.
All of it for music?
That's right.
All right. We'll keep our fingers crossed now. Of course, our music quiz features songs that have the word love in their title this week. Listen carefully and tell us the full title of this melody. Bouquets at me.
People will say we're in love.
That's right. People will say we're in love. Beautiful song from Oklahoma. $120. That's a long way toward getting you out to Mayo.
Certainly.
And maybe we can get this thing, and then maybe you might be singing that to some fellow one of these days.
I'd like to.
All right. Who Won It is next now. And you have $120.
80. I want to put on.
All right. It was the second battle of the Philippine Sea, fought in October 1944 between the American forces and the Japanese fleet. Who won it? The second battle of the Philippine Sea.
The Americans.
American forces, yes. Thank goodness they did. There's $200. You're getting up there now, Dorothy. This is wonderful. Now, on a river. On a river, it's sort of a geographical question. How much of that 200 do you want to put on a river?
Oh, this means an awful lot to me. I'll try it all.
You will? All right. All right. On a certain river in Oklahoma stands the city of Tulsa. This river takes its name from a state that borders Oklahoma on the east. What is the name of this river?
Arkansas.
Arkansas River. There you are. It's true. It's true. Good luck to you. We're glad you could stagger with.
Thank you so much.
Well, don't thank me. You thank the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company, Dorothy Ridge. Well, I see some hopeful prospective gold miners over in our guest chairs. So while I mosey over and check up on our next Dragon Ridge candidates, listen to this, ladies.
Ladies, for a beauty bath that brings you glamour from head to toe, enjoy the same thrilling beauty lather millions of women use for lovelier complexions. Get bath-size Palmolive soap.
Yes, for a velvet smooth beauty lather that caresses your skin, makes your whole body glow with the warm blush of fragrant loveliness, enjoy a beauty bath with bath-size Palmolive.
It's luxurious and economical. Big bath-size Palmolive is perfect for your tub or shower. Just the gentlest massage over your body creates a glorious lather that leaves your skin delightful, alluring. Proper cleansing with this thrifty bath size smooths and softens arms, back, and shoulders.
And its delicate, exciting scent leaves the merest hint of perfume on your skin. A delightful invitation to romance.
Get bath-size Palmolive soap. For Palmolive's marvelous beauty lather means you, too, may have a lovelier complexion from head to toe. Yes, it's Strike It Rich, brought to you each day by the Colgate-Palmolive Peat Company. And now with the compliments of Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth and help stop tooth decay. Here again is Warren Hull.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream, America's favorite toothpaste. Before we go a step further, I just want to mention that Dorothy Ridge has been back there, and really, she's been crying like mad, but they're tears of joy, aren't they, Dorothy? She's so excited she's overcome because it is possibly a new life opened up for her. And, of course, this is the time when we mention, of course, America's favorite toothpaste, Colgate Dental Cream. We have to mention our favorite people in the audience, the young people, and we have today the senior class of the Vicksburg, Michigan High School. We have a troop of Boy Scouts, 134 from Jackson Heights, New York, and we have Cub Scouts troop or den or something, 26 from the Bronx, New York. Hello, all you young folks. How are you? Oh, we overlooked one, the graduating class of public school number 2 from Queens. We must include you, too. And we hope all of you from this day on will be using Colgate Dental Cream as the best thing that ever happened to you. And now, Ralph, let's open the Colgate to cash, shall we?
All right, Warren, ready to try for some of that nice, rich Colgate money is Mrs. Frank Haskell and grandson Stanley from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Hello, how are you? Hiya, Grandma Haskell. Hello, Stanley. Gather around over here. Whoa, whoa. Gather around over here. That's right, that's right. Say, are you a grandmother, really? I can't believe it.
Yes, sir, I am.
You
Thank
are?
you.
Well, I don't say that to all the girls, you know.
Well, thanks a lot.
Say, are you like most grandmothers, Grandma Haskell? Have you spoiled this fella?
No, I haven't.
No?
No.
Have you brought him up, though?
Yes, I brought him up, and I haven't spoiled him.
Mm-hmm. You wrote the letter, Grandma Haskell, and you said you wanted to strike it rich so Stanley wouldn't become a starving musician. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that's right.
Well, Stanley, are you pulling in your belt?
Well, it so happens that 2 years ago I came out of the Army, and I wanted to take up piano because that's been my lifelong ambition.
Mm-hmm.
So I took it up, and 2 years have passed by, and so far...
Well, you mean under the GI Bill?
That's right. And my time's run out, and it hasn't been good enough to get me any work in music.
Well, in 2 years, no, you couldn't be promised.
I've heard that a piano tuning trade is very good for a livelihood.
Sure.
So I figured if I could take up piano tuning on the side and make some money, I could continue my studies in music.
You just want to stay around pianos.
That's
whatever
right.
happens.
That's right.
Well, who's supporting you now, Stanley?
My grandmother.
Yes? Grandma Haskell, you're the one, huh?
I'm supporting him, yes.
What do you do for a living, Grandma?
I'm a housekeeper and companion to a lady.
Well, are you all alone in the world?
Yes, I'm a widow, and I work for my living.
Mm-hmm. And you take care of this son of yours,
I have been taking care of him all my life.
Mm-hmm. You're a pretty lucky guy, you know that?
Sure am.
Say, what's the cost of a piano tuning course?
Well, it's all according. It usually runs, an average is about $400, but it could vary either way.
Well, I know. How much a week, we'll say? Break it down into...
$9 a week.
$9 a week?
Right.
I see. Well, of course, if it's that much, why, it's a little over our head sometimes.
Well, anything.
You want to go as many weeks as you can, huh?
As many weeks as I can because it'll help.
Well, would that make you very happy, Grandma Haskell?
Yes, it would make me very happy.
All right. Now, you have $15 to start with. Will you take a minute to figure out your strategy? And meanwhile, Ralph, would you give Grandma Haskell and Stanley each a big economy tube of Colgate Dental Cream from our modern display counter? And speaking of modern things, you know something, Ron Rawson? Everything's being modernized today, even nursery rhymes. Now, you take Old King Cole, for example. Old King Cole was a merry old soul, and a merry old soul was he. Now, Ron, can you think of a way to bring that one up to date?
Well, how's this, Warren? Old King Cole, that merry old soul, would be much merrier today because he'd know the Colgate way to help stop tooth decay.
Ah, yes. Poor King Cole. We're pretty lucky to be living in this day of modern dental science, eh, Ron?
You're right, Warren. And just recently, one of the really important reports in all dentifrice history was published in authoritative dental literature. The amazing result of tests showing that when teeth are brushed right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. 2 years research at 5 leading universities, hundreds of case histories, show that when used as directed, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. Yes, better than any other home method of oral hygiene. More important, there were no new cavities for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgate Dental Cream as directed. Not one new cavity in 2 years. No other dentifrice, paste or powder, ammoniated or not, has proof of such results. So always use Colgate to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And remember, when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
Thanks, fellas. And now let's get back to business, Grandma Haskell and Stanley. The piano tuning business, huh? You have $15 to start with. Grandma holding on to Stanley's hand just as tight as she can there. What are you going to do with that $15 on Spot the Celebrity? How much?
Yeah.
Do you want to shoot it?
Yeah.
Now, remember, you're not going very far if you don't answer correctly. I just have to caution you.
He'll answer.
What? Yeah. Shoot it. All right. If you were to spot Rockwell Kent, would you see an American artist, a younger brother of the Duke of Kent, or an English golf champ? Which is it? An American artist, a younger brother of the Duke of Kent, or an English golf champ? Which? Rockwell Kent. Rockwell Kent.
The first one?
Oh, would you see an American artist? You say an American artist. That's right. Thank goodness, that's right. All right. That is $30 there. That's good. Now, backward or forward? You have $30. What's it going to be?
No,
how much?
I'll leave him do it.
All right.
Well, we'll take all 30.
All 30? All right. A little baby dog is known by a name that backward or forward, beginning with P, is spelled exactly the same. What's the word?
Pup.
Pup. That's it. That's 60. All right. Grandma, that's at $9 a week. Why, that's a few weeks of piano tuning training, isn't it?
Thank you very much.
All right. That's almost 7 weeks, isn't it?
Yes.
According to my, it's a long time since I learned that, too.
I appreciate
All right.
that.
Music quiz coming up. What are you going to do with that 60? How much?
30.
30. Lend an ear, and you shall hear the next song in our music quiz that has the word love in its title. Now, what's the name of this song? There's the title right there. I didn't want to do it.
You made me love you.
That's right. You made me love you. $90 now. Yes, sir. You were right in tune that time there, boy. Now, $90, that's 10 weeks of training. And as I understand it, if your ear gets a tune, why, you can go out any time. You don't have to take it for a year and a half.
That's right.
All right, well, maybe your ear is very good. Who Won It is next. You have $90.
40.
40 on Who Won It. It was the Battle of the Alamo, fought in March 1836 between a force of Texans and Mexicans. Who won it? The Battle of the Alamo. It was fought way back in 1836 between...
The Texans lost it.
The Texans lost it. Yeah, all right, the Mexicans won it, yes. 130. That's the battle we'll always hear about. Remember the Alamo. $130, that's fine. Now, on a river is our last category. What are you going to do with that 130? How much?
$30.
$30. Yes, you're sure of 100. You're playing it very wisely. On a certain river in Maine stands the city of Augusta, capital of the state. The river runs its entire length through the state before it enters the Atlantic. What is the name of this New England river? The capital of the state is located on this river. There is a salmon that's named after that river. We eat once in a while.
Come on, what's salmon we eat?
That's an Indian name. I don't know whether you eat salmon over there in Philadelphia or not. It's all pepper pot. It's
Swanee River?
Swanee salmon? I never heard of Swanee salmon. All right, it's the Kennebec River, but you have $100 there. That'll go a long way toward your training. Oh, good for you, Grandma Haskell and Stan.
How about a Colgate greeting to Eleanor Taylor, a music teacher from Gloversville, New York. She'd like to strike it rich, too. Hello,
Eleanor. So you're a music teacher, huh?
Yeah.
And with all these young folks out here, boy, I think they're going to like you.
Well, that's very nice. I try to have people like me.
Yeah, sure you do. You said in your letter that you wanted to strike it rich because you haven't a leg to stand on, Eleanor.
That's a fact. I have one leg off right up to the hip.
Well,
the left one.
We sort of hate to see a girl like you, a pretty girl like you, on crutches.
Well, I don't enjoy it, but on the other hand, I do have to live, and I'm going to get the most out of it, too.
That a girl. Eleanor, tell us what happened.
Well, about 5 years ago, I had a bone infection, which finally culminated last October. I had to have the leg taken off right up to the hip.
Yeah.
And while I was lying there in the hospital, I had previously made an application to Columbia University to take a master's course in music.
Mm-hmm.
And they had accepted me. However, I couldn't go at the time I was in the hospital. So I did take that idea and really put it into use. I came down here in February.
On these?
On crutches, oh yes. I led a normal life, subways, buses, theaters, anything you want to mention. I led it.
Mm-hmm.
And I decided that I was going to get that master's because I wanted to go on with my own life work, which I've been doing for 8 years.
Well, by the way, how do you support yourself at Columbia?
Oh, I have some savings from my 5 years of teaching.
Oh.
And I'm just going right through them, intending to go ahead.
Yes. Sure. And then after you finish, have you thought about what you're going to do?
After I finish, well, I sat up there thinking, good night. By the time that I try and go and get a job, who's going to hire me on crutches?
Yeah.
So I think I would need an artificial leg.
Yeah.
So I investigated them and found out they cost about $425 to $500, and that doesn't grow on blackberry bushes.
No, it doesn't. So that's why you came here?
So I decided that many times I didn't think life was worth living.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to go right ahead and live it.
Well, we like
with an artificial, I hope.
All right. Well, you came to the right place because we're going to do our doggonest to help you get that.
Oh, thank
Now, you line up your investments on your 5 questions with Eleanor. Meanwhile, here's Ralph with your big economy tube of Colgate Dental Cream. And while we're handing out things, Ron, here's a question for you.
Uh-huh.
Now, folks tell me that you used to be a good Iowa farmhand. So answer me this. What's the best way to protect farmland?
Well, Warren, parallel plowing, dams, and crop rotation are best to protect your farm against erosion. And, Warren, erosion is a form of decay, you know.
Correct. Well, now here's something all of us ought to know, farmers or not. What's the best way to protect your teeth against decay?
Easy. Colgate Dental Cream, used as directed. Tests published in authoritative dental literature show that when teeth are brushed right after eating, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best. Yes, 2 years research at 5 leading universities showed the Colgate way stopped more decay for more people than ever before reported. Even more important, there were no new cavities whatever for more than 1 out of 3 who used Colgate Dental Cream correctly. Not even one new cavity in 2 full years. So always use Colgates to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. And remember, when you follow the Colgate way, Colgate Dental Cream stops tooth decay best.
That's the spirit, fellas. Oh, and speaking of spirit, here's the one who has it right here, Eleanor Taylor. Now, let's see if we can get you a leg to stand on, Eleanor Taylor.
I would like one.
All right. Spot the celebrity. You have 15 to start. How much of the 15 do you want to put on Spot the Celebrity?
All of it.
Oh, now, you've considered.
I need a leg to stand on.
All right. If you were to spot Diana Lynn, would you see a Hollywood pianist actress, a Hollywood producer-director, or a Hollywood makeup artist? Now, spot the celebrity.
A Hollywood pianist actress.
That's right. Sure. And a beautiful one, too. Forward is next. $30 on the board. What's the verdict?
All of it.
All of it?
Mm-hmm.
An Egyptian king of old times has a nickname that backward or forward, beginning with T, is spelled exactly the same. What is the nickname? They opened his tomb.
Tut.
Tut.
King
That's
Tut.
right. King Tut. Now comes Music Quiz, and you have $60.
Oh, all of it on that.
All of it on music.
Yes, I like my music.
Hold the fort. We have to create some suspense till tomorrow, Warren, because it's closing time for today.
Well, boy, we've got plenty of it. I'll tell you. Well, now, Eleanor Taylor, you think about it. Will you take what you've won and call it quits, or come back tomorrow and pick up where you left off? Take a minute to decide. Meanwhile, let's listen to this.
Remember, soaping dulls hair. Halo glorifies it. So,
Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So Halo, everybody, Halo.
yes, there's your cue to lovely, naturally lustrous hair. For soaping your hair with even finest liquid or cream shampoos hides its natural luster with dulling soap film. But Halo shampoo is not a soap, not a cream. Made with a new patented ingredient, Halo glorifies your hair with your very first shampoo. And even in hardest water, Halo gives oceans of fragrant soft water lather. Rinses away quickly, needs no after rinse. Halo removes embarrassing dandruff from both hair and scalp. Leaves hair soft, shining, easy to manage. Ideal for children's hair, too. Ask for Halo at any drug or cosmetic counter.
So Halo, everybody, Halo. Halo shampoo, Halo.
All right, music teacher Elmer Taylor, what did you decide, huh?
I'll be back tomorrow with bells on.
Good. The Colgate Palmolive Peach Company says good luck to you. All winners. Folks, if you'd like to strike it rich, the Colgate Palmolive Peach Company, our sponsors, want you to write in and tell us why. Contestants are chosen on the basis of human interest. And if you want to write to tell us why you'd like to strike it rich or for tickets, our address is Strike It Rich, 485 Madison Avenue, New York, 22, New York. Well, this is Boy and Hall saying so long for today. Hope you enjoyed our stay, and strike it rich, everybody. Monday through Friday by the Colgate Palmolive Peach Company. Makers of quality products since 1806. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sheffield Farms, hello. I don't know. The man just says, guess who? Yes, that's right. It's the game Guess Who, and your host is Sheffield Farms, who also bring you that delicious new Sheffield cream cottage cheese and other fine dairy products. And now let's give a welcome to our genial Sheffield Quizmaster. His new hobby is airplanes. In fact, when he was only 10, he got his first wings, blew them up, and then went swimming. Here he is, Happy Felton.
Thank you, Joe. You're not kidding. This week I took my first plane ride. The pilot started doing barrel rolls. He did about 15 barrel rolls through force of habit. In his spare time, he delivers beer. Well, I didn't exactly get airsick, but I was sitting in a green seat, and the pilot had to punch around with a long stick to find me. When he found me, the pilot said, "Don't be afraid, Happy. I know my stuff. I can do anything a seagull can do." I said, "Well, let's see you prove it." So he ate a herring. Boy, I was really scared, though, that first trip. I said, "Pilot, please let me know the next time you start to loop the loop." He said, "Well, I don't always know, Happy." Finally, I said, "Pilot, are we in danger?" He said, "I think so. The automatic pilot just bailed out." That was all, brother. I leaped out. I began pulling frantically on that parachute string. I must have pulled the wrong string. 3 seconds later, I had unraveled 4 miles of my long underwear. Well, from now on, I'm shying from flying. I'm just going to play Guess Who, the game where 7 shrewd contestants are ready, willing, and, I hope, able to guess the voices of the various recordings we're going to play. A winning guess wins 10 silvery Sheffield dollars suitable for framing, and a losing guess gets only 2 little bitty, tiny, shriveled-up silver dollars, but either guess is signaled by... listen to those silver eagles screaming. It's a messy United States currency pouring into the old Sheffield milk payola. And at the end of the big doings tonight, all contestants get a chance to frisk it. So far, it contains $65. More to come later, we hope. And there's more to come in another department, too. When some contestant at the mic least expects it, an alarm clock is going to rent the night asunder with ring-a-lings and other stuff. And then what does said contestant get, Joe?
Happy, they get a beautiful wall-time wristwatch, the first American watch, the watch that keeps time beautifully.
That's very nice, Joe. I'm glad they get a Waltham watch. But who's your pal, Joey?
I'd like to introduce Mrs. Betty Brooks of Brooklyn, New York.
Hello, Mrs. Betty Brooks. How are you feeling?
Fine. A little nervous.
A little nervous? Why? Too hot for you?
Not too.
It's been pretty hot. They're changing the name from Manhattan to Manheaton. Oh, that was about as bad a one as I've ever told in my life. Mrs. Brooks, where do you live in Brooklyn? Don't tell me you're going to be one that can't remember.
No, I live in East New York, Brooklyn.
East New York, Brooklyn. How often do you go to the movies, Mrs. Brooks?
Oh, about twice a week.
What's the first movie you ever saw? Remember?
Gee, I don't remember that far back.
You don't? Why, is it that far?
It's a long time.
Long time? Well, in a few minutes, Mrs. Brooks, we're going to ask you to identify the voices of an all-time great movie star who is no longer with us. But right now, I want to ask you some questions about housewives. You're a housewife?
Yes, sir.
Do you think the average housewife is happier today than she was in Grandma's time?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Well, you should. You're a modern... Don't say I wouldn't know. You're a modern, up-to-date housewife. What things do you have to work with that Grandma didn't have?
Well, we have the washing machine.
That's right.
The mixers.
What does a modern housewife need to make her life happier, even more so, things you don't have?
I don't know.
What does your husband do, Mrs. Brooks?
He's a cargo checker.
He's a cargo checker? In what company?
He works for the International Freighting Company.
Well, are you kept busy at home?
Well, yes and no.
I'm getting no place with you, Mrs. Brooks. Now, let's start all over again. Do you have any bad habits that your husband objects to?
Yes.
What are they?
I go out too much.
You go out too much. What do you do when you go out? Go to the movies, play bridge?
Movies, no. I like to go to radio programs.
You like to go to radio programs. He objects.
Not too much.
Not too much? Well, I don't think that's such a bad habit, going to radio programs. My wife has one bad habit I'm glad you don't have. She lets mosquitoes come into our house. Last night I killed 20 mosquitoes, 15 males and 5 females. I knew their sexes because 15 lit on the bourbon bottle and 5 lit on a mirror. I like that joke, too. I'm glad you laughed, Mrs. Brooks. Let's play Guess Who with you. We'll give you a chance to get $10 to add to your housekeeping budget. That is, if you want to, or else you don't have to tell your old man anything about it at all. All you have to do is tell us the name of this famous theater and motion picture actor. The money's waiting now, Mrs. Brooks. Guess who?
Now I am alone. What a rogue and peasant slave am I. Is it not monstrous that this play I hear, but in a fiction, in a dream of passion?
She's whispering at me now. Instead of whispering to me, you tell them all who
John
you think.
Barrymore.
How did you guess it was John
Well,
Barrymore?
I thought it was him.
You're exactly right. It was John Barrymore. Very good. Wonderful actor, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Here's a
Very
wonderful
good.
actor, too, Joe Ripley. He acts every week as if he's glad to give you these 10 silver dollars, and here he is.
Thank you very much.
There you are. Thank you, Mrs. Brooks. Thank you very much. Let's have the Navy step up on here now. Ray, raise up that microphone here. He's a big, tall one here. Ray, you pronounce your last name for me.
Betcher.
Betcher, where are you from, Ray?
Minnesota.
Whereabouts in Minnesota?
Jasper.
Jasper, Minnesota. I don't know exactly where that is. Where is it, Ray?
Southwestern corner of the state.
Southwestern corner of the state. Quite a ways over. How long have you been in the Navy?
6.5 years.
What's your job?
Clerical.
Clerical? You've been at sea?
Oh, yeah.
On what kind of a ship?
Carriers.
Carriers? Not a little nervous, Tommy. Just relax. These are all friends of yours. Want you to win the money, and they want you to have a good time. We just want to find out something about you. Now, tell me, did you ever sing?
I lied. I haven't.
When I asked if you'd sang, you said you told me you'd sang in a barber shop quartet.
Off and on.
Off and on. Well, now, look. What kind of a voice would you say you have? Well, is it a tenor or baritone? I don't mean good or lousy. Pardon.
I don't know that either.
You don't? Well, do you want to try it? And I'll tell
No.
you. You don't want to try it? Now, all right, what singer that's in the public eye do you admire the most?
Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby. Well, now we know the type you like. All right. See, I like to sing, and I know what type of voice I have. I have a wrestler's voice. Sort of half Nelson Eddy. Now, Ray, Mr. Sheffield will give you a silver buckaroo to just kind of settle you down if you can use notwithstanding in a sentence. Use the word notwithstanding. Well, I'll give you an example. Papa wore out the seat of his pants, notwithstanding. I'll give you another one. Fiddlestick. Use fiddlestick. If you pull the blank...
I can't do this.
Fiddlesticks, I can't do this. All right, give him $1. He used it. I was going to say, if you pull up the blanket too high around your neck, your fiddlestick out. Are you married?
No.
You're not married. Got a special gal? No? Have you met any nice girls in New York?
No.
Oh, would you care to meet my wife's old maid sister?
She's a wonderful gal. She has a complexion just like a peach, yellow and fuzzy. Ray, do you smoke?
Yes.
Now, they claim that last year the average smoker in America smoked 113 packs of cigarettes. How many do you think you smoked? How'd you ever have
750.
750? That's you. In other words, you smoke more. How many packs a day do you smoke?
About a pack and a half, 2 packs.
How'd you happen to start smoking?
I wasn't supposed to.
You weren't supposed to. That's the way we all spoke. Do you think you have a lot of willpower?
No.
You don't have willpower?
No.
Gee. How old are you, Ray?
26.
26. When I was your age, I had a lot of willpower. I was very forward, too. I was forward on the basketball team. I was forward on sleigh rides, too. Now, Ray, Joe's patting me here on the shoulder. He wants me to play the record for you. Do you want to hear one? I'm trying to think one that you can win on here now. Let me pick out a good one. Gene Clark's ready back there. All right, here we go. 4 years ago, the young lady whose voice you will hear in just a moment was famous as a movie star. Today, she's equally famous as a radio star. 10 silver Sheffield dollars waiting for you. Guess who?
Wake up and live, don't mind the rainy patter, and you will find mind over matter. Dark clouds will break up if you will wake up and live. Wake up and live, show the stuff made of.
No. I said she was a movie star. I don't think Joe Stafford's been a movie star as yet. Now, in one movie, this gal played a famous friend of Diamond Jim Brady's. And right now, well, any minute, she was on all last season, and she's coming back. She'll be on the air with her husband. And her husband calls his other boss Jackson. Oh, she played Lillian Russell. She was magnificent. And then Irving Berlin wrote a song called Alexander's Ragtime Band, and she sang in that. They just revived it. Oh,
Alice Faye.
You know, he said Alice Faye just exactly as the cowbell started to ring. Are you in? Joe says you're in. How do you feel now? Joe had the bell up.
I knew it all the time.
You made it all right. Alice Faye, that's right. Now she calls, what's her husband's name?
Phil Harris.
Phil Harris. All right, we checked up on him. Okay, $10 for you, Ray. Stand by for the jackpot. Navy took over. You know something, Joe? I've been looking around here, and I just decided that women are getting better looking all the time.
I think you're right. And another thing, Happy, have you noticed how many women today look younger than they really are?
Wonder how they do it.
Well, it could be they drink a lot of milk.
Isn't it amazing how Joe always gets around to talking about milk? Go ahead, Joe. What's milk got to do with looking younger?
Well, let me explain it this way, Hap. Youth and a fresh, lovely complexion just naturally go together. When your skin gets dry, flaky, and lined, you're bound to look older. Now, scientists can tell you that dry skin is one of the first signs of a vitamin A deficiency. And you get this important vitamin A, lots of it, in milk. And something else. Milk gives you other essential vitamins, minerals, and proteins. Nutrients you need for the natural beauty and youthful vitality that come from glowing good health. So, drink plenty of Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk and stay on the sunny side of life. It's low in calories, tops in smooth, delicious flavor. Insist on fine Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk for good health, good looks, and good drinking. Very prettily done. And here's a very prettily looking girl coming up here. What is your name, please?
Betty Rhodes.
Is it Miss, or am I too late?
Miss, but almost.
Miss, but almost.
Almost too late.
Almost too late, huh? Betty, where do you live?
Jackson Heights.
Jackson Heights, and what do you do?
I'm a reservationist for American Overseas Airlines.
You're in the airplane business?
That's right.
You're worried for fear they'll investigate you?
Not me. I'm small cheese.
You're just a small cheese. Why? If you have to make reservations, I think that would be rather important. Especially as I read in the papers that the America can't sail. I bet you had a bunch of people trying to get on today, didn't you?
We certainly did. Did business good.
And what reservations particularly do you make?
All overseas points to London, London, Frankfurt, Copenhagen, Stockholm, Shannon.
Well, that's wonderful. Now, you said by saying that I almost missed, you must have a very special one. In other words, you've met your Prince Charming, shall we say?
I have.
And what does he do?
He's a student in college.
I see. Do you have more than one boyfriend, Betty?
Well, not now. It's kind of embarrassing.
Well, I was just hoping that if you had an extra one, I send him over to meet my wife's old maid sister. She's a bachelor girl, Betty. She's only 38, right at the in-between age. In between eager and desperate. Now, Betty,
Yes.
did the airplane company give you a vacation this year?
They certainly did.
Where'd you go?
San Francisco.
My goodness, flew all the way out there and have a good time?
Wonderful.
Like San Francisco?
Oh, yes.
Do you think that everybody should have a vacation every year, say 2 or 3 weeks, or they should have a couple days all the time to keep them going? I want you to tell us who this famous motion picture radio detective is. You'll hear his voice right now. Guess who, Betty?
It is truly said, the bullet is greater than bulletproof vest. In adventure, riddle of impossible murder, number one son.
But what's the character? Come on up here. Man by the name of Peter Zorn, is that right?
That's right.
Z-O-R-N?
That's correct.
That's an unusual name. What nationality would that be?
German.
The German? I say, what do you do, Peter?
I raise turkeys.
You raise turkeys?
That's right.
How old are you, Pete?
40.
How long you had a turkey farm?
About 15 years.
Where is that farm?
That's in Bethpage, Long Island.
Bethpage, Long Island. Do you believe that farm people are more honest and courageous than city people?
Well, I don't know. I believe that's a hard statement to make.
Well, would you rather live on a farm?
Yes, definitely.
You would. Why?
Well, I like the outdoor life.
You like the outdoor life. You always lived on a farm?
Most of the time.
I had a farm quite a while ago. Had 40 hens and 40 roosters. Of course, I didn't. Well, look what happened. You know what happened to you?
I don't.
You don't? You weren't listening very carefully. Now, Peter, you don't have to worry about a turkey in this particular case because you've got one that certainly isn't a turkey. It's a beautiful Waltham wristwatch, the first American watch, the watch that keeps time beautifully, and you want it just by standing up here and talking. Thank you. You like it?
Very swell.
That's good. Come on, don't go away. Don't go away. Do you have any children, Pete?
Yes.
How many?
2.
How do you talk with your kids? Do you talk down to them, or do you carry on intellectual conversations with them?
Oh, I talk to them like a friend.
Like a friend?
That's right.
Are they better educated than you are?
Well, one is going to high school.
One's going to high school. Did you go to high school?
No.
No, you didn't. Well, all right. There's an example. My 10-year-old daughter dared to prove just how much I taught her. She's much better educated than I am. First time she saw the horses on a merry-go-round, she said, "Daddy, where's the $2 window?" Please, we're going to ask you to play Guess Who with us now. You have the watch in your hand. Don't be nervous. Turkeys will wait. We're going to ask you to listen to the voice of a famous man. I'm sure you remember him. 10 silver Sheffield dollars are waiting for you if you guess who this ex-college professor is. Play it, Gene.
We stand in the presence of an awakened nation. Plainly, it is a new age. There are 2 great things to do. One is to set up the rule of justice and right in such matters as the tariff, the regulation of trusts, and the prevention of monopoly.
You look a little puzzled now, Pete. Now listen to the hints. Here they are. If we'd followed through on one of his big ideas, we'd have saved ourselves a lot of trouble today.
President Hoover.
Who did you say?
Hoover.
No, it's not Hoover. I don't know what idea we're thinking about. This fellow was an ex-president of Princeton University, and Hoover came from the West Coast. Hoover was interested more in Stanford. This fellow's initials are WW, and I don't mean Walter Winchell.
Woodrow Wilson.
Who did you say?
Woodrow Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson, he's exactly right. Pay him the money. The man that originally had the idea for the League of Nations, and we're having the United Nations now. And if we'd listened to him, well, we might have saved ourselves a lot of trouble. Who knows? Thank you, Peter Zorn. Happy Turkey see you. I'll look you up at Christmas time. All right. The Army steps in here. He's a PFT, a private. Your name, please?
Richard Stein.
Dick, where are you from?
Glens Falls, New York.
Glens Falls. How long have you been in the Army?
Going into my first year.
And where are you stationed?
Fort Dix.
What kind of quarters do you have? I mean, tents, barracks, Quonset huts, what kind?
Well, we have a name for them, but they're wooden barracks.
You have a name for them?
Yes.
That you don't want to tell me now, is that
I
it?
don't think it would be a problem.
You don't? All right, we won't worry about it. All right. Are they comfortable? Well, you don't at least have to worry about a 15% raise, do you?
No, that's one thing.
My landlord wants to raise my rent, Dick. He's got an awful nerve. My house is so old and weak, every time the wind blows, the termites have to hold hands to keep the building up. Now, soldier, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about the Army. Why don't the privates eat their meals with the officers?
Oh, what a leading question.
That isn't a leading question. I want an answer.
Well, they have to pay for it, and we don't.
They have to pay, and you don't.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you'd tell me that maybe all that saluting would cause such a breeze it would freeze the food or something like that. Are you a member of the American Legion? Not yet.
No.
Afterwards, huh? We have an American Legion convention, coming into New York here. You going to be in town for it?
I want to see the parade.
I was in the parade last year. They asked me to be. They asked me to help out a general in the cavalry.
General in the cavalry?
Still feel that saddle on my back, too. All right, Dick. This is the voice of a very charming young lady to play for you. Rather, she's going to sing for you. She's been a movie star for a long time. 10 big Sheffield silver dollars. If you can guess who, play it.
Deanna Durbin.
Who did you say?
Deanna Durbin.
How did you guess it?
When you started to ask for a soldier, you asked for a Deanna.
Yeah. I read the wrong side of the card. It was my mistake. I gave it away myself. Okay. Very good indeed. He knew it. Deanna Durbin, you're quite right. Give him the $10. It was my mistake, but we're glad the Army won it. Welcome to the program, Private Stein. I never pulled a boner like that before, to my knowledge, but Joe, isn't it about time to tell us something about that swell Sheffield chocolate drink?
Matter of fact, Happy, I was just wondering how many families have some in their refrigerators right now. You're set for a mighty refreshing weekend if you do have, because Sheffield chocolate drink is a great thirst quencher, cooling and satisfying with a rich chocolatey flavor that is delicious. And on top of all that, it's good for you. Gives you lots of health-building nourishment. So if you don't have Sheffield chocolate drink on hand, better order some from your grocer or Sheffield home service salesman. And get plenty, because the whole family will go for that cooling, delicious Sheffield chocolate drink.
Thank you, Joseph. Make way for a nice-looking man here. Your name, please.
Jack Brownfeld.
Jack Brownfeld?
That's right.
And what do you do, Jack?
Scrap iron and metal.
Scrap iron and metal. Where's your home?
At present, Bronx, New York.
Bronx, New York.
Right.
All right, we'll start you off this way. Mr. Sheffield will award you with one great big shiny silver dollar if you can tell us approximately how many times. It's just a guesswork now if you don't know. Mr. Sheffield, how many times Mr. Sheffield can deliver the average bottle of Sheffield milk without having the bottle broken or lost?
You mean for each...
Yeah, each
person?
bottle, in other words. How many times can he refill it and send it out? Make a guess.
I'd say about 20.
That's very good. The average is 25 deliveries. Out of every 1,000 bottles delivered, at least 5% disappear. Just read the paper today. I thought it'd be a good question. Give him $1, will you? He was smarter than I was. He knew it. Do you do much reading, Jack?
I do.
What, fiction or nonfiction?
Non-fiction and fiction at times.
Do you buy or do you rent your books?
Well, no, I have them at home.
You have them at home?
That's right.
What's a good book that you've read recently?
Well, quite a few things.
Well, can you name one?
You mean like amongst love affairs?
Love affairs?
That's right.
Well, tell me what love affair. I'm writing a sequel to a famous book, For Whom the Bells Toll. It's called For Whom the Bronx Cheer. It's my autobiography. Have you read a good love story lately?
Well, I read about someone living a good, happy life.
Who was that?
Name was John Pinner.
John Pinner? What book's that?
Oh, it was an out-of-town book.
Out-of-town book?
That's right.
You mean it couldn't come into town?
Come to New York.
What kind of book is an out-of-town book? This I don't know about. Why is it an out-of-town book?
They say it's a military secret.
A military secret? Oh, you're making jokes with me.
No, I'm not, no.
So far, they're not any better than the ones I've been stuck with tonight either, Mr. Brownfield. All right, we're going to play a Guess Who record for you tonight. The 10 silver Sheffield dollars are right waiting for you if you can name the voice of this man who's had a career as a newspaperman, radio speaker, and an employee of the government. We're waiting for you now. You tell us. Mr. Brownfield, here we go.
The World War of 1914 to 18, with its appalling losses and suffering, was ended. That had been called a war to end war, to make the world safe for democracy, and it seemed to have been won. The great military empires had collapsed.
Look a little puzzled. Do you want a hint?
Sounds like Roosevelt to me.
It isn't Roosevelt, no. This man wrote for the New York Times. At one time, before the war, he was a commentator. Now he has the job again. During the war, he was the head of the OWI, the Office of War Information. He's back on the air. You can hear him.
Edgar Hoover?
No. J. Edgar Hoover, no. This is Elmer Davis. I'm sorry, Mr. Brownfield. Give him $2. We'll add the other 8 to the jackpot, and you'll have a chance at that. Just have time here now for a very charming young lady. Your name, please.
Lila Applebaum.
Lila Applebaum. And where do you live, Lila?
Bronx.
You've seen those chewing gum machines in the subway stations? I'll give you a Sheffield silver dollar if you can tell me approximately how much money a gum machine takes in a month. Make a guess.
I mean one machine?
One machine.
Oh, about $100.
$100 in a month? That'd be a wonderful business. I'm sorry, Lila. $5 a month is all they take, but there's so many of them, it's still a good business. You go to school, Lila?
Yes.
What school?
Taft.
Taft School? Do you ever watch the fire engines go through the street?
Yes.
How fast do you think they travel? For another $1.
Oh, about,
When they're going fast now.
60 miles?
Nope. At the best, 35 miles an hour.
Oh,
Isn't that an amazing thing? That fooled me, too. I used to belong to a volunteer fire department down home in Bellevue. One night, the girls' dormitory caught fire. Girls' dormitory took fire, and it took 5 minutes for us to put the fire out and 5 hours to put the firemen out. Lila, we're going to play a record for you. Gee, I'm sorry I pulled those 2 tough ones on you, but they fooled me, too.
Okay.
Listen to the music of a famous maestro. This fellow's a band leader. He was trained in the classical field, and he makes most of his money playing popular music. 10 silver Sheffield dollars if you guess who. Now, he makes a lot of records. He has a Russian name. He's married to a famous Metropolitan Opera soprano.
And I know him.
You do, too. He has directed many famous symphony orchestras. Lily!
Stokowski.
Who?
Stokowski
No, not Stokowski, no.
Andre Castellani.
Andre Castellani, she found the name in time. Give her the $10, give her a nice hand, and let's get in here till payola. Don't kill it now, Joe. It has $73 in it so far, and as everybody knows, we divide it up if there's more than one winner. If no one knows all the answers, we carry it over till next week. Here we go. We play 3 songs, and the title of each one is Something You Can Do With Your Mouth. You must get all 3 to win. Something You Can Do With Your Mouth in the title. Play the first one, Gene. Write it down. Don't let anybody else look at your card now. You've got to get all 3 to win. Something else you can do with your mouth. In the title of this song. That's number 2. Here's the one you have to get. You got to get all 3 to win. Something else you can do with your mouth. Play it, Gene.
Well, I'll have second on the payola winners. Here's a reminder for you folks who are vacationing at a nearby resort. Be sure to take advantage of Sheffield's Vacation Transfer Service. Just tell your home service salesman when you plan to move back to the city. He'll see that your order is transferred and that you continue to get your regular supply of that good Sheffield milk when you return home.
Joe, we have 2 winners tonight. Miss Betty Roach from the airlines and Richard G. Stein of the United States Army. Here are the titles. Smoke Rings, you can smoke. Whispers in the Dark, you can whisper. And I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles, which makes it right. All right, there we have it. So split it up between the 2 of them, and this is your Sheffield milkman, Happy Felton, saying, good night, everybody.
This is Joe River reminding you that Guess Who is presented Saturday at 7 by Sheffield Farm and the Division of National Dairy Products Corporation. Milk is protected food, don't waste a single drop. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Quick as a flash. Time to wind up your mind with Hell Bros. The makers of Hellbros watches, H-E-L-B-R-O-S, Hellbros, the correct watch for the correct time, present Quick as a Flash, the lightning-fast dramatized quiz starring Ken Roberts. And as guest detective for today, one of Hollywood's brightest young stars, Miss Martha Vickers, with Ray Block and the Hellbros Orchestra. And here to get the program moving with the speed of lightning is our presiding officer, Ken Roberts.
Well,
thank you, Sergeant Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are again, asking you to see if you can really act quick as a flash. 6 contestants from our studio audience are going to match wits against each other. They'll try to see how quickly they can get the answers to our series of dramatic puzzles, today worth over $800. And you folks at home, you can play quick as a flash, too, by trying to beat our contestants to the answers. In our first puzzle of the day, worth $21 from Hellbros, we're going to tell you the story of an event to which we all looked forward with bated breath. As soon as any of our 6 contestants know it, they'll stop the description by pressing on a buzzer like this. The one who is first with the correct answer wins, but they'll have only one chance in each race. On your mark now, let's see who's going to act quick as a flash as soon as they know this famous event.
It's over at last. Yes, today, 12 before the Ides of March, the enemy has been contacted and beaten on a narrow strip. Surrender came only after a terrible blow, in which the enemy's headquarters was completely smashed to bits. Until the very end, the forces of good were hard pressed. Those who followed the struggle day after day knew in their hearts that victory must come. But no one dared predict the fearful toll, the casualty lists that might pile up on that famous strip before the enemy's strength was shattered. For everyone who read the news realized this enemy being faced was one of enormous power, one who exerted almost superhuman mastery over all with whom he came in contact. In the dead of winter, there was only a slim chance of stopping him. But stopped he was after a grim face-to-face battle of the wills. This time there was no lane he could take for any amount of money, no heart of flint to help him.
Without lightning strikes first this afternoon in front of Nancy Graham, who wants to try for this answer. What is your answer, Nancy Graham?
Was that Dick Tracy capturing influence?
It certainly was, Nancy Graham, and your prize from Hellbros is $21. Yes, Nancy Graham, Quick as a Flash has just presented the stirring saga of the greatest manhunt in history when influence's influence was finally ended. And, of course, you might have known when we spoke of a narrow strip, we were referring to the Dick Tracy comic strip. Well, Nancy Graham, what emotion swept through you at the news of Influence's capture?
Well, Dick Tracy always gets his man. I don't know. You mean today, just now, when they were dramatizing it?
No, I mean when you finally heard the news. I guess you were pretty
I was all excited.
You were. There's no doubt that Dick Tracy certainly caught influence. And now that he's mixed up with Misty Waters, let's hope he doesn't catch influenza. Nancy Graham, did you know before you came here today that our big mystery prize is worth $617?
I certainly did.
You did? Is that one of the reasons you came?
Well, kind of.
It is? Where'd you come from?
Well, right now, Bloomfield, New Jersey.
Uh-huh. Well, it's nice to have you with us today, and I think the people would like to know that the reason the prize for today is so big is that for the first time since we've been on the air, our mystery has gone unsolved 4 weeks in a row. In any case, you just exerted enough influence to win $21, and you'll have a chance to play Dick Tracy yourself in the Hellbros Derby at the end of today's program. Now for our next Quick as a Flash puzzle with a purse of $31 from Hellbros. In this race, Ray Block and the orchestra are going to describe, through the medium of music, a very famous event in our nation's history. By putting together the titles of the following songs, you should be able to tell us what event this is for $31. now in front of another of our contestants. That's George Blumenthal from here in New York City. And what event do you think this is, Mr. Blumenthal?
Would that be the Chicago fire?
No, I'm sorry, it isn't the Chicago fire, but that's a very good try. Somebody else wants to try at this very moment. That's Mrs. Mary Wasick. And what is your answer, Mrs. Wasick?
Would that be the San Francisco earthquake?
Yes, it would be the San Francisco earthquake, Mrs. Wasick. And Helbrose presents you with $31. Well, you were really rocking, Mrs. Wasick. How did you get your answer about the San Francisco earthquake? What songs did Ray Block play?
San Francisco.
San Francisco? Well, some other songs might have given it to you before then.
I wasn't too sure, and then I figured I'd wait a while.
Well, you waited for the right moment, of course. You waited for the moment when you could win. The other songs we heard were Rock and Roll, Hello, Frisco, Hello, and, of course, Hot Time and the Old Time Tonight. And I think you'll agree they do suggest the San Francisco earthquake, which, if you remember the MGM movie, was caused by Clark Gable.
I only saw it 5 times.
For whom? For Clark Gable?
No, for Jeanette MacDonald. I like her.
You like her singing, do you?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to be able to sing? Like
oh,
that?
No, I can't sing a note.
You can't. What do you do, Mrs. Wasick?
Well, I'm an actress.
You're an actress, are you?
Yes, sir.
And where do you do your acting?
At the Sub-Ace Players in New London, Connecticut.
In New London, Connecticut? Well,
yes,
I certainly wish you a very, very successful career.
Thank
you just shook us loose from $31, and we're a step closer to our big mystery, starring that lovely young motion picture star. You'll be interested in this, Mrs. Wasick. We do have a famous actress with us today, Martha Vickers. And, of course, we do want to welcome our other contestants on Quick as a Flash. Seated next to you is a very fine gentleman from East Orange, New Jersey, Russell Hanson. Then a little further over is Polly Johnson, who works for the Veterans Commission in Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. And our other contestant of the day is James Hughes. He's the 6th of our contestants, a young boy in the Army from Grove City, Pennsylvania. We want to wish each and every one of you a lot of luck, including, of course, George Blumenthal, our policeman from New York City. And I think that about does it. We've heard from everybody else. And now, Cy Harris, do you know that this is Girl Scout Week?
Yes, the 35th anniversary, Ken. And Helbrose has a couple of questions that any good Girl Scout can answer like that. First, what is meant by the phrase, use a milestone?
This is Ken Roberts, about to take you and our 6 contestants into our next Quick as a Flash contest worth $41 from Helbrose. This time, we're going to test your knowledge of literature. Our storyteller will be a character from one of the most famous works of fiction ever written. What widely read work would you say this character was from for $41?
They say fools will rush in where angels fear to tread. Well, I guess I'm no angel when I think how I got rushed in my heyday. Well, there wasn't a gentleman for miles around who didn't know me. But I guess I was stubborn as a mule, the way no man could ever budge me, except one. In the first chapter, I was his and only his. Maybe he didn't know it. All he'd have to do was call me, and I'd come running. The only trouble was he never let me settle down anywhere. He made me chase around, especially after he got tied up with that certain famous character, the one who talked him into going out into the world to take up for the poor against the rich. From then on, between those two, I was almost rushed to death. All those night dates we went on, looking for fair ladies in distress to rescue. What for? I don't know.
There's a flash of the streak of lightning in front of Mrs. Wasick again, and you're going to try and answer this how, Mrs. Wasick?
Would that be Robin Hood?
No, I'm sorry, it isn't Robin Hood, Mrs. Wasick. We have 5 guests still trying on Quick as a Flash, and we'll pick up our story where we had just heard the words, looking for fair ladies in distress to rescue.
What for? I don't know. They only got laughed at by the whole world once our little story was translated. And all I got out of the whole thing was corns from hoofing it all over Castile. And I don't mean soap. But...
And there's somebody else who wants to try. That's a white flash of lightning, which appears before George Blumenthal. And your answer, Mr. Blumenthal?
Would that be Don Quixote?
It certainly would be Don Quixote, Mr. Blumenthal, and you win a Helbrose prize of $41. Well, this is certainly your race, Mr. Blumenthal. Quick as a Flash has just brought us some of the scenes from that classic novel by Cervantes, Don Quixote. And, of course, might have been some listeners at home who got the answer before you did. Do you ever play Quick as a Flash at home?
Yes.
And,
frequently.
You frequently do? Do you manage to do as well as you've done so far today?
Well, at home, I win them mentally.
You win the mentally. You just don't get the $41 that you just won. Is that it? What do you call your home, Mr. Blumenthal?
I live in the Bronx, in Portchester.
And would you like to tell us what you do? I think everybody would like to know.
I'm a police officer in the city of New York.
Well, I think you're the first police officer from New York City we've ever had on our show. We're very happy and proud to have you with us today. As a police officer, do you think you could solve a personal mystery for me?
I could try. I smell a gag coming, though.
Well, I don't know. I don't think of it as a gag. Where can I find a place to park?
That's a problem that every police officer has.
You have them too, eh? Well, I'm happy to hear the police officers have their own cars at any rate. And did you of course, will have a chance to show how good a detective you are in addition to a policeman in just a few moments when you'll have a chance to win $617 in our Hellbros Derby. Of course, I know our other guests will try to be quicker than you in our next race, our lucky race. For this time, Hellbros will pay the winner $51 plus a beautiful Hellbros original watch. In this special race, we're going to reconstruct our version of a conversation that might have taken place just before a famous event. Who was the leading figure in this event for $51 and a Hellbros watch?
For those of you who may be interested in success stories, this was my system. A great poet named John Donne once wrote, "Never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee." And I can testify to the truth of his observation. For the action of one affects the lives of us all. But I didn't realize this when I started on my conquest, nor what it could lead to. True, I had some small idea, but even my number 2 man thought I was overconfident.
I tell you, sir, you can't go on like this.
Why not?
Because the idea is crazy.
You dare say that to me?
Oh, I know of your triumphs in the past, but look at what you're taking on now. This new project of yours may ruin us all.
You're wrong, my friend.
All right, suppose you are successful. What will it mean?
It will mean a decided change in the way certain people live.
Is that to be desired?
I think so. That's what we call progress. Don't you see, if I can accomplish this task, someday in the not-too-distant future, I can join the neighboring country to it.
And where do you go from there?
There's no telling. Tomorrow it may be the whole world.
I tell you, it's impossible. Others have tried it before.
Yes, Watson. But they made the mistake of not using the direct
There's
approach.
a prize of the streak of lightning in front of one of our early winners. That's Mrs. Wasick trying again. And who do you say this is, Mrs. Wasick?
I don't know, but I think it's Alexander Graham Bell on the telephone.
It certainly is, Mrs. Wasick. That's a wonderful answer, and you win $51 and a Hellbros watch. Yes, Lucky Bell certainly told for you then, Mrs. Wasick, in honor of the 100th anniversary of the invention of the telephone. Quick as a Flash has just introduced the inventor, Alexander Graham Bell. What was the clue in our story that gave you the answer?
Watson.
Watson?
Watson was his partner.
Watson was his assistant, and you
That's
remembered that. Well, isn't that wonderful? Of course, when Alexander Bell said the neighboring country would be joined to his, he meant it would be by the new means of communication he had invented. And in our first words, we might have guessed it was Bell speaking of the telephone company he developed when he said, "This was my system." Well, Mrs. Wasick, what is your system for winning on Quick as a Flash? You've won 2 watches so far, rather 2 races so far, and 1 watch. And I think we'd like to know how you do it.
My system?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Roberts, I've been listening to you for quite a number of years. As a matter of fact, I stay home every Sunday night just to listen to you.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't stay home tonight.
And all these stories, I take in the words. I notice the words that they say. So many a times I want to watch at home.
Well, today you really got that watch, and you got it remembering about the telephone. Have you ever been sorry that Don Amici invented the telephone? Or it wasn't Don Amici, was it?
It was a beautiful picture, though.
Wasn't it a wonderful picture?
Sir.
I guess we all enjoy it. Do you admire his acting? I know you want to be an actor.
Don Amici, yes, sir.
He certainly does a wonderful job. Well, you certainly rang the bell in time to win $51, and I guess you'll always be on time with that handsome Hellbros watch you've just won. Would you like to tell us what it looks like?
Oh, Mr. Roberts, it's so beautiful. It's a gold band with a white face, and it's so tiny and adorable. I just can't express it. I love it.
We're going to send Cy Harris home after that. I think you did a wonderful job. Of course, you do have every reason to be proud of that watch. You really won it. And when you show it to your friends, you can also point out that it's a wonderful Hellbros original. Well, we come now to our big mystery race, the Hellbros Derby, starring that lovely young star from Hollywood, Martha Vickers. Today's Derby carries with it a purse of $617 in cash. But first, Cy Harris, if I were to give you 49 cents. Now for our big race, the Hellbros Derby. We've already quizzed our contestants on their ability to recognize famous events, books, and personalities, and now we test their powers of deduction. We do this in a mystery play in which we ask an outstanding guest to set the problem for us. Today we've invited one of Hollywood's brightest young stars. I'm sure you remember her as the younger sister of Lauren Bacall in The Big Sleep and as co-star with Dane Clark in Warner Brothers' That Way with Women. The contestant who first spots the clue which solves our mystery will be awarded $101 plus an additional $516 since the Derby has gone unsolved for the past 4 weeks. So that makes our total of $617 for today. And now, it is my great pleasure to introduce Miss Martha Vickers.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Ken Roberts.
Well, it's a great pleasure to have you here, Martha, for a number of reasons. You know, you're one of the few women detectives we've ever had on Quick as a Flash.
I hope you won't be sorry for it, Ken.
There's no danger of that, but naturally I envy the killer in your story.
Why?
Well, with your looks, it ought to be a pleasure to be taken in by you. But suppose you tell us a little about the character you're going to play.
Well, I got the idea, Ken, when I played in The Big Sleep with Humphrey Bogart. Bogart always lands the guilty culprit, but he takes a terrible beating doing it, and it seemed to me there ought to be some way to get your man without working so hard, if you know what I mean.
I think I do, Martha. Ladies and gentlemen, Quick as a Flash presents Martha Vickers as Private Detective Phyllis Marlin in The Case of the Dangling Man.
It was exactly 2:30 p.m. on Friday afternoon when I first saw Arthur Lyons. He was my first client. Up to that time, New York seemed to be full of people who didn't need a woman private detective. So naturally, I was a little surprised when Mr. Lyons decided to give me the business.
You're probably wondering why I picked on you, Miss Marlin.
And now that you mention it, Mr. Lyons, I am.
Well, I feel this thing calls for a woman's touch. I want you to find a man named Albert Valentino.
Valentino?
That's right. I've got a proposition I want to put to him.
Why don't you approach him directly?
For 2 reasons. I don't know where he's located, and even if I did, I don't think he'd listen to me.
What makes you think I'd have better luck?
Couldn't help worse. Besides, Valentino fancies himself as a ladies' man, and you're the kind of gal would interest him.
I don't see why.
Well, you're not sitting where I am. What do you say, Miss Marlin?
All right, Mr. Lyons, I'll do my best. I suppose I should have suspected something then. For when I picked up the phone book, I found a listing for Albert Valentino. I couldn't see how Lyons could have overlooked it. Then I thought it might be the wrong party. So I decided to check.
Hello.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Albert Valentino, please.
Talking? Who's this?
You don't know me, Mr. Valentino. My name is Phyllis Marlin.
Phyllis. I met you at Roseland, maybe?
No, I'm a private detective. I represent a man named Arthur Lyons.
What?
He told me he had a proposition for you.
Don't believe him, Miss Martin. He wants to kill me.
You're imagining things, Valentino.
No, I don't. He tried twice before. We had a fight over some girl.
What happened?
Well, I can't tell you over the phone. Suppose I meet you tonight at 9 at the Sherry Bar.
You're sure you'll be there?
Listen, baby, if you look anything like you sound, nothing could keep me away.
But Mr. Valentino was unduly optimistic because I waited several hours for him at the Sherry. And when he didn't show up by then, on a hunch, I called police headquarters. I was right. I was invited to put in an appearance at the morgue. There I was introduced to Sergeant Peter Haywood. It was obvious the sergeant didn't approve of women detectives. If he thought the thing to do was shock me out of the business, he almost succeeded when he lifted the sheet off the body of Albert Valentino. It wasn't nice. There was blood all over his coat and trousers, and his head looked as if he had tried to ram it against a wall.
Pretty, isn't it, Miss Marlin?
That all depends on your taste, Sergeant. How long was he dead when you found him?
About 3 hours.
He must have suffered a great deal.
Oh, the doc says death was instantaneous. Seen enough?
I think so.
Now, Miss Marlin, what was your connection with Valentino?
I had a date to meet him tonight at 9.
At which time he was dead almost an hour. What was the reason for the date?
A client of mine wanted me to talk to him.
What's your client's name?
Lion?
Short little guy with pop eyes?
Yes.
Well, what do you make of this, Miss Marlin? Lyons was the boy who reported Valentino's death.
When was this?
About 11 o'clock.
Can I talk to Lion?
Why?
Well, if Valentino was murdered...
Oh, who says it was murder?
Well, I assume...
That's not safe, sweetheart. In this racket, you never assume anything unless you can prove it. But from what I've seen of Mr. Lyons, I wish you luck.
Now, look, Sergeant, I've told you everything I possibly could.
Not everything, Lyons. Why didn't you mention you hired Miss Marlin here to find Valentino?
I didn't think it was important. You see, a few hours after I left her office, I thought of looking in the phone book.
Why didn't you notify me?
I figured you'd be gone for the day. Anyway, I wanted to see Valentino before he got wind I was looking for him.
Why?
I had a business deal for him.
Yet Valentino told me you wanted to kill him.
The guy was nuts. I ask you, would any sane person do what he did?
And what was that, Lion?
Well, he lived on the top floor of an old brownstone. When he saw me coming up the stairs, he ran up to the roof.
He was trying to get away from you?
Yeah, but for one reason. Or rather, for no reason at all. I followed him up to the roof, yelling I just wanted to talk to him. But he kept on running. As he got to the edge of the roof...
You pushed him over?
No. His feet got tangled in a clothesline.
What?
That's right. One end of the line was tied to the chimney. The other end was laying there in the shape of a noose. That's what caught Valentino and caught his feet. And before he could regain his balance, he fell over.
How far did he drop?
About 2 stories. Isn't that right, Sergeant?
Well, that's how we found him.
Just a second. How tall is this building?
5 stories.
Then how come he only fell 2?
You'd better explain that, Lyons.
Well, the rope wasn't long enough for him to fall any further, so he was yanked short in midair.
Then how did he die?
His head banged the window ledge on the 3rd floor.
Is that possible, Sergeant?
And I see the flash of the streak of lightning now in front of our soldier of the afternoon who hasn't tried so far, but is now trying for $617. That's James Hughes. And what do you find wrong with this?
Well, if he was hanging by his heels and his head hit the window ledge while his coat and pants would be covered with blood.
Oh, I think you absolutely hit it right on the nose, soldier from Grove City, Pennsylvania, James Hughes. And, of course, there's $617 that goes to you for winning the Hellgross Derby. Yes, of course, as James Hughes just told us, Valentino never could have died in the manner described by Arthur Lyons. We heard that there was blood all over Valentino's coat and trousers. Yet, had he hung head down, which he had to, since the rope was around his feet, no blood from his skull fracture could possibly have run up to and all over his trousers. And the police sergeant pointed out that there were no other wounds on the body. Consequently, Valentino must have met his death from a blow on the head while he was in a normal position, and then Lyons pitched him off the roof head first. Well, that was certainly great work, James Hughes. And Martha Vickers, it was certainly a real thrill having you with us today.
I enjoyed every minute of it, Ken. And say, who's going to set the stage in next week's mystery puzzle?
One of radio's all-time favorites will pay us a return visit next Sunday. He's our mutual favorite and neighbor, Lamont Cranston, alias The Shadow.
Well, Ken, you've got yourself a listener.
Thank you, Martha. And between now and then, we'd suggest that everyone be on the lookout for Martha Vickers' latest Warner Brothers release, That Way with Women. Now, thanks again, Martha Vickers. And before we leave you, for the day. We want to take advantage of these few moments to talk to James Hughes just a moment. James, I see that you're in the Army. Of course, everybody who's here with us today can see that. You didn't speak up all during the program. This is the first word we've had from you, but you spoke up at the most propitious moment, winning $617 for yourself. Were you waiting for this moment?
Well, kind of.
Are you usually so expert at mysteries?
Well, I like mysteries a lot, and I could usually solve yours on the air pretty well.
You can?
Yes.
And have you been able to solve them during the past 4 weeks when they weren't solved?
Well, I haven't had much chance to listen to it.
During the past 4 weeks you hadn't. Well, it's a good thing you weren't here the past 4 weeks. They'd have been solved then, too, I suppose. Where are you from, James?
I'm from Grove City, Pennsylvania.
Grove City, Pennsylvania.
That's right.
And how long have you been in the Army?
I've been in about 6 months now.
6 months? And what did you do before you joined?
I was going to college.
To college?
That's
And
right.
what would you be getting out of the Army soon, do you think?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know? Have you made any plans to do with what you're going to do with yourself when you do get out of the Army?
Well, I'll, of course, go back to college.
Back to college?
That's right.
What college is that, James?
Grove City. It's in Grove City, Pennsylvania.
In Grove City, Pennsylvania. Well, you just won $617, and I don't know if you expected to win it when you came here. I don't know if you have any plans as yet, but what do you think you're going to be doing with that money?
Hard to say.
It's hard to say. Well, we certainly hope you use it to very good advantage and maybe help you get through school when you do get out of the Army. We want to thank you for being with us today, offer you our congratulations, and also our congratulations to our other contestants who won today, too. Nancy Graham, George Blumenthal, and Mrs. Wassick, who did win $82 and a Hellbros watch. Thank you all for being with us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that winds up our Quick as a Flash program for today. Be with us next week at the same time when our guest detective in the Hellbros Derby will be The Shadow. Until then, this is Ken Roberts saying goodbye for Hellbros and suggesting that you ensure your own as well as your country's future by buying another savings bond, Quick as a Flash. Quick as a Flash is produced by Procter & Lewis, written by Gene Wang, directed by Richard Lewis. Next week, Quick as a Flash's guest detective, Lamont Cranston, alias The Shadow. So why not tune in a half hour earlier and catch both programs? Don't forget your best bet, The Shadow and Quick as a Flash. The Red Cross carries on for veterans, for military hospitals, and for all communities in time of disaster. You can help by giving generously right now. This is Cy Harris speaking for Hellbros, H-E-L-B-R-O-S, Hellbros, the correct watch for the correct time. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Information, please. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. And now, our Master of Ceremonies, Clifton Fadiman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, our two anchor men, John Kieran and Franklin P. Adams, greet as our guests. First, the outstanding pianist and entertainer, the radio and concert artist beloved by millions, Mr. Alec Templeton. And second, the distinguished musician, considered the greatest living violist, Mr. William Primrose. We're going to begin, gentlemen, with a question from Millie Heffler of Tyler, Texas, and she'd like you to get 2 out of 3 in this question that has to do with your knowledge of songs. Who was described in a song as celebrated, cultivated, underrated? Mr. Templeton.
The Duke of Plaza in The Gondoliers by Gilbert and
quite
Sullivan.
right. Yes, that's celebrated, cultivated, underrated nobleman, the Duke of Plaza Toro. Very good. Well, that was a little too easy. Let's see if we can get to a more difficult one. Who is described in a song as Woodenhead, Puddinhead? Woodenhead, Puddinhead. In a popular song. Apparently not quite as popular here as it should be.
Puddinhead Wilson.
I beg pardon? You were thinking of what?
I was thinking of Puddinhead Wilson, but that's not a song.
No, but you may have given a songwriter an idea.
Was it written for Charlie McCarthy or something?
It's a song by Al Bryan and Lou Handman called Puddinhead Jones.
Old or new?
Puddinhead Jones. Remember it now, Alec?
Old or new?
It's new to me. It may be older than one thinks. I don't know. How about, now that gives us one wrong. See if we can get the next right now. Who was described in the song as sweet personality, full of rascality? Mr. Templeton's hand, is that?
That's Peggy O'Neill.
That is Peggy O'Neill, sure. I don't know whether that's pretty old, isn't it?
Oh, that's very old.
Goes
If her
back-
eyes are blue as skies, that's Peggy O'Neill. If
That's
she's
the
smiling
one.
all
Yeah.
the while.
Goes back a long way. That gives us 2 out of 3 and sends us on to this question from I. Miller of New York City. Get all on this. This is a straight musical question, gentlemen. You will have to lend us your ears. Who made history by not playing these musical works, by not playing them? Let's have the first, Mr. Kahn. I have Mr. Templeton's hand.
That was the Italian fascist hymn Giovinezza, and that was the one that Toscanini would not play.
Yes, that's quite right. When was that?
Oh, I wouldn't know
About?
what year.
Well, it was very early in the history of fascist Italy, Mr. Kieran.
I think it was around 28, wasn't it?
A little later than that, in 31. It was a very courageous thing to do. Yes, that's one right. Now the second one, Mr. Kahn. I have Mr. Primrose's hand.
Leopold Auer refused to play it.
Play what?
The Tchaikovsky Violin Concerto.
That's quite right.
Why was that?
Why did he refuse to play
He
it?
didn't like it, and so Tchaikovsky eventually dedicated it to Adolf Brodsky of Manchester. I think that's your hometown, isn't it, Alec? No?
No,
Well, anyhow, Adolf Brodsky of Manchester was the first to play it.
Yeah, very few violinists have refused to play it since.
Oh, very few, yes.
Yes, of course, a very popular piece. That gives us 2 out of 3, and let's see if we can get the third one right. Who made history by not playing this one, Mr. Kahn? I have 2 hands. I'll try Mr. Templeton.
That's The Bee by Schubert, which Jack Benny never played.
That is quite
Oh,
right.
did he?
And we are always bidden remember, are we not, Alec, that the Bee was not really written by the Schubert, but by the other Schubert?
The Franz Schubert, yeah.
Yes.
Francois, I think his name is.
Francois Schubert. The other one was Franz
Schubert of the
Peter.
same name, but different fellow. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3. And Mr. Kieran, Mr. Adams, you've been resting now. You should be full of pep for the next one. Marion Pagler of Edgemere, Long Island, sends this one in. Name the work of literature or opera in which the characters meet with these violent fates. Let's get 2 out of 3. In the first case, this isn't very violent. A girl goes mad on her wedding night, stabs her husband, and her lover is swallowed up in quicksand. This is practically a happy ending. Mr. Kieran?
Isn't that Lucia?
Yes, it is the
Lucia,
opera
yeah.
Lucia de Lammermoor. Quite right. Derived from
Scott.
what?
The
Bride of Lammermoor.
Yes. In the opera, how does the lover kill himself? He isn't swallowed up in quicksand, I think, in the opera, but
I've
only
forgotten.
He kills himself on the grave of the lady. Yes, that's quite in the proper tradition. Well, that gives us 1 right. Now here's another one. This is a little less amusing. A man is stabbed, another is shot, and a girl jumps to her death in what work? Man stabbed, another is shot, and a girl, Mr. Kieran?
Tosca.
Tosca, yes. That's quite right. Puccini's opera Tosca. And finally, the whole cast of characters dies where? This is not the audience we're speaking of, but the cast of characters. Mr. Templeton?
Well, I was just thinking of Gianni Schicchi, but that's not.
I don't know the opera.
Puccini's Gianni Schicchi.
I don't know the opera, and I imagine a reasonable number of people die, but it has to be the entire cast. Mr. Adams, have you ever been an opera fan?
On the contrary.
Well, it's... I can't vouch for this, but apparently it's in Saint-Saëns' opera, Samson and Delilah. Is that right?
Don't think so. Is that
You don't
right?
think so?
No, not the whole.
Mr. Primrose, what's your recollection of the deaths at the end of the opera?
It's vague, but I don't think they all died.
Well, that's
Who's going to take the applause?
A musician would think of it.
Well, when
Ryan-
Samson pulls the temple down in the end.
yes, I guess he buries everybody.
Because he
doesn't
buries everybody.
Including the little man in the box who, the
prompter.
souffleur. Isn't that his name?
That's right.
Yeah.
The prompter.
Well, that
Right.
gives us 2 out of 3. And sends us on to this one from Mrs. Robert McLaren of Chevy Chase, Maryland. Oh, this is an amusing one. Try this one. Recite lines about 3 men whose names begin with Mick or Mac. McTeague, for example, would be one. But it has to be a line of verse of poetry. Mr. Adams?
Old MacDonald had a farm.
Old MacDonald had a farm. That's perfect, yes. That gives us 1 Mac. That gives us a Scotchman. See if we can get an Irishman now. Mr. Kieran?
Well, I can't give you a line, give you the title of the poem,
Have
but
to have a line. Sorry. I'd like to get the title for our information.
Well, it's the cremation of Sam McGee by Robert W. Service.
You think there would be a line in that poem in
It
which
certainly
McGee-
would.
it
Almost
certainly
any
would.
service line should bounce right into your head.
But it doesn't bounce into yours at the moment. Well, there should be. Mr. Primrose.
It has to start with Mac or Mick?
No. It just has to be mentioned in the line.
Oh, this is probably one that is not meant, but there's used to be a very good old Scotch comedy song. It's called Dr. McGregor and His Wee Black Bag.
How does it go again?
That's the only line I remember. Dr. McGregor and His Wee Black Bag.
That sounds as if he could not have made it up on the spur of the moment. I'll take that, Mr. Primrose.
Used to be sung by Will Fife.
Sounds all right.
I had thought of a Harry Lauder one. Oh, my, you ought to see Mackay and me, for we were fairly in our glory. It comes from the song he wrote called the Tobermory.
That's right.
Good enough. And then, of course, there's our own familiar semi-national anthem, and call it Macaroni would be one, wouldn't it? More or less. Well, that gives us 3 or 4 or 5. Who are these women? She fired rifle shots through playing cards held up by people. Who was that? She fired rifle shots. I have, all these hands. I have 4 hands and 2 hands for Mr. Templeton. I'll try Mr. Primrose first.
Annie Oakley.
Annie Oakley, yes. Anyone care to disagree?
I was going to say Carmen.
Carmen? Well, did she shoot through playing cards?
She had some... Oh, no, she didn't. She did any shooting.
No, she used playing cards to determine somebody's chances of life or death, did she? How about a woman who took her husband's place at firing a cannon? Mr. Kieran.
Molly Pitcher
Molly
at
Pitcher.
the Battle of Monmouth
Yes,
in
at
the
least-
Revolutionary War.
That's what they say.
Was that a cannon?
Is that true, Mr.
I
Primrose?
didn't know it was a cannon. I thought that was a rifle, too.
A rifle?
Yes.
Oh,
it
not a
was
cannon.
I don't know. Mr. Kieran probably knows much better.
Mr. Kieran is not given to exaggerating. Probably was a cannon. In the pictures, I think, doesn't it show a cannon?
It shows a
John?
real piece.
This woman boxed men's ears when they angered her. Who was that? Or it might be any one of a number of people. Mr. Templeton.
Well, I'm guessing it might be Texas Guyman.
Well, I'd be guessing, too. I wouldn't know. Mr. Kieran.
Queen Elizabeth.
Queen Elizabeth. Mr. Kieran's acquaintances go back a little further than yours do, Mr. Kieran. This one served as aide and scout for General Custer. Mr. Primrose.
Calamity Jane.
That's right. Mr. Primrose, how do you happen to know all this Americana?
Read a few books.
That's all there is to it? You use it as when you stop playing the viola, you read up on our history?
That's right.
Very good.
Maybe during.
That's possible, too.
Oh, Lord.
Now, gentlemen, how about this one from La Belle Bridges of Elmhurst, New York? Again, a 2 out of 3 question. Can you name these characters of literature for us? They all had somewhat similar careers. The first one came on land only once every 7 years. Came on land only once every 7 years. Famous character. Who could it be? He's not only a character of literature, but of the opera, too, I think. Well, I'm going to give you some hints, for which you won't get any credit if you get this right. The opera is by Wagner, I think. Mr. Primrose? Mr. Templeton?
Flying Dutchman?
The Flying Dutchman, yes.
Flying
He came
Dutchman.
on land only once every 7 years. You don't want credit for that, Mr. Primrose,
I
do
don't
you?
think so.
All right. And who spent about 10 years trying to sail home? Mr. Kieran?
Ulysses.
Yes, how did it happen, Mr. Kieran, that it took him so long to get home?
Well, he had a stopover ticket.
When you look at the region that Ulysses sailed in, which is about as big as a large mill pond, you wonder whether he was really as anxious to get home as Homer says he was.
I mean, man had some very interesting adventures.
Yes, to say the least.
They sent him back for a passport, too.
Yes, that could happen.
Who spent a year aboard a vessel with no destination? Spent a whole year aboard a vessel with no destination. Mr. Primrose.
Was that the Ancient Mariner?
No, I don't think it was a year. And he did have a destination, I think.
It doesn't make it very clear. He seemed
Not
to
terribly.
wander.
Mr. Kieran?
Was that the man without a country?
No, though I'm not entirely sure. I don't know whether it was. I think it was much more than a year that Nolan spent aboard the ship.
They
John.
shifted him from ship to ship.
The one who spent a year aboard a vessel with no destination was Noah and his family to escape the flood.
A year?
A whole year. You know how old he was, Frank, when he began his voyage? He was a mere youngster of 600, and by the 601st year, Genesis tells us, the waters had receded. and they got out on dry land. One
I
year.
thought it was 40 days and 40 nights.
No, one whole year. It was the rain that lasted that long. But you see, he did a lot of sailing in good weather, too. This is coming as the news to you, I'm sure. Mr. Kieran?
Well, the Owl and the Pussycat were aboard for a year, too.
Owl and the Pussycat.
Sailed away for a year and a day.
Oh, yes. Well, that's just one day too much.
Many.
Actually, that gives us 2 wrong out of 3. Try this. The name of what city do you associate with these foods? A veal cutlet is associated with what city in your mind? Mr. Adams.
Vienna.
Yes. You've been saying rat off recently?
Wiener Schnitzel.
Yes, Wiener Schnitzel, found in Vienna and elsewhere. What city do you associate with minced meat, herbs, and flour? Presumably mixed. Minced meat, herbs, and flour. If you put them together, you get what? Mr.
Drug mother.
Well, no, some mothers, but this is a special food. Mr. Templeton?
No.
Philadelphia scrapple. Now, Mr. Adams, what city do you associate Philadelphia scrapple with?
I didn't know there was mincemeat in it.
What one do you associate a molasses bread with? Bread with a molasses base to it.
Maybe down south somewhere.
Sounds
Don't
like
think
it.
so, Alec. Mr. Primrose?
No, I just said it sounds like it.
Sounds like Maine.
Why do you say that?
Sorghum.
Well, they use sorghum in lots of states. Mr. Kieran?
Boston?
Boston, yes.
Brown
Boston,
bread.
Boston brown bread.
Brown
That's
bread.
that's the right answer. And we pass on to this question from Lloyd F. Combs of Cincinnati. Let's get all on this. It's not too hard. And again, it is a question that Mr. Kahn's going to help us with. What famous military engagement of the past is suggested by the title of each of the following songs? Let's have the first. A military engagement suggested by that title, Mr. Kieran.
D-Day in Normandy.
Yes. What was being played by
Apple
Mr.
blossom
Kahn?
time in Normandy.
Yes. That's quite right. In 1944.
For
the
my time, I think that was John.
famous Normandy
Yeah,
campaign. Now, Mr. Kahn the second. I have Mr. Templeton's hand.
That's a very easy one for me. That's the Richard Adensall Warsaw Concerto.
Would you say that again for us? I didn't quite get it.
The Richard Adensall Warsaw Concerto.
The Warsaw Concerto, and it reminds us, of course, of the great Battle of Warsaw in 1939. Does Mr. Adensall, is he a famous composer, Alec?
Well, at the first, that's the most popular thing he has written. I think he's written some other pieces, but that was the thing that really started him.
It had an extraordinary success, didn't it? One
Yes.
hears it all the time. Well, that gives us 2 right out of 2 and sends us on to the next one. Mr. Kahn? I have Mr. Primrose's
I know
hand.
I think I've forgotten the question. I know the title. It's
I will
White Christmas.
tell you the question.
White Christmas.
What
White
famous
Christmas.
military engagement of the past would be suggested by that title, which is White Christmas, as you say?
It could
Mr.
be.
Primrose? Mr. Primrose's hand.
Does it necessarily mean Christmas or just when there was a lot of snow around? Because
Oh,
that
I think it
could
has
be
to mean
Walter-
Christmas.
Well, it happened in the Bing Crosby picture.
There you have me, Alec. Mr. Kieran?
Crossing of the Battle of Trenton, George Washington.
Yes, the Battle of Trenton, crossing the
Delaware.
Crossing the Delaware. That was took place on Christmas in 1776. That gives us 3 out of 3. Here's a radio question, gentlemen. We should expect all 4 of you to be very proficient on this. It comes from E. Hochstein of New York City, and he wants to know, let's get all on this, what radio programs sign on the air with these sound effects? I won't give you the effects, but I will tell you that the first is a creaking door. A creaking door. Mr. Templeton.
One of my very favorite programs, Inner Sanctum.
Yes. Very, very scary. That's quite right. Now, what one begins with the sound of a telephone ringing? Sound of a telephone ringing. Mr. Adams?
Probably the telephone hour.
Well, that's what a logical mind like yours would think. You know very little about radio, Mr. Adams.
I know nothing about it.
Mr. Primrose.
I think I'm in the right church but the wrong pew. I'm not going to... I think I got the wrong...
I would like to know what's going through your mind anyway, just for fun.
I thought it was the Aldrich family, but it isn't that.
No. Mr. Templeton?
Hobby Lobby, I would say.
Begins with the telephone ringing? I don't believe so. I'm not certain. But I should think the one that's famous to most of us is Duffy's Tavern. Very amusing show.
Hobby Lobby does, I know.
Does it?
Yeah.
Well, we'll check with Mr. H. Lobby after the show and see whether that's true. And what one begins with a siren, a racing car, and machine guns?
I wouldn't know what it was, but I bet it's one of the
G-Men
children's 5:15 things.
Does that mean you haven't listened to it, Mr. Templeton? Well, it's Mr. Kieran. Was that your hand
the
going?
Pirates or something?
One of those police story things, isn't it?
Well, that's a good
Junior G-Men,
good
isn't it?
guess. It's Gangbusters, gentlemen. I'm sorry to have to supply it. Mr. Hochstein gets $100 in victory bonds and listen to the radio, gentlemen. There are many interesting and amusing things that can be heard on the radio. Miss Elizabeth Dean of Washington, D.C., sends in a very appropriate question. She is from our nation's capital. The wife of what American president, gentlemen, interrupted cabinet meetings? I have to get 2 out of 3 on this. The wife of what American president interrupted cabinet meetings? By the way, you may guess.
John Adams.
That is a guess. It is a wrong guess, but it is a guess. No, not quite right, Frank. Miss Primrose, would you care to hazard a guess? There are only 20-odd presidents or so. Mr. Kieran?
Lincoln?
Mary Lincoln is right, yes. Now, if you'd only come in before Mr. Adams, we wouldn't have to get the next 2 right. Mary Lincoln interrupted cabinet meetings. Who, the wife of what president, smoked a pipe? Smoked a pipe. Now, it wouldn't be Adams, and it wouldn't be Lincoln. We got those out of the way. Gentlemen, it was Rachel Jackson, who died, as a matter of fact, while Jackson was president-elect.
I was just going to say, she never reached the White House.
But she did smoke a pipe. It doesn't say that she had to reach the White House.
You said the wife of a president.
Well,
I don't want to be technical, but... I considered Mrs. Jackson and dropped her for that reason.
That was very rude of her. Oh, John, you know, there may be something in what you
She
say.
did a lot more than smoke a pipe, by the way.
Well, that is all we are going to discuss on this program this evening. She smoked a pipe. Which one hung wash in the White House? Hung wash, Mr. Primrose.
Abigail Adams.
That is quite right, yes. The wife of which Adams?
The John Adams.
Of John Adams. You know where she used to hang the wash?
It was in the... I did read which room. It was one of the big rooms, anyhow.
Yes,
They're one of the
in
most...
the present East Room
yes,
of the
one
White
of the
House.
more important rooms of the place.
Those of us who visit the White House may see where Abigail Adams at one time hung her wash. Now, how did we make out on that one? We got the Mary Lincoln wrong, and we got the smoke the pipe wrong. That means that Miss Elizabeth Dean gets $100 in victory bonds and a set of the Britannica. Now, gentlemen, shall we continue with this one from Lester Dresner, New York City, a 2 out of 3 question. It's all about noses, famous noses. I'm going to ask you to quote a line about each of these noses, and the first is the nose of Lynette. A line about Lynette's nose. We have to know who Lynette was first before we can... Mr.
Well,
Kieran.
I know who Lynette was, at least one. And say she was in the Idols of the King with Gareth and Lynette. That's one of the Idols of the King.
Yes, she was...
Tennessee.
That's quite right.
But I don't remember what
Well,
he said about her nose.
it's a very cute line by Tennyson, and lightly was a slender nose, tip-tilted like the petal of a flower. That come back to you, Mr. Kieran?
Yeah, too late.
Too late. Well, I had a feeling you knew it. Gives us one nose wrong. Now we have to get the next 2 noses right on the button. Can you quote a line about Cleopatra's nose? Famous line, not necessarily verse, but an oft-quoted line. Mr. Kieran.
If her nose had been an inch longer or shorter, the history of the world would have been changed.
Yes, you've redeemed yourself, Mr. Kieran, except that I think an inch is going a little too far.
Well, a hair or something, I don't know.
If the nose of Cleopatra had been shorter,
Yeah.
You're quoting from whom?
Sounds like Carlyle or something like that.
No, it was written sometime before Carlyle, originally in French by Pascal, the great French essayist and philosopher, and in his Pensées, his thoughts, he says that. And finally, gentlemen, can you quote a line about Jimmy Durante's nose? I don't want you to make up a line. I want you to give us a line that is famous, that Mr. Durante has himself made famous.
There's only one person I think who could do that, and that'd be Umbriago.
I wish you were here with us, Alec.
Umbriago.
Oh, that's very good. He is here. I'm the fellow with the great big smeller, I believe, is the patented copyrighted line of Mr. Durante. That gives us only one nose out of three, sending $100 in victory bonds from Mr. Dresner, a set of the Britannica, and passing us on to this one from T. O'Connell of Stephenson, Michigan. This, too, is a musical question. It would be a pleasure, Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran, if we could get a couple of guesses from you on some of these musical questions, just for fun.
I guessed, and somebody made some money.
Well, you've made at least one friend, Mr. Adams. What member of an orchestra would be engaged in tuning up or practicing for a solo part? You haven't heard the question, Mr. Kieran.
I know. Anyhow, while it's on?
Pardon?
While the symphony is on.
No, if you heard him running through these phrases before a concert.
Oh, I thought you... Sorry.
Are you going to concoct this whole question all by yourself, John? Now, I'll run through this again. What member of an orchestra would be engaged in tuning up or practicing for a solo part if you heard him running through these phrases before a concert? Of course, the phrases would be played on the piano. Mr. Kahn, the first. I have Mr. Primrose's hand and Mr. Temple. Mr. Primrose.
French horn.
French horn in
Till
Eulenspiegel, Strauss.
Yes, you two boys are doing pretty well together. Yes, the French horn in Strauss's Till Eulenspiegel. And now, if this second one was being played, Mr. Kahn.
That's from American in Paris.
I beg pardon?
American in Paris.
An American in Paris.
I think they use real motor horns there on that,
yes.
too.
Oh, that must be very modern. Well, who would be handling the motor horns in the orchestra?
One of the timpani players. One of the, what they call the kitchen department.
Is that the battery?
The battery.
Will be the percussion
percussion department.
Yeah.
Written by George Gershwin, by the way.
Written by George Gershwin, indeed. Mr. Kieran, your hand was going up and down nervously on that one.
Yeah, I knew it was Gershwin, that's all.
That's something. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. And sends us on to the third one, Mr. Kahn. I have our 2 musicians' hands. I'll try Mr. Templeton on that.
That is the right instrument for it, too. It's the piano solo, the second movement of the Shostakovich First Symphony.
That's perfect. That right, Mr. Primrose?
Yes.
Very good. Mr. Adams, how did you like it?
I don't play any of those instruments.
Whenever we have musicians on this program, Mr. Adams is sure to learn something. Not to mention myself. Mrs. Ruthie Boggs of Denver, Colorado, asks this one. A 2 out of 3 question. Can you identify these famous people of the past or present? They all had, again, somewhat similar careers. The first one was born in England, but gained his fame in America and France. Check through that one. Mr. Kieran.
Paine, who wrote
Paine
The Age
right.
of Reason.
Yes, Tom Paine. How did that happen?
Well, he got chased from place to place, to tell you the truth. You know, he got into an argument over here.
Yes, he did.
And he wrote a terrific letter to George Washington, calling him various names.
Was it answered?
No. It never answered.
Never answered. Say, somebody ought to answer that letter. And he went back to France and got involved in the revolution there.
That's right.
Yes,
and also visited England as well.
Yes, he built a bridge in England.
Built a bridge?
Yes, the first and longest single-span bridge. It's over the River Wear.
Tom Paine did? He did? Well, now, I never knew that.
I don't know whether he actually built it, but he designed it.
Is that so? I never knew he was a bridge designer. How about this one? This man was born in St. Petersburg, but he made his reputation in London. Famous person. I should think Mr. Primrose and or Mr. Templeton might know this one.
What is it?
It's in their department. Was born in St. Petersburg, but made his reputation in London. Who was that? Mr. Adams?
That wouldn't be Conrad.
No, he was born in Poland, in a small town whose name I don't remember. No, it was Albert
composer.
Coates.
I bet
Albert Coates.
Albert Coates.
Oh, Albert Coates,
Mr.
that's right,
Primrose,
of
Mr.
course.
Templeton, a famous composer and conductor.
Yes,
His
that's
father
right.
had business in St. Petersburg. I imagine he was an Englishman, was he not?
Well, I think one of his parents was Russian.
Ah, yes?
Yes, I think his mother probably.
Russian.
Must have been, unless
Yes.
Coates is a different name. Well, that gives us one wrong. We have to get the next one right. He was born in the Bronx, but gained his fame in Detroit. Mr. Adams.
Captain Greenberg.
Captain
That's
Greenberg,
right.
yes, of the Detroit Tigers. Hank Greenberg of the Detroit Tigers.
Henry Greenberg.
Good enough. Try this one.
Cost me $100.
I think we'll have time for this one from Vivian Schaefer of Chicago. Who fought because of these ladies? Who fought because of these ladies? Sandy was the name of one lady. Who fought because of her? Mr. Kieran.
That's in Mark Twain's
It is
story, the Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court.
Yes, and it was the Connecticut Yankee
That's right.
who went forth with her to rescue her mistress and other princesses in distress. That's right. Why was she called Sandy?
Oh, that was the name he gave her. I don't know what...
Maybe from Melisande or something of that sort. Who fought because of Charmaine? Fought over Charmaine? Mr. Adams.
Court.
He didn't fight with himself.
Whoever the characters were in What Price Glory.
That's exactly right. And we've got one of them, Sergeant Quirt. What's the other one?
Captain Flag.
That's right. And
Sandy was also a name, the name that the wife of Arrowsmith gave to him, too.
Glad to know that. Now, we just have time to find out who fought because of Lois Lane. Lois Lane. I see none of you knows that. Lois Lane at the present time is engaged to Superman. And Superman did a good deal of fighting over her. Superman, do you know who Superman is, Mr. Adams? I will explain it to you
I
later.
know Man and Superman. Right. I don't know
well, we got 2 out of 3 on that. Our time is up.
From the college campuses of Indiana University in Bloomington, Indiana, and Smith College in Northampton, Massachusetts, the National Broadcasting Company presents the College Quiz Bowl. Tonight transcribed, the varsity scholars of Indiana University are out to challenge the newly crowned champions from Smith College, who last week upset the 7-week Quiz Bowl rule of Brown University. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hi there, everybody. It's nice to have you with us for another battle of the undergraduate brains. Let's first look in on the new champions on the Smith campus. Jim Strong of station WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut, is the referee for the Smith team tonight. Are you there, Jim?
Right here, Alan, and with me is the Smith team, still excited about last week's victory over Brown. Here they are to say hello.
Ann Murphy, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Sydney Howard, New York City. Wendy McEnany, Princeton, New Jersey. Linda Wapsie, Stamford, Connecticut.
Okay, there you have the Smith team. Now, let's move out to Bloomington, Indiana to meet the challengers from the University of Indiana. On hand to serve as Indiana's referee is Wally Nerling of station WIRE in Indianapolis. Is the Indiana team all ready to go, Wally?
They most certainly are, Alan. Here they are to introduce themselves. Fred Wilt, Napanee, Indiana.
Dee Polikoff, Shelbyville, Indiana.
Jerry Maddox, Muncie, Indiana.
Janet Jackson, Indianapolis, Indiana.
Okay, we've met both teams. Now, before Dick Dudley explains our Quiz Bowl rules, may I point out that we recognize full well that in putting the emphasis here in the College Quiz Bowl on the quick recall of specific facts, we're pointing up only one of the objectives of a real college education, and we're likewise trying to give you an opportunity to meet a few of the many remarkable, well-rounded personalities to be found on every American campus. Okay, Dick, how about those rules?
Right, Alan, here they are. Alan Ludden asks the toss-up question worth 10 points. And the first team to signal it knows the answer gets a chance to answer it. When Smith College signals, you'll hear. And when Indiana University signals, you'll hear. By means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light right here in New York City and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. If a team gives a wrong answer to the toss-up question, then the other team is given a chance to answer it. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question, worth a stated number of points. Now, the team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl.
Thank you, Dick. Now, remember, teams, you may interrupt a toss-up question before I've finished asking it. But if you do, and if your answer is wrong, your team will be penalized 5 points, and I will repeat the question, giving the other team a free crack at it. Okay, those are the rules, and there's the opening whistle, so let's go. For 10 points, here is a toss-up question. If you get it right, you'll have a chance at a 40-point bonus. Here is the first toss-up for 10 points. Where is Timbuktu? Indiana.
Jerry Maddox, Africa.
Right, for 10 points. Africa. Located in French West Africa, Timbuktu. Okay, Jerry Maddox, for Indiana, you have now a 40-point bonus, and I want to tell you that you all on the team may work together. And since this is the Valentine's season, we'd like now for you to think about hearts for just a moment. I'm going to describe 4 works of literature with heart in each title. And you're going to get 10 points each time you tell us both the work and its author. Okay, for 10 points first, a 1917 play by an English playwright dealing with the failures of the 20th century. Anybody on the Indiana team? Time, it is Heartbreak House by George Bernard Shaw. Okay, you can still make 30 points if you'll tell us now for 10 points. A very short horror story published in 1843.
The Telltale Heart.
Oh, you're right, by an American writer. Boy, you're right for 10 points, Indiana. Who was that?
That was Jerry Maddox.
Okay, Jerry, Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. You got it before I even finished it. Okay, now listen very carefully. There's 10 more points for you here if you'll tell us the title of a long short story published in 1902 by an English writer of Polish heritage. 1902, an English writer of Polish heritage. Time, Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad. Okay, you can still make 10 points if you tell us now the title of a first novel published in 1940 by an American female novelist and short story writer. Go on.
Our Hearts Are Young and Gay.
What?
Our Hearts Are Young and Gay.
No, I'm sorry. The date is 1940. American female novelist and short story writer is Carson McCullers, and The Heart is a Lonely Hunter. Incidentally, you don't have to signal on a bonus question. It's all yours. Okay? The score, though, you got 20 points on that. Now, here we go back to a toss-up question. The toss-up question. This most Spanish of painters, was actually Indiana?
Jerry Maddox.
Goya.
What was that?
Francesca Goya.
No, I'm sorry, Indiana. You interrupted a toss-up question. You are penalized 5 points because you did not give the correct answer. I will now repeat the entire question for Smith alone. But you must answer it precisely and quickly, Smith. This most Spanish of painters was actually born on the Isle of Crete.
And Murphy, Allen.
El Greco.
Okay, you don't want the whole question. All right, you're right for 10 points, El Greco. I was going to ask, what was his name? We'll accept El Greco. Okay, now, for that, Smith College, you've got a 20-point bonus, a quick one. Here it goes. One day in March 1738, the members of the House of Commons in Great Britain gravely inspected a pickled object and quickly declared war on Spain. 20 points if you can tell us what was this object that actually started a war.
Ann Murphy, Allen.
Was that Jenkins's ear?
That's Jenkins's ear, that's right. It was a pickled ear. The War of Jenkins' Ear was provoked by the captain of the Spanish Coast Guard who disfigured Captain Jenkins and who was in command of the British blockade runner. Okay, you got... Now, before we move along to another toss-up question, let's move over here and find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Dick Dudley?
Each week, NBC will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity. And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Whitnur wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnur family of fine watches, since 1866 makers of watches of the highest character. Now, those are the stakes, and now with just 20 minutes to go and the score Smith 30, Indiana 15, we go back to a toss-up question, eh, Alan?
Yeah. Here we go with a toss-up question for 10 points. Can you tell us the former occupations of John Louis Barrow and Arnold Cream? Indiana.
Jerry Maddox.
Wait a minute. Arnold Cream. Former occupation?
All right. Can you take it, Smith? Can you take it, Smith?
We'll try Sidney Howard.
Were they actors?
No. They were both prize fighters. Arnold Cream is the real name of Jersey Joe Walcott, and John Louis Barrow is the name of Joe Louis, who was born... that's the name Joe Louis was born with. Okay, here we go. We're going back to a toss-up question for 10 points. Tell us, what philosopher had as his criterion of moral goodness the greatest happiness of the greatest number? Smith.
Wendy McInerney.
Jeremy Bentham?
Right, Jeremy Bentham, the utilitarian. All right, right, Smith College. Now, with that, you have a chance at a 30-point musical bonus. Now, here's a musical bonus on creatures that you might see in a farmyard. You're going to hear 3 folk tunes, and for 10 points each, you are to name the animal mentioned in the title. Okay, here's the first one.
Corn and I don't care. Jimmy's red corn and I don't care.
Blue-tailed fly.
Right, fly, right for 10 points. Okay, now tell us the name of the animal mentioned in the title of this one.
Swinging a partner up and down.
Monkey chase the weasel. The weasel.
Weasel, that's right. Pop goes the weasel for 10 points. Oh, this is easy. Here we go. Find the name of the animal in this one.
As I was a-climbing down the road with a tire, team and a heavy load, I cracked my whip and the leader sprung. The old horse busted the wagon tongue.
Ann Murphy. Can you take what was that?
Turkey and straw.
Right for 10 points. Turkey and straw. You took that out of left field, didn't you? Okay, what's the score now, Dick?
Well, it is now Smith College 70, Indiana 15, and we have 17 and a half minutes to go.
And here we go with a toss-up question. Alabama and Rhode Island are suing California, Smith, and Murphy.
Well, it's in the offshore oil cases.
That's right. That's the answer I was going to ask. I was going to ask. Alabama and Rhode Island are suing California, Florida, Louisiana, and Texas, and we're going to give you 10 points if you'll tell us why, and the answer was the offshore oil cases, or oil dispute. Okay, now, you have a 20-point bonus, Smith. It's a mathematical bonus. Get your pencils and paper. This is worth 20 points. You are to start with the year of the Battle of Waterloo. Add to that the number of blackbirds baked in a pie. That's all right. That's all right. That's the way to work it. And divide by the number of men on a horse in the John Holmes, George Abbott title. And give us...
613?
That's right.
Sidney Howard, Alan.
I was just going to tell you how long you had to do it, and you came up with the right answer. Let's run that down real quickly, Sidney. Would you give us the numbers you worked out there?
1815 was the Battle of Waterloo. 420 blackbirds baked in a pie.
Yeah.
Comes out to 1839. Divided by 3 men on a horse gives 613.
That's right for 20 points. Okay, here now we go to another toss-up question, and you need pencil and paper maybe here, so think and listen carefully. For 10 points, what number is represented in Roman numeral notation by M, C, D, X, C, I. Smith?
Linda Wapsie.
1493?
That's right, 1493. You know, I thought I was going to fool you. I thought you were going to say 1492. Okay, Linda, you got a chance now at a 30-point bonus. Let's see. This is quite an interesting one. You know, mountains have always challenged and inspired men, and many important events have occurred on mountains in fact, fiction, and legend. Now, for 5 points each, you are to tell us the answer to these questions. First of all, who dwelt on Mount Olympus?
The gods. The gods.
Right. The Greek and Roman gods, 5 points. Now, what city was buried by the eruption of Vesuvius?
Pompeii.
Right, for 5 points. Now, what biblical event took place on Mount Sinai?
Moses was given the 10 Commandments.
Right, for 10 points. Moses was given the 10 Commandments. 5 points, I beat. That's 5 points. All these are worth 5. Pikes Peak or Bust was the slogan of what famous journey?
Toward the west.
What was the expedition?
Lewis and Clark? No. What was
That's
it?
right. That's right, for 5 points.
That was
Lewis and Clark expedition.
Right?
That's right. Pikes Peak or Bust. Okay. Where was Hitler's hideaway? Berchtesgaden. All right, for 5 points. Now, you'll get them all if you answer this one for 5 points. What range of mountains are associated with a long sleep?
The Catskills.
The Catskills, right, for 5 points. Okay, what's the score now, Dick?
Well, it is now Indiana 15, but Smith has 140, and we have 14 and a half minutes to go.
Okay, you can still come up from behind Indiana, so on your toes. Now, we usually avoid trick questions here in the College Quiz Bowl, but frankly, this next toss-up question was picked with an effort to fool you. Now, we're going to play a record, and you are to signal as soon as you recognize the cleverly disguised voice of the singer.
You came when I was alone.
Smith, Sidney Howard.
Stafford.
Right, for 10 points. Didn't fool you very long, did it? That was Joe Stafford singing Temptations. And you have a chance now, Smith, at a 20-point bonus. Thoreau, with his pen, immortalized Walden Pond in Massachusetts. You'll get 20 points now if you can tell us who has immortalized Hoosick River and Eagle Bridge in upper New York State with a paintbrush. Anybody on the Smith team? Time, Grandma Moses. Okay, here we go now, back to a toss-up question. For 10 points, tell us, what generals faced each other at Gettysburg? No takers? No, I'll tell you, Robert E. Lee and George Gordon Meade at Gettysburg. Incidentally, Robert E. Lee reminds me that next week, Washington and Lee University meets the winner tonight. Okay, here we go back now to another toss-up question, and coming up is a 25-point bonus. For 10 points, what word meaning a cross or a crucifix spelled backwards is a portal? A Smith.
Wendy McEnany.
A rod spelled R-O-O-D.
That's right. A rod or a rood spelled O-O-D. Spelled backward is door. Okay. Here we go now with a 25-point bonus for you, Smith College. I'm going to describe the names of certain classical and popular musical conductors, and for 5 points each, you are to identify them. First, a conductor whose last name sounds like an urban center.
Metropolis?
That's right, Dimitri Metropolis. Okay, although his name is not spelled like Metropolis, okay? For 5 points, an orchestra leader whose last name denotes belief.
With Faith. Percy Faith.
Right, for 5 points,
again.
Percy Faith. All right, now a conductor whose first name could denote an affiliation with the late lamented Brown University.
Bruno Walter.
Bruno Walter. Bruno in Italian means Brown. Late lamented, of course, means only that they were with us until last week here in the College Quiz Bowl. Okay, next, an orchestra leader whose last name is the same as that of a famous female reformer. Time.
Eddie something.
Ray Anthony.
Ray.
Susan B. Anthony. Okay. And now, did we get that? No, we didn't get that. All right. Here is now a symphonic conductor whose last name is spelled the same as a word that means to chew with a crunching sound. You'll hate this.
Oh, Munch.
You got it right, Charles Munch. Okay.
All right, hold it, Alan. That's the halftime whistle, which calls for a 1-minute timeout.
All right, and during this timeout, it is our custom to spend the first 30 seconds with a challenging team each week. And so tonight, let's go out to Bloomington, Indiana to meet the members of the Indiana team and find out what they plan to do when they finish college. First of all, I'd like to speak to Janet Jackson because I notice it's Mrs. Janet Jackson, right?
That's right, Alan.
Janet, how long have you been a Mrs.?
Just since December.
Well, that's wonderful. Then you're a bride. Are you also a senior in college?
Yes, that's right.
And what are your plans after college?
Well, I think we are going into the Army.
Oh, you are? You both are, huh? He is, and you're going to go with him, right?
That's right.
Okay. Jerry Maddox, what is your class in college?
I'm a junior, Alan.
Well, when you finish college, what do you plan to do?
Well, probably I'll go into graduate school.
Have any plans where?
No, I haven't made up my mind. There's several places, but I haven't decided yet.
Oh, there are a lot of wonderful colleges. Okay. Fred Wilt, are you a senior?
No, I'm a sophomore, Alan.
A sophomore? Oh, that's wonderful. What do you plan to do when you finish college?
I hope to go to medical school in a few years.
Any plans for where?
Probably here at Indiana.
It's a wonderful medical school there. Now, let's meet Dee Polikoff. Polikoff, is that right, Dee?
That's right.
Dee, you are a senior, right?
That's right.
Your plans after college?
Yes, I hope to go to graduate school or law school.
Well,
and I haven't decided where yet.
But you're all going to continue your education except for the lady who's going into the Army with her husband, all right? Let's move up now to Northampton, Massachusetts, and meet this Smith College team. Sydney, I noticed in a sheet of paper I have here before me, Sidney Howard, that you are chairman of Rally Day, and I don't know what Rally Day is, and I think all of our friends would like to know what Rally Day is at Smith College in 30 seconds.
Well, Rally Day takes place up here every year on Washington's birthday.
What do you do?
And it is very important for a great many reasons. The seniors first get their robes on that day, which
Do you wear them from now on?
Yes, we wear them over pajamas everywhere.
Oh, you do?
From that day on. Then in the morning, all the college assembles and we have a speaker. This year, Mr. Wilmot Lewis. And in the evening, the sophomores, juniors, and seniors each put on an original show, a musical review with dances, songs, lyrics, and script written by the girls.
Well, it's a wonderful day, huh?
Yes, it's
no
a big
school
day.
that day.
No school at all.
All right, that's fine. Now it looks like our time is up, and it's time to get back to the game with the score.
Well, the score right now is Indiana University 15, Smith College 180, and about 8.5 minutes to go. So how about another toss-up question,
All
Alan?
right, here we go with a toss-up question. In sports parlance, tell us, for 10 points, what is the hot corner?
Oh.
Indiana.
Jerry Maddox, third base.
Right, for 10 points, the third base. Okay, Indiana, you've got a chance now at a 30-point bonus question. It happens to be a musical bonus. In the excerpts from 3 musical compositions that you're going to hear now, there is one theme running through the titles of all of them. They're different in style, different in subject matter, and but they're similar in subject matter, rather. And that's the only clue you're going to get. Now, give us, for 10 points each, the correct title of these compositions.
Sleepy Lagoon.
Right, for 10 points. Who was that?
That was Janet Jackson.
Janet. Right, for 10 points. All right, now, there is a similar theme in this music. What is the title?
Midsummer Night's Dream.
No. You may correct yourself on a bonus question at the end. Time is running out. It is run out.
Oh. No.
Water Sweet Music by Handel. The Water Sweet Music by Handel. All right, then you're beginning to get the theme. Now, what's the title of this one?
La Mer.
That's right, La Mer by Claude Debussy. Okay, here we go now to a toss-up question. 10 points. If you know the name of the first famous orator who corrected his enunciation and stamped Smith.
Wendy McInerney.
Demosthenes.
That's right. 10 points. 10 points before I finished asking it. I was going to say who corrected his enunciation and stammering by speaking with a mouthful of pebbles, and you knew what I was asking and told us Demosthenes before I even got to ask it. All right, Smith, here's your bonus. With the word game Scrabble currently so popular, we thought it was about time we had a word question. So here goes for 20 points. We want you to rearrange these scrambled letters to form an accepted English word. Now, you may use pencil and paper, but you have only 10 seconds after I have given you all of the letters. Now, here they are. T, as in Tom. O, A, R, as in Robert. A, 10 seconds. T-O-A-R-A. Time. The word is aorta, the largest artery leading from the heart. Did I hear you say that, Whisper? No. Okay, here we go back now to a toss-up question with a score 190, Smith, 45, Indiana. The 10-point question is coming up. We have 5.5 minutes to go. For 10 points, by what more familiar name do we know the weaver of Ravello?
Silas Marner.
That was Linda Wapsie.
That's right, Linda, for 10 points. The Weaver of Ravello is Silas Marner, the novel by George Eliot. And here we go with a 20-point bonus. This is a question on partners. If I asked you the famous partner of William Clark, you'd say Meriwether Lewis. Probably you'd say it before I ask it. Okay. Now, for 5 points each, I want you to tell us who are the well-known partners of, first, Richard Steele.
Addison.
Joseph Addison, right, for 5 points. Who's the famous partner of Lou Field? Lou Field. Time, Joseph Weber. Weber and Fields were a famous vaudeville team. Okay, now think carefully. Who is the very famous partner of Frank Smith?
His brother. His brother? The other Smith.
Sergeant Joe Friday in the Dragnet Investigator. Okay, for 5 points, who is the very famous partner of Frederick Engels?
Marx.
Karl Marx. Together they wrote the Communist Manifesto. Okay, here we go back now to a toss-up question for 10 points. Are you there, Indiana?
Right.
Oh, here we go now. For 10 points, tell us, what do John Taylor, Aaron Burr, and Harry Truman, Indiana?
Janet Jackson.
I'm wrong. I was going to say they're all traitors, but that's not true.
No, that would hardly be right, and you're penalized 5 points. because I'm going to finish the question for Smith. Tell us, what do John Taylor, Aaron Burr, and Harry Truman have in common?
Ann Murphy.
They were all vice presidents.
They were all vice presidents of the United States, right, for 10 points. Here we go now with a bonus question in Smith College. Here's a bonus question for 15 points. Now, if you were asked to describe a centaur, would you call it restorio, ungulate, or piscatore?
Would you repeat that? Would you repeat it 3 times?
Would you call it restorio, ungulate, or piscatore?
An ungulate?
Did I hear an answer? Quick.
I think ungulate.
You thought right. Ungulate means hoofs, and therefore would describe centaur, which was a mythological character, half horse, half man. Piscatore refers to fishes, and restorio refers to scratching on the ground for food like a hen or other bird. Okay, here we go now back to a toss-up question for 10 points. Name the medieval hero who was killed in the Battle of Roncesvalles. Smith.
Ann Murphy.
Roland.
Right, Roland. You have now a 25-point bonus, Smith. Ebb Tide, the song that was for so long on top of the hit parade, is a very famous title. Now, for 25 points, we want you to name the famous English author of a novel. This is yours anyway, Smith. Of an English author of a novel called The Ebb Tide. Well, you were so eager there. The English author of a novel. What was it?
Wolf.
Speak up. Here we go. Time's up.
Virginia Woolf?
No, Robert Louis Stevenson wrote it, The Ebb Tide, in collaboration with Lloyd Osborne. Here we go back down to a toss-up question. For 10 points, what man was born in Pennsylvania, painted in the United States and England, constructed a submarine in Paris, and built a steam warship for the United States government? Indiana.
Robert Fulton, Jerry Maddox.
Right, Jerry Maddox. Robert Fulton for 10 points. And you got a 30-point bonus, Indiana. The daughter, work carefully on this one, the daughter of William Jennings Bryan, aside from her father's political fame, held a distinctive position in American public life. Now, you're going to get 30 points if you can name that position. The daughter of William Jennings Bryan. Anybody on the Indiana team?
D. Pollicott. D, do you have it?
No, I don't have that. Was she in any way connected with Teddy Roosevelt's family?
All right, time has been called. She was the first woman appointed foreign minister by the United States. Okay, with a minute to go, here's a toss-up question. Tell us, for 10 points, what is the concern of an ichthyologist? Smith.
Linda Watson.
Fish.
Fish, right. Okay, Smith, you got a 15-point bonus here. In the famous story of Snow White, there were 7 dwarves. Now, you're going to get 15 points if you can name all 7 in 15 seconds.
Grumpy, dopey, sneezy, happy, doc.
Now, just a minute. Grumpy, dopey, sleazy, sneezy, happy, doc. That's 6.
Sleepy. Grumpy, dopey.
Have you got the time?
Sleepy, doc.
Time. Bashful. Oh. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. For 10 points, what opera by Verdi is based on Shakespeare's The Merry Wives? Smith.
Wendy McInerney.
Can you take
Ann
it?
Murphy.
Can you take it, Indiana?
Yeah, I think we can. Fred Wills? Finish the question, please.
All right. What based on Shakespeare's The Merry Wives of Windsor? The answer was Falstaff, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry, but that's it. Time's up. Sorry, Alan. The game is over for this week, and the final score in the College Quiz Bowl tonight is Indiana has 50 points and 250 for the winner, Smith College. And now to each member of the Indiana team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, Smith College will receive a $500 gift to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Smith will return next week to compete in this new All-American Quiz game with the varsity scholars of Washington and Lee University at Lexington, Virginia. Well, now, here once again is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Well, I want to congratulate those girls at Smith College. You did a wonderful job, and I want to say to the team from Indiana University, you did a wonderful job. I want to say congratulations to Mrs. Janet Jackson, Jerry Maddox, Fred Wilt, and Dee Polikoff. You were all wonderful. Now, next week, Smith College meets Washington and Lee. And in the following weeks, we'll have varsity scholars from the University of Chicago.
Princeton University, and other outstanding colleges and universities all over the country. So be with us next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. This is Alan Ludden saying now, so long, everybody. Your referees tonight were for Smith College, Jim Strong, station WTIC Hartford. For Indiana University, Wally Nerling of station WIRE Indianapolis. College Quiz Bowl is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, directed by Ken McGregor. This is Dick Dudley speaking.
Transcribed. And here's that animal, vegetable, or mineral game brought to you by Ronson, the lighter with the famous one finger, one motion safety action. Press, it's lit. Release, it's out. Safely out the instant you lift your finger. Yes, the world's greatest lighter for cigarettes, cigars, or pipes. Ronson presents 20 Questions. And now here's that man about questions, Bill Slater.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to 20 Questions. The absolutely unrehearsed program where you listeners send in subjects for our questioners to identify in not more than 20 questions. If we use your subject, you get a handsome lighter by Ronson. And if our questioners don't get your subject in 20 questions, you also win a grand prize. A hostess smoking set comprising a table lighter with a matching cigarette urn and tray and heavy silver plate, exquisitely fashioned by Ronson. And listen.
I'm Ronson's mystery voice, hidden in a soundproof booth. I'll tell you what the subject is, and a poster will inform our studio audience. But we won't tell our questioners.
Who are Fred Vandeventer, famous newscaster, Florence Renard, musician and teacher, Bobby McGuire, a young high school student, Herb Palazzi, radio and motion picture producer, whose latest movie production, It Pays to Be Ignorant, has just been released by RKO, and it's at the Palace here in New York. And our special guest tonight is one of the great stars of the Metropolitan Opera, that outstanding American artist, Mr. Lawrence Tibbett. Mr. Tibbett, we're very happy to have you with us here on 20 Questions tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Slater. I'm delighted to be here.
I hope you'll enjoy playing the old animal, vegetable, and mineral game.
It reminds me of my childhood.
That's not too long a memory, sir. Glad you're here, and let's move into our first subject here. It comes from Mrs. Arthur Pearson of Columbus, Ohio, who receives a handsome Ronson, and this subject is animal.
This is Ronson's mystery voice off stage. Bill is talking about a well-known part of a pig. It's the sow's ear that you can't make a velvet purse of.
Our friends on the air out there know what it is. Let the studio audience see what it is from that poster over there. Everybody knows what it is but our 5 questioners. You've got 20 questions. Van starts.
Is it a living American man?
No, it's not a living American man. Mr. Tibbett?
Two-legged or four-legged
animal? The animal...
Well, that is it four-legged?
The animal involved is four-legged, yes. Van?
Is it a whole animal?
No, it's not a whole animal. Florence?
Is it fictional?
Yes. Yeah. Van?
Is the animal of which this is a part edible?
Yes. Yes. Florence?
Is this a thing?
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. Part of an animal and a saying. You're down to that now. That's a pretty good start in 6 questions. Mr. Tibbett?
A ham?
No. It's not a ham you're after. No. Herb?
Well, is it in the pig family?
Yes, the animal you're after is in the pig family. That's 8 questions. You see, Mr. Tibbett lit on the right animal, but it's not quite the right part. Florence?
Is it bacon?
No, it's not bacon. That's 9 questions. 11 left. Bobby?
Is this in the front half of the pig?
Yes. Yes. Van?
Is it an edible part of the pig?
No, I don't think I've ever eaten it. I suppose it could be eaten, but it's not one of the delicacies of the pig. Florence?
Is it the ear?
Yes.
The ear that you can't make a silk purse out of.
A velvet purse, but that's good. That's very good. All right. All right. 13 questions is very good going. The sow's ear you can't make a velvet purse of. All right, that's off to a good start. See what happened, Mr. Tibbett, when you landed them on the pig that way?
Right. Slippery pig, wasn't it?
No, it wasn't. Irritating pig. Bernard Locke of Brooklyn, New York, wins the Surefire Ronson for this second subject, and it, too, is animal.
This subject comes from one of Mark Twain's books, The Prince and the Pauper.
All right, everybody at home knows. Unveil this to the studio audience. This is rough. Don't feel sorry for them, audience. Van.
Is this a living American man?
No. No. You try that regularly, don't you? Herb.
Is this part of a whole animal?
This is not part of a whole animal, no. Bobby?
Is this fictional?
This subject is fictional, yes. That's a good question. Bob.
Is this in European fiction?
No, it's not. Mr. Tibbet?
Schmoo?
He's a week late. Really?
That caps the questions asked so far, but it's not that.
Yeah.
5 questions used. Van.
Is this human?
Subject human, yes. Florence?
Is it a man?
Partly. Van?
Is it a group of men?
Yes. Yes.
You say that doubtfully.
That's 8 questions. It is. Van?
Are they in American fiction?
Yep. Mm-hmm. Now, who wants to put a hand up? Florence?
Are there more than 2?
No. No, that's a cute question, Florence. No, God. That's 10 questions. Bob?
Are they in the entertainment world? Or were they...
Are you growling at me, Bobby?
No, I was stammering here. Were they connected, in this fiction, were they connected with the entertainment world?
No. That's 11 questions. Herb?
Are they brothers?
No. Florence?
Are they in poetry?
No. Van?
Were they in prose fiction written by an outstanding American author?
In prose fiction written by an outstanding American author, yes. That's 14 questions, 6 left. Bobby?
Was the author a 19th century author?
19th century? Yep. Mm-hmm. Mostly. Florence?
Was it Dickens?
No. Van?
Was it Mark Twain?
Yes.
Tom Finn and Huckleberry, or Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer.
Tom Finn.
Huckleberry Finn and Tom Sawyer.
Huckleberry Sawyer and Tom Finn. That's 18 questions. The answer to your question is no.
They're the sons of Mickey Finn, aren't they?
I don't know. That's poisonous thought. You've got 2 questions left. Van?
Would this be a Connecticut Yankee?
No. You've got 1 question left. Now, Bernard Locke over there in Brooklyn, New York, is just 1 question away from the grand prize. It's 2 characters. You've established it's in prose by Mark Twain.
Have we also established that they were men? I'm sure we have, haven't we?
I believe you have, yes.
That they were men in...
And not related. Not brothers.
You've got 1 question left.
Where'd we lose the other one? Didn't we have 2 a minute ago?
You lost that one on...
I still think it's in the Connecticut Yankee.
Two men in...
You've got 1 to go. Oh, I have never seen 5 people in greater agony. Mr. Tibbet is shaking his head.
What?
Van is shaking his fist. Florence is about to pull her hair out. Bobby's got his head in his hands and hopes he isn't empty-handed.
Wish we had more than 1 question.
Yes, don't you now?
Yeah, I sure
You've used
do.
19. You only have 1 left. All right, let's try it. Give up?
No.
Van?
Well, was this the Two River Gamblers in Huckleberry Finn?
No, I'm afraid it wasn't those 2 awful men. You didn't get it in 20
King
questions.
Arthur, is it in the Connecticut Yankee?
No. And
Is
to
it in
Bernard Locke
Huckleberry?
in Brooklyn, New York, for stumping our experts, Mr. Locke wins the grand prize, a 3-piece hostess smoking set, table lighter, cigarette urn and tray, and heavy silver plate, exquisitely fashioned by Ronson. Congratulations, Mr. Locke. You stumped them with the Prince and the Pauper. Congratulations, Mr. Locke. Had it in mind all the time. Why did you look so agonized when I gave the answer, Mr. Tibbet? Should have known it.
Yeah. We had the proper answer in mind, but we didn't say it.
You didn't give it. Now, for this next subject, and it's a hard one, Miss Eve Hessler of Miami, Florida, wins an ever-dependable Ronson, and this subject also is animal.
Here for the home folks only is the answer in advance. As Bill says, it's animal, but there ain't no such animal. It's the animal in that phrase, there ain't no such.
People at home know what it is. Let the studio audience see this one. This is one of the hardest subjects we've had in a long time. Here we go. Florence?
Did you say it was animal?
It's animal.
The Prince and the Pauper.
No, it's not a repeat. The audience laughter deceived you, Charlie.
My hunch was wrong that time.
Van?
Is it a whole animal?
Yes. Van?
Is it human?
No. Van?
Is it a 4-legged animal?
No. Florence?
Is it a bird?
No. Herb?
Is it a frog?
No.
I thought Mark Twain's frog you wanted to jump on.
Bob?
Is this a mammal at all?
No. Van?
Does it belong to the marine animal kingdom?
No. Bob?
Is this an animal which actually exists?
No. Van?
Is it a fictional animal?
No. Florence?
Well, is it something that we imagine and talk about, but never actually could see nor hear?
No. Bob?
Well, did this animal supposedly ever exist?
No.
It never existed, it doesn't exist, and it's not fictional?
No. Van?
Is this the missing link?
No. Who has the next question? I'll tell you what the answer is before you ask it. What's the...
Oh, you're sure we're not going to get it?
No, I'm not sure. What's your question, Florence?
Well, you answer the question before we ask it.
Yes, you answer it then.
The answer's no. Florence.
Is it the answer you're giving all the time that we're after?
No. No, it's an animal you're after.
Now, let's get this straight. It's a...
Here we come.
It's a whole animal. It's a whole animal that does not exist, never existed, is not fictional.
And
is
has
that
no
right?
hair.
And yet we could see it or something like that?
No. Mr. Tibbet?
Can you hear it?
No.
Can you smell it?
Is this the animal we're not going to get?
No. Well, I can't answer whether you're going to get it or not, Florence.
Is it the
But
one
it's
we're
not that
trying to
animal.
get?
Yeah. The answer is the animal you're trying to get.
Well, is it the animal, vegetable, and mineral?
No. That's 16 questions. You've got 4 left. The answer's almost obvious now.
Oh, yeah?
Florence?
Is it any animal but the one that we're after?
No. No. You've got 3 questions left. That's 17.
Then all the animal kingdom in the world.
Is it the whole animal kingdom in the world? No.
I give up.
You quit, huh? Van?
Well, I want just one more shot at this, see if we can't analyze it. You said it should be obvious. You say that it's not in existence now, right?
No.
It never did exist.
No.
It's not fictional.
No. You give up 2.
And you said that it was human.
No, I didn't say it was human. You asked if it was human, and I said no. I've been saying no for the last half hour. Florence?
Who sent this in?
That's a good
Miss
question.
Eve Hessler of Miami, Florida.
They got these things down in Florida, huh?
No.
No, I didn't ask it. I just...
1 question left.
Well, it's obviously an animal.
Yes, it's obviously an animal, Van.
It's obviously an animal to which there is no possible yes answer.
No, it's a trick.
Shall I answer that? That would be the 20th question.
No, don't answer.
I'll bet it's an opera song. All right, let's go. You got 1 question left. You're going to get it or you aren't.
The father of all the schmooze.
No, it's not that. That's 20 questions used up. You didn't get it. And so to Miss Eve Hessler in Miami, Florida, your friend, Florence. For stumping our experts, Miss Hessler wins the grand prize, the 3-piece Hostess smoking set, table lighter, cigarette urn and tray, and heavy silver plate exquisitely fashioned by Ronson. She stumped you with the animal in There Ain't No Such Animal. Congratulations. Saw 5 angry-looking people. I am looking at them now.
That's pretty good. That's one of the best questions ever sent in.
It was a rough one, wasn't it?
That was all right.
Yeah.
Yes, but how could you ever get it?
I don't know. There ain't no such animal.
No.
Well, now, having wound up 3 subjects, let's try a 4th one here, but with a reverse twist. I won't give you answers as to what it is, but I will tell you what it's not. It's not an idle luxury, not costly, and definitely not something you can easily do without.
Obviously, a Ronson. Right. Of all the personal accessories you may carry, your Ronson is the most frequently needed, the most often used.
The most frequently needed, the most often used.
Yes, the average smoker lights up for himself and others up to 12,000 times a year. And with a Ronson, you get steady, dependable service day after day, year after year. Whenever you need a light, just press, it's lit.
Release, it's out, safely out, the instant you lift your finger.
That's the famous Ronson action, precision engineered to meet your needs.
And style for beauty, too. Every single Ronson is a style leader. Yet, beautiful and useful as they are, Ronson lighters are not expensive.
In fact, as little as $6 buys a Ronson Standard. Other popular models include the streamlined Adonis, slim as a fine watch in precious and other metals.
Be sure to see, too, the gorgeous desk and table Ronsons in long-lasting, heavy silver plate.
And combinations such as the Ronson Master Case, which gives you a cigarette case and Ronson lighter all in one unit.
And the thrilling new pencil lighter, 1/20th 14-karat gold filled. It looks like a graceful, golden mechanical pencil. And at one end it is. But at the other, there's a genuine Ronson lighter. That's the pencil lighter, which lights and writes.
Whichever Ronson model you choose, be sure to get a genuine Ronson and not a mere imitation. For the very name Ronson means world's greatest lighter. And now back to 20 questions. And friends, remember the rules of the game. You listeners send in the subjects for our questioners to identify in not more than 20 questions. Ronson's mystery voice will keep you informed, but all we'll tell our questioners is whether the subject is animal, vegetable, or mineral. Right, Bill?
Well, Frank, in the matter of right, our questioners have been right once, and they have missed twice out of the first 3 tries.
There ain't no such animal.
There ain't no such animal. So, Mr. Lawrence Tibbett and our regular questioners, let's see if we can't even up the score here. We're sending to J. Ledger of Toronto, Canada, a precision-built Ronson for this next subject, and oddly enough, it's animal also.
Bill Slater is talking about the skin nobody loves to touch. Dishpan hands.
This is another difficult one, as our friends at home now know. Let the studio audience see this one. This will take a bit of doing, too. Van?
Is this a whole animal?
No, it's not a whole animal, no. Herb?
Is this in fiction?
No, this is not in fiction. Mr. Tibbett?
Human?
Yes, the subject's human. That's a good question. Florence?
Is it a part of a particular human being?
No, it's not a part of any one particular human being. Van?
Is this an external part?
Yes, external part. Bob?
Above the neck?
Above the neck? Not normally. No. Herb?
Is it on one of the extremities, like an arm?
Well, the subject you're after is partly on one of the extremities.
Is it on the arm?
On the arm? Arm, partly. Florence?
Would it be fingers?
Partly. Van?
10 little fingers and 10 little toes.
Oh, lovely. Such a nice tender thought, too, Van. It just hurts me to have to say no. No. Bobby?
Well, is this something that you had the same amount of on each arm?
What? Yeah, I think so. Yes. That's 11 questions, 9 to go. Bob?
Is this a whole hand or two
Partly
hands?
a whole... Or, what'd you say?
I said a whole hand or 2 hands.
Yes, is the answer to that question.
So I assume it's 2 hands because you started to answer the other one. Well, let's forget that.
Oh, my, the slicksters here. Florence?
You said a while, this is review. It isn't fictional, is it?
Oh, no, these things really exist. Herb?
Well, are they handshakes?
No, they're not handshakes.
I was thinking of handshakes and milkshakes, I suppose.
No. Van?
Are they hands of some particular artist?
They are not hands of any particular artist. No. Florence?
Could they be either men or women's hands?
Not normally. Not normally. Bobby?
Are these hands any particular color, such as red?
Yes, normally.
Dishpan hands.
Dishpan hands does it, Bobby. That's good. Florence was waving her hands, which didn't suggest the answer. Is that what you had in
Yes,
mind,
I
Florence?
did, but Bob helped with
Yeah.
his red hand.
Okay, dishpan hands. That's very good.
That does it.
Get that. That does. Oh, Herbert. Let's move on here. And now for his pocket, Mr. A.H. Matthews of Mobile, Alabama, wins a superbly fashioned Ronson, and as always, a Ronson servicer containing Ronson Redskin flints, Ronson all fuel, and all else needed for best lighter service for this next subject. And this is not easy. It's vegetable and mineral and maybe some animal.
I'm telling the radio audience only that the subject is one of America's most famous homes, the President's home in Independence, Missouri.
Now that the folks at home know, let the studio audience see this subject. They'll have to work for this, too, won't they? This is not the easy night. Van.
Is it manufactured?
In a sense. Van.
Is it a structure?
It's a structure. Very good. A structure in 2 questions. Herb.
Is it in New York City?
No, it's not. Bobby.
Is it fictional?
No, it's real. Florence?
Is it in the United States?
It's in the United States. That's a good question. Van.
West of the Mississippi?
Yes. Bob?
In California?
No. No. Van?
West of the Rockies?
No. No. Van?
In the Rockies?
No. Florence?
Is it in a state that's relatively north?
No. No, it's not. That's 10 questions. Herb?
Is it in Texas?
No, it's not. That's 11 questions. 9 to go. Bobby?
Is this thing either in Oklahoma, Kansas, or Nebraska?
The way you knock off those states. Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska?
Yeah.
No. Van?
Does this state in which this thing is located border the Mississippi River?
Yes.
Is it in...
Oh, who's answering these questions?
Is it,
Yes.
Is it in Missouri?
Yes. Florence?
Is it the president's home?
In Independence, Missouri. Yes, good.
I lead her right down to Independence.
Florence plucked that right out of Van's mouth. Shot her hand up in a hurry.
I'm kind of independent.
You know, I think that thought of the home state of our president, our commander-in-chief, reminds a lot of us, both in the United States and in Canada, of the opportunities for young citizens in the armed forces. Opportunities not only to serve one's country, but also to freely enlist and volunteer and to take advantage of wonderful educational programs. And in addition, the priceless opportunity in our American and Canadian armed forces to proudly wear the uniform of free people. All right, let's try another subject. Are you enjoying yourself, Mr. Tibbet?
Indeed I am.
Well, we're all having a pretty
Certainly,
good time
I'm
tonight.
enjoying
I'm not so sure that I am.
There ain't no such animal, is there? A handsomely styled Ronson goes now to Miss Gertrude Popper of East Orange, New Jersey for this subject. It's vegetable and a bit animal.
The Queen of Hearts, she baked some tarts. So goes the old verse. And the subject is those tarts that the Queen made.
Now let the studio audience in on this, too. Look at it, audience. 20 questions to get this one. Florence.
Is the vegetable part wooden?
No. Van.
Is it edible?
It's edible. That's a good question. That's a honey. Van.
Do you normally eat this as a part of the main course of any given meal?
The main course? No.
As a part of it?
No. Bob?
Is this a dessert?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Herb?
Do children love this?
Not children exclusively, but
I mean, like ice
it.
cream cones.
Don't you like ice cream
Yeah,
cones?
I do.
Don't you like ice cream cones, Mr. Tibbet?
But I don't pester myself the way
Never
the
eat
kids
them.
do.
Oh, love. Florence?
Is it some kind of pie?
Some kind of pie might be so regarded, but I don't think so. It's something in its own right. Van?
Is it a pastry of any sort?
Yes. Yep. Mm-hmm. Florence?
Does it have fruit in it?
Yes. Yes, quite often.
You mean
Practically
not always? Oh.
Practically always. Van?
Well, is this a specific one that we're after?
Oh,
Or
yes.
Oh.
Yes, sure. Van?
is it in a saying?
Not in a saying, no. Bobby?
Is this in children's fiction?
Yeah, children's fiction, yes. Now, Herb? What?
Is it the pie with the plum?
Pie with the plum. You're plumb wrong. No, not that.
Put in his thumb and pulled out a plum and...
Really? Mr. Tibbet, you have an idea? Your hand went up.
Yes. 4 and 20 blackbirds.
No.
Baked in a pie.
There, you're getting close.
No.
You and Herb are enjoying your nursery rhymes.
Animal
aren't you?
and vegetable. I mean,
Florence?
Would it be Simple Simon's pie? The pies of the pieman that Simple Simon met.
Yes, that question is Pison. The answer is no. No, that's 14 questions. You 6
Not
left.
from the picture Pison, is it?
No.
He didn't see that.
Yeah,
He
you
wouldn't
did.
know that.
Van.
I'd like to establish, going back to another question, this is not something called pie, is it?
I don't think that question's been asked.
Well,
Would you
is
like
it
me-
something called pie?
No, it's not
We're
called
asking
pie.
too many pie questions. Is it pudding?
No, it's not pudding. Bobby?
Was this thing eaten by a certain person?
Yeah, a person came in and ate this, but I don't know that you'd remember it in that connection. Charge for that. 3 questions left.
He actually ate it. He just didn't sit down and start to eat it. He finished it.
I think consumption of this was completed. Florence?
Is this in poetry?
Yes. 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 Van and Florence are whispering over there. What's going on?
there's a
Mr.
little
Tibbet?
collaboration on the part of my two
Yes,
partners over
they're
here.
whispering in each other's ears about you've only got
Gotta
2 questions.
separate 'em.
Van?
Was this written, or was this eaten by a giant?
No. You've got one question left. Oh, if I have to tell you this, you will all dive under the table.
Well, you said this was a form of pie.
I said it was, no, I didn't say it was exactly a form of pie. I said it could be so considered, but it usually stands on its own feet in its designation. It's dessert. You've got that. You've got one question left. Say, these grand prizes are pouring out tonight. Give up?
Oh.
Wait a minute, Florence.
The tarts at the Queen of Hearts.
Florence Bernard! I should have rung the bell. In a little while, I'm going to switch to my quickies, where I give you 60 seconds, you shoot all the questions you have. We'll try racing you against the stopwatch.
Say, Bill.
Yeah?
Start that stopwatch, will you?
Okay.
Thanks. Hear it? Remember, with Ronson, just seconds of care
at intervals of weeks
means years and years of instant lights.
Brush its spark wheel occasionally.
Use only Ronsonol fuel. Ronsonol. With pleasingly scented Ronsonol, those exquisite silver-plated Ronson table lighters, for example, will serve for months on just one filling.
And always use those properly tempered Ronson Redskin flints to save your lighter's spark wheel from costly wear.
Try Ronsonol Fuel and Ronson Redskin flints in any flint lighter. See what a difference real quality makes. And now back to Bill Slater.
And now in just a second, I'll say go, and you'll have 60 seconds. Shoot your questions just as fast as you possibly can, Mr. Tibbet, and our regular questioners. A Ronson lighter goes now to Private Ralph A. Miller in the U.S. Army in Yokohama, Japan. For this subject, it's mineral and vegetable.
The subject is the Imperial Palace in Tokyo.
Let the studio audience see it. Go. Miss Florence Tibbet?
Wearing apparel?
No, it's not wearing apparel. Florence?
A geographic location?
Could be so located.
Is it a building?
Building, yep. Bob?
In the United States?
No.
In
Van?
Japan?
What?
In Japan?
Yep, Van.
The Emperor's Palace.
The Imperial Palace in where?
In Tokyo.
Tokyo. Attaboy. Very good.
I got one.
18.
I got Japan.
Seconds you took it. All right, let's try this one. This one's a little bit more difficult, might prove to be.
Yes.
A Ronson lighter goes to Robert Bataga of San Francisco, California for this one. This is animal.
The subject is George Washington.
Let the studio audience see this one, Miss Shepard. All right, you'll have 60 seconds after I say go. Bob.
Is it a four-footed animal?
No. Herb.
Fictional man.
No. Florence.
Is it human?
Yes.
The Emperor of Japan?
No. Van.
Man.
Yep.
Living.
Nope. Bob.
American?
Yep. Van.
Dead.
Yep. Bob.
In the government?
Yep.
President?
Yep.
Before Lincoln?
Yep.
Before...
Van.
Jefferson.
No.
Before Jackson?
Yep. Van.
Adams.
No.
Before Monroe?
Yep.
Washington.
Florence? What? Washington, yes, George Washington. I almost got you with George Washington. It was a twist.
Yes, didn't you?
Yeah. A Ronson lighter goes now to Dick Sandifer of St. Louis, Missouri for our next quickie. This one, too, is animal.
The subject is Buck Rogers.
All right, let the studio audience see it. All right, go. You got 60 seconds. Bob.
Just a whole animal.
Yeah. Florence.
Human?
Yeah.
Living?
Van. What?
Living?
No.
Man.
Yep. Bob.
A president?
No.
Did you say
Herb.
this person really existed?
No.
Fictional?
Yeah.
In opera?
No. Van.
In American fiction?
Yep. Van.
Prose fiction?
No. Bob.
In a song?
No.
Poetry?
No.
A cartoon?
Yep.
A schmoo?
No. Who has the next question? You've got about
Is he in
15
Dick
seconds to
Tracy?
go. What?
Is he in Dick Tracy?
No.
Is he in Little Abner?
No.
Is he in an adventure strip?
Yeah.
Superman?
No.
Buck
Van.
Rogers.
Buck Rogers does it. Very good. Okay. Well, that concludes our 20 question subjects for tonight. Thanks an awful lot to you, Mr. Lawrence Tibbet, for being with us here. We had a wonderful time. Glad you were here, sir.
Thank you.
Continued good fortune to you. Now, friends, we'll be back again next week, so be sure to send in your 20 questions entries. You just mail your subjects, one to a postcard, please, to Ronson, 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 20 questions, care of Mutual Broadcasting System, New York 18, New York.
20 Questions comes to you on behalf of Ronson dealers who have sold more than 25 million Ronsons throughout the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. Tune in again next week when Fred Vandiver, Florence Renard, Bobby McGuire, Herb Palazzi, and our guest star try to identify the subject you submit. Next week's guest on 20 Questions will be one of the most popular of all screen stars, the inimitable Edward Everett Horton.
Now, this is Bill Slater with our producer, Gary Stevens, saying for 20 questions and for Ronson to all a good night.
This program was presented as transcribed earlier. Stay tuned now for Walter Winchell. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.